The failed nobleman is acting as both the sword saint and the great sage in the shadows of the academy. Volume 1. By Tamba. Translated by Dark Knight at JP Translations for Fun. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. The Ice Sword Princess. 1. My late mother used to tell me live freely, she said. Do what you love, without being swayed by your talents. I'll make sure the world allows you to do that. With those words, she left for the battlefield and never returned. Yet, those words still bind me. I always strive to live by her last wishes, but it's not easy. For I have no freedom. There are too many things that only I can do. Advance. The enemy is retreating. Today, we shall take down the Lutia Empire. The general, leading an army of 100,000 soldiers, gave the rousing order. This morning, the superpower Gallia Empire, which controls nearly half of the continent, invaded the borders of the Lutia Empire. It's early afternoon. The defending army, realizing the invasion, had been fighting to delay the enemy until now, but with only 20,000 troops, it was impossible to hold off the 100,000-strong enemy. After buying some time, they retreated to the border fortress. Watching the scene from above, I identified the enemy's command center and pointed my right hand towards it. It seemed the enemy noticed the sudden surge in magical power, but it was already too late. In the sky, a black-robed mage. His face is hidden by a hood, but is that impossible? He should be in the capital city. The most powerful mage who wields the ancient divine abyss magic. Are the rumors of him being elusive true? Defensive stance. Quickly, activate the defensive magic. A translucent membrane-like barrier started to cover the entire army, centered around the command center. As expected of the preparations of an army daring to invade the so-called country of magic, Lutia. But that's from the perspective of the Gallia Empire. From my point of view, it's not nearly enough. Come forth, Spear of Divine Retribution, Spear of Light. In the sky, 5 magic circles appeared. From them emerged 5 giant spears of light, which rained down one after another on the command center. The defensive magic cast by the enemy army couldn't withstand even the first strike and shattered. The command center, which controlled the 100,000-strong army, was annihilated in an instant. The entire command structure collapsed, and the 100,000-strong army stared blankly at the sky. Someone muttered, "Is this the Black Grand Sage? Eclipse?" As the words were spoken, the retreat began. It was more of a rout than a retreat. The soldiers, gripped by fear, fled towards the Gallia Empire in a panic. With the command center obliterated, there was no one left to lead the entire army. I hope this makes the Empire stay quiet for a while. I can't be summoned every time. Thinking that, I moved towards the fortress. The enemy is in full retreat. It's safe now. As expected of Lutetia's most powerful mage. Eclipse, the top of the 12 heavenly mages. That was incredible. I've accompanied the 12 heavenly mages on several occasions, but I've never seen such a grand spell. The general leading the border defense praised me enthusiastically. Since I didn't recognize him, he was probably new. He seemed utterly thrilled after witnessing my magic. Don't get carried away. There's no need for a pursuit. Fortify your defenses for a while. I'll return if the king orders. Are you leaving already? We were about to celebrate our victory. Didn't I tell you not to get carried away, General? Besides, I am busy. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I leave the report to the king in your hands. Farewell. With those words, I disappeared. Using a special method of transportation that is impossible for ordinary mages, I returned to a small room. I quickly dispelled the clone lying in bed and remembered to undo my transformation. Looking in the mirror, the suspicious black-robed mage with a deep hood was gone, replaced by a boy with dusty gray hair and black eyes. Slouched and sleeper-looking, about 170 centimeters tall. I, Roy Louvel, looked exactly like my usual self, perfectly fitting the description of someone perpetually lethargic. After confirming my appearance, I changed into my uniform. Since I had an audience with the king as my alias Eclipse this morning to discuss the enemy's interception, I was still in my night clothes. Classes would have already started, and it was now lunchtime. Just barely made it. Being late had become a routine for me, but there was still someone who would tirelessly come to wake me up if I overslept past noon. I wanted to be ready before that, so I hurried to finish up. If the people of the Lutetia Empire knew that the urgent matter of the Grand Sage eclipse was simply to get back before lunch break, many would probably faint. As I hurriedly put on my white uniform, there was a knock on the door. Yes, I'm awake. Excuse me, Oni-sama. The door opened. In walked a small, beautiful girl with neatly cut grey hair at her shoulders. Lena Louvel, my younger sister by 1 year. Unlike me, she's an exemplary student. She wears her black uniform properly and has excellent grades. Lena, with the same black eyes as mine, looked at me in surprise. I'm surprised to see you already in your uniform. Quick, right? It's already lunchtime. She sighed in exasperation. However, even in her exasperation, my sister still looked graceful. This was probably because she was always exasperated with me and managed most things with ease as a perfect beauty. We share the same blood, so why are we so different? Are you attending the afternoon classes today? Yes, that's the plan. Then let's have lunch together. I made some for you as well. I'm lucky to have such a capable sister. Lena chuckled at my words and then smiled even more. Oni-sama, you just choose not to do things. That's what I believe. Here we go again. Lena always holds me in too high regard, which is problematic because she's not entirely wrong. I am the most powerful mage in the kingdom of Magic Lutetia, also known as the Grand Black Sage Eclipse. But the problem isn't just that. I'm currently in the Grand Duchy of Balant, a small country sandwiched between the Lutetia Empire and the Kingdom of Albios. I am the second son of a baron in this country. It would be disastrous if anyone discovered that I am the true identity of Eclipse. But that's not all of my secrets. A message from the Kingdom of Albios flashes in my mind. A summons from the king, not from the emperor. The invasion of the Lutetia Empire is likely causing confusion in the kingdom as well. Albion Kingdom, known as the Kingdom of Swords, has skilled swordsmen called the 7 Heavenly Swordsmen. Among them, only the strongest can bear the title of Sword Saint, which is the same position as Eclipse in the Lutetia Empire. The current Sword Saint is Cloud, the White Sword Saint. And, again, that's me. In other words, I'm a pillar in both countries. If it were revealed that I'm merely the second son of a small noble family, it would be troublesome. It would hurt their pride, and they wouldn't let someone like that roam free. The 3 countries are currently allied against the Gallia Empire's invasion. While I am a sword saint and a sage, I don't particularly enjoy fighting. I dream of traveling the world freely and painting landscapes as a hobby. To achieve that, I must avoid having my true identity exposed. Since the current emperor won't die anytime soon, the Gallia Empire's invasion won't end. If the Kingdom of Albios and the Lutetia Empire are breached, my homeland, the Grand Duchy of Balant, will also be attacked. That's why I play the roles of both the Sword Saint and the Grand Sage, the symbols of military might for both countries. But I really hope a successor emerges soon. My belief is that, since it's their own country, they should defend it themselves. I'll continue being the Sword Saint and the Grand Sage until a successor is found. Once I pass on my responsibilities, I plan to take Lena and go on a journey. I have no intention of being dragged into a never-ending war. If I reveal my true identity, many would praise me and I could have my revenge on those who looked down on me. However, that would mean becoming a pawn in the war and losing even the little freedom I currently have. If that's the case, I'd rather remain scorned. Even if I'm derided as a failed noble. 2. On the Rodinia continent, which resembles a distorted D, there are several countries. However, when categorized by size, large, medium, and small, only one country falls into the large category. That country is the mighty Gallia Empire, which controls almost half of the continent. The eastern half of the continent can be considered entirely under the Gallia Empire's domain. The Gallia Empire has been under the rule of the current emperor for 20 years and has actively pursued expansionist policies, gradually increasing its territory. However, about 2 years ago, signs of a slowdown in its invasion began to appear. resistance from various countries has intensified. In particular, the Kingdom of Albios and the Kingdom of Lutetia, located in the northwest of the continent, have been fierce in their opposition. Their territories are classified as medium-sized. Additionally, the small nation of Belant, which supports both countries, is also part of the alliance. The Gauliya Empire has struggled with this three-nation alliance. At the heart of this alliance are the White Sword Saint and the Grand Black Sage. In an attempt to break through, the Gauliya Empire frequently dispatches troops to the borders, but they are all repelled. Nevertheless, the three-nation alliance is not complacent about the current situation. They are merely repelling the invasions and are not in an advantageous position. The current challenge is to cultivate better and stronger personnel. Therefore, in the Grand Duchy of Belant, which is situated to the rear and borders of the Kingdom and Lutetia Empire, there is a joint academy run by the three nations. Its name is Glass Rain Academy. Established 10 years ago, this academy was created to gather excellent teachers from the three nations and educate outstanding talents. The academy has both a middle school and a high school, with 2 departments. The academy has 2 departments: the Magic Sword Department, taught by instructors from the Kingdom of Albios, known as the Land of Swords, and the Mage Department, taught by instructors from the Empire of Lutetia, known as the Land of Magic. The uniform for the Magic Sword Department is white, while the uniform for the Mage Department is black. The goal is to become stronger to protect their nations. With such a strong sense of will and pride, talented young people gather at the academy. And at the very bottom of the Magic Sword Department's rankings is me, Roy Louvel. Section. Hey, it's late for a failed noble like you, isn't it? I thought you'd skip today's practical because you hate it. You always lose so pathetically. When I entered the classroom labeled First Year, Magic Sword Department, several students noticed me and started throwing insults. It's too much trouble to retort, and their remarks are accurate, so I quickly took my seat and laid my head down on the desk, closing my eyes. Sleep is a natural right granted to people. Given that I had been in the Empire of Lutetia in the early morning, I hadn't had enough rest. Surely, a brief nap before class starts should be allowed. Still sleeping, huh? Probably the only thing you're good at is sleeping. To think you come from the Louvel baronial family, it's surprising. Truly a failed noble. Your father, elder brother, and even your sister must be embarrassed. The nickname failed noble is aptly fitting. The current head of the Louvel baronial family is my father, who outmaneuvered both the Kingdom of Albios and the Empire of Lutetia with his strategic brilliance. 12 years ago, he used his own territory as bait to lure radical factions from both countries into battle, wiping them out and creating the conditions for the three-nation alliance. He is renowned as the Grey Fox, a master strategist. My elder brother serves as an elite officer to the current prince, and my sister Lena is second in her middle school class. In the Grand Duchy of Belant, it was common knowledge that those with grey hair, like the Louvel family, were exceptional. But exceptions exist. I am one of those exceptions. The nickname failed noble for me comes from being the only failure in an otherwise distinguished family and from my inability to excel despite my potential. It also reflects my disgraceful incompetence as a noble, accepting my situation rather than striving to change it. In other words, it means I am failing as a Louvel baronial family member, a student at the academy, and as a noble. Well, regardless of the truth, from the perspective of the academy's students, I am a significant troublemaker. I rarely attend morning classes, and even when I do, I spend most of the time sleeping. Even so, my grades aren't good. Students who come to this academy have dreams, whether it's to protect their homeland, their family, or to advance their careers. They all have a sense of ambition. It's only natural that there would be whispers about someone like me mixing in with them. I wish they would expel me already. Balancing being a student with the roles of Sword Saint and Black Sage is quite unreasonable. However, expulsion doesn't seem to come easily. That's due to certain circumstances. I am even considered an important asset to the Grand Duchy of Belant. From the perspective of Belant, both the Kingdom of Albios and the Empire of Lutetia are great powers. Naturally, there is a disparity in terms of talent. Currently, among the students from the Grand Duchy of Belant, there are almost no high achievers. The disparity is that significant. However, due to the founding principle of the three nations working together to develop talent, a certain number of young people from Balant enter the academy each year. These are the local slots. However, the Grand Duchy struggles even to secure these local slots, as there are few who can meet the minimum admission requirements. That's why I haven't been expelled. For such reasons, I am not expelled, no matter how poor my grades are. Because these local slots are important, it's only natural that special treatment is unpopular among the diligent students who come to the academy to protect their homeland. But that's the academy's and the Grand Duchy of Balant's policy, so there's no helping it. All right. Take your seats, everyone. The stern-faced teacher entered the classroom. The previously noisy room fell silent as the students took their seats. The teacher, scanning the room, noticed me and grinned. Look who finally showed up, the late sleeper. I was woken up. How fortunate. Now the number of students is even. With that, the teacher raised his voice. Everyone, change clothes and gather at the training grounds. Today's practical will be a mock battle. Hearing that, I frowned. I couldn't sleep during a mock battle. However, today's format will be a tournament. If you win, you'll face stronger opponents. If you lose, you'll do basic training. If you want to gain experience, win. The top performer will be granted permission to participate in special training. The students at this academy are highly ambitious. If they lose early, they won't gain combat experience, which they would find wasteful. Moreover, only top achievers are allowed to participate in special training. Such a reward ignites their enthusiasm. But I am different. I'll lose quickly and slack off. I didn't come here to learn. I came here to sleep. Section. The academy is a place to train exceptional individuals to protect the nation. Naturally, one must be strong to defend the country. The three nations face a clear enemy, the Galaya Empire. In the large circular training ground, students dressed in practical training outfits had gathered. First, form pairs for warm-ups. The pairs were announced beforehand, but I wasn't informed. While other students quickly found their partners, I stood there, not knowing what to do. Just as I was wondering if I was being left out, the teacher called me. Louvel. Roy Louvel. Yes. Stop dawdling. Your partner is her. The teacher pointed to the entrance of the training ground. There stood a girl with black hair. She was strikingly beautiful, drawing my gaze involuntarily. Her straight posture, white skin, and icy expression made her stand out. As she walked towards me, her long black hair swayed. Seeing this, the surrounding students murmured. 10 Magic Swordsman, third seat, the Ice Sword Princess. Yakina Crawford. She was supposed to be called back to her home country, but she's returned. Today's top spot is out of reach. The surrounding students collectively lost their enthusiasm. It was clear that she was an absolute presence. Perhaps the teacher was pleased about the even number of participants because she had returned. Sorry for being late, Sensei. Don't worry about it. You're fine with a mock battle right after returning, yes? Yes. Her voice was as cold as her nickname, the Ice Sword Princess. Many might find that appealing, but I prefer a warmer demeanor in women. However, I couldn't deny her appearance. She was known among the boys as the most beautiful girl in the magic sword department, and that wasn't far from the truth. She was indeed beautiful. Her jet black hair resembled the night sky, captivating those who looked at it, and her pale blue eyes, like her voice, emitted a cold light. Her snow-white skin made one wonder if she even had body heat. Her icy expression only added to her mysterious aura. Despite the imposing presence she exuded, her physique wasn't particularly large. She was shorter than me, though perhaps a bit tall for a woman. Yet, she radiated a presence larger than anyone else present. Louvel, she's your opponent. If you don't take it seriously, you might get hurt, the teacher said with a smirk, then left, leaving me and Yakina behind. I stood there, and Yakina smoothly took up her mock sword. Nice to meet you, Louvel Kuan. Ah, yes, nice to meet you. The warm-up had already begun. All the students here were from the magic sword department, meaning everyone was a swordsman. The warm-up consisted of simple sword drills. However, Yakina, known as the Ice Sword Princess, was a skilled fighter. Only someone with a certain level of skill could handle a warm-up match with such a high-level opponent. "I'm coming now," Yakina said, moving her sword. A slash came from the left. It was fast, but far from full strength. She was probably testing my reaction. Against an average opponent, this attack might land, but Yakina was a bit different. Yakina Crawford was a descendant of the former Sword Saint. She was the daughter of the prestigious Crawford Duke family from the Sword Nation, the Albios Kingdom, and was a promising candidate for the next Sword Saint. She openly stated this herself, and it was no boastful claim. In the academy, there was a rank known as the 10 Great Swords and Mages, which only the top students, those who were exceptionally strong, could achieve. There were 10 seats. This rank represented the new stars who held the potential to become the next Sword Saint or Grand Sage. Yakina was a first-year student but held the 3rd position. Indeed, she was a prodigy. Even if you looked across the entire academy, there was no swordsman with as much talent as she had. In other words, this meant she was someone who could potentially inherit the position of Sword Saint, someone who might take over the title. If a truly strong successor like her took over, I wouldn't need to continue as the Sword Saint. However, right now, she was not only far from being a Sword Saint but even falling short of the 7 heavenly swordsmen. This was due to a clear weakness she had. Even if the failure noble, Roy, gave her guidance, its impact would be minimal. I hardly have opportunities to teach as a Sword Saint, and I don't have the time to take on and train disciples. She needs to become strong enough to reach a minimum level on her own. Therefore, I might as well point out her weaknesses. If it accelerates her growth, that would be a bonus. I blocked Yakina's slashes with my sword. Yakina looks a bit surprised but tries to increase the speed of her attacks. However, I don't let her do that. Yakina is quite well-rounded in her attacks. Her weakness is not in offense but in defense. At the student level, there are few who can effectively counter her. Thus, Yakina is less skilled in defense compared to her offense. Against students, one can be overwhelmed with sheer offense. However, when facing a battlefield or strong opponents, defense becomes crucial. It is by not dying that one gets the chance to strike back. In the brief opening as Yakina withdraws her sword and prepares for the next attack, I advance and launch a thrust. It's a plain thrust with little speed. Yet, the thrust perfectly exploits Yakina's opening, and she is unable to react as she would like. It's a sign that she was focused solely on attacking. Even against a weak opponent, assuming that they won't counter is overconfidence. If there's an opening, even a simple attack like this can catch you off guard. This should make Yakina more aware of her defense. I stop my sword just short of Yakina's throat. Just a little more seriously, if you don't mind. I see. Then I'll take your advice to heart. With those words, Yakina's gaze turns serious. She must be quite competitive. As if resetting the stage, we both ready our swords once more. Then Yakina launches a torrent of attacks. Right, left, thrust, high, low. I block her diverse attacks as desperately as possible, trying to give the impression of barely hanging on. Frustrated by my defense, Yakina aims to end it with a decisive blow. Once more, a slashing attack from the left. But this is a feint. I discern it from the slight shift in her center of gravity and prepare to counter the real attack coming from the right, while still reacting to the feint with my hand. The feint is still somewhat shallow, but it might be effective. I'll make it seem like I'm barely managing to keep up. As I considered this, I noticed that Yakina's eyes were locked onto mine. For a moment, I was startled by the color of her eyes. Her usual light blue eyes had turned into a glowing golden hue. The term magic eyes crossed my mind. It's an exceedingly rare manifestation of magic. A rare skill that sometimes appears in those with high magical power. Often considered a work of art with its ability to capture the brilliance of stars in the eyes, just possessing it earns significant recognition. Such abilities are rarely seen, and if someone has them, they become the subject of rumors. I had never heard of Yakina possessing magic eyes. Had she just used something she hadn't used until now? Moreover, it was the celestial wolf's eyes, classified as an A-ranked magic eye. Its effect is precognition. To put it plainly, it significantly enhances one's dynamic vision. The effect is extraordinary. With such eyes that can perceive everything, she must be seeing all of my movements. There is an absolute skill gap between Yakina and me. She must have anticipated my intention to hold back and use this ability accordingly. The celestial wolf I could see through all my movements. Her eyes widened in surprise. It was because I hadn't fallen for her feint and had accurately read her next attack. She has excellent eyes, I thought, as I moved my sword to counter her right slash, which she changed from a left slash at the last moment. She knew I had seen through the feint. It would be unnatural to intentionally get hit. However, wow. Indeed, Yakina had intended to attack from the right. But having realized that I had read her intention, Yakina forcibly changed it to a thrust. My prediction failed, and I couldn't react in time. I raised my hands, as if conceding. Well done. Yakina didn't respond to my praise. With her eyes back to their original light blue hue, she stared at me silently. She seemed to want to say something, but no words came out. Instead, Yakina readied her sword once more. Let's do it again. Yakina seemed to want to confirm something, but her thoughts were interrupted by the teacher's announcement. Warm-up is over. We will now move on to the mock battle. With the teacher's words, the warm-up between Yakina and me ended. Seizing the opportunity, I lowered my sword and gave a casual wave. Good job. I learned a lot. Yakina, deprived of her chance, showed a dissatisfied expression but said nothing further. Truly a prodigy. I hadn't expected her to possess the celestial wolf eye. I might have let my guard down too much, thinking it was just a student opponent. Given that she observed with those eyes, she probably noticed I was hiding my true strength. However, she wouldn't know the extent of it. She is a prodigy expected to become the next sword saint, while I am the Academy's underachiever. I only got involved because the teacher assigned me as her opponent, otherwise, we wouldn't have crossed paths. Her doubts would probably fade over time. Thinking this, I turned my back on Yakina. 3. Yawn. I slept so well. The mock battles are a series of one-on-one matches. Several teachers serve as judges, and those who lose are eliminated and then focus on basic training. To become stronger, winning is the best approach. Those who lose must reflect on their reasons for losing and dedicate themselves to basic training. Teachers are limited in number, and their role is to nurture the strong. They don't have the luxury of paying attention to those who lose early on. So, I quickly dropped out of the matches and leaned against a wall to sleep. It's an easy class. If this were an academy aimed at developing well-rounded students, I might have been reprimanded, but this academy is a facility for training elite warriors to protect the 3 nations. They don't forcefully train those with low motivation. Thanks to that, I had a good nap. As the afternoon classes ended, the students headed home. Glass Rain Academy is a massive institution located on a small hill. Originally a castle, it has been expanded and transformed into an academy. Descending the hill leads to the city. The city is named Undertale. It started as a small town, but with the establishment of Glass Rain Academy and the influx of merchants, it has now become one of the major cities in the Grand Duchy. After classes, students either return to their dormitories or head to Undertale. Today, my sister Lena said she would be shopping in Undertale. In other words, I have some alone time. Returning to my room quickly, I take out a piece of paper, a small humanoid figure. By infusing it with magical power, a doppelganger that looks exactly like me materializes. This is Shikigami Jutsu, an old magic from the eastern lands. It doesn't perfectly replicate one's abilities, it's more of a decoy at best and consumes a lot of magical power. However, it is useful to me. Since it can act autonomously, it allows me to handle multiple roles simultaneously. Stay here and rest. I give instructions to the Shikigami and then immediately teleport. The destination is the Sword Kingdom, the Albios Kingdom. Section. The Albios Kingdom is a country that values martial prowess and steadfastness. Renowned across the continent as the Land of Swords, it is said that any swordsman should aim to become the pinnacle of this nation, known as the Sword Saint. The current sword saint of the Albios kingdom is named Cloud. He is a swordsman who appeared suddenly 2 years ago as a traveler. He is a young man with grey hair and black eyes. His appearance is somewhat like mine, though I've made some modifications. Even if people suspect a blood relation, it's only to a minimal degree. Having teleported to Cloud's hideout, I dissolved the Shikigami doppelganger that was impersonating him. Then, the memories of the Shikigami flow into me. If a call to arms comes, I will teleport and respond. Otherwise, the Shikigami handles daily tasks. With advanced Shikigami techniques, the doppelganger can operate independently to some extent. When we reunite, we share memories. This is how I manage multiple roles simultaneously. However, the shared memories are mostly insignificant. Only a few know about this hideout, and even they believe that Sword Saint Cloud is simply a wandering swordsman on a whim. Therefore, few visit. Sword Saint Cloud is a swordsman who travels freely throughout the kingdom, appearing on the battlefield only when necessary. He is a man as free as the clouds drifting through the sky. I use illusion magic to change my appearance, donning a white long coat. With 2 beloved swords at my waist and slightly elevated boots, I maintain a physique similar to Roy Louvel. While I can alter my appearance, changing my body type would be inconvenient in combat, so I keep it close to my own. To avoid suspicion, I make minor adjustments with the boots. With this meticulous effort, I head towards the royal capital. Given the large-scale invasion on the Lutia Empire, the castle is likely quite chaotic. By appearing as the Sword Saint, I can help bring some calm. The king summoned me with this in mind. The Albios kingdom has its Sword Saint, and they believe that even with such an invasion, everything will be under control. Certainly, while the 7 heavenly swordsmen are elite warriors, the Sword Saint's strength is unparalleled. Like the Grand Sage of Lutia, the Sword Saint is capable of defending a nation single-handedly. I arrive at the White Castle towering in the center of the royal capital of Albios, Eris. The knights and ministers bustling around the castle stop and recognize my presence. It's Sword Saint Cloud. The Sword Saint has arrived. Yes. We have the first seat of the 7 heavenly swordsmen. Sword Saint is here. The faces of the castle's inhabitants, previously tinged with a sense of despair, brighten. The presence of the Sword Saint is indeed significant. Feeling this, I head towards the throne room. When I open the door, I find the king discussing countermeasures with his ministers. The next target of the Gallia Empire's army, having failed in their invasion of Lutia Empire, will surely be our kingdom. That's evident from their previous patterns. We must reinforce the border troops immediately. Yes, Your Majesty, we need to act immediately. The ministers insist that immediate action is required. Upon seeing me enter the throne room, the ministers fall silent. King Albert van Albios, who had been listening to the ministers, speaks up. What do you think, Sword Saint Cloud? I don't understand politics. However, one thing is certain, we can repel an army of about 100,000 no matter how many times they come, Your Majesty. Unlike Cloud's grey hair, King Albert has glossy silver hair and purple eyes. He bears the distinct features of the Albios royal family and is a man in his 40s. Unlike most members of the Albios royal family, who are known for their martial prowess, King Albert is not particularly renowned for his combat skills. Instead, he is known as one of the most moderate rulers in history. It is thanks to this king that the long-standing conflict with the neighboring Lutia Empire has led to a successful alliance. Indeed. Therefore, we will not reinforce the border troops. That is all. Dismissed. But, Your Majesty, I will not entertain further discussion. With that decisive statement, Albert dismisses the ministers. Now only Albert and I remain in the room. Relying solely on the Sword Saint's power is dangerous. The army should be strengthened. This might sound correct at first glance, but the true intention is transparent. The army, which was strengthened in the name of protection, will turn into an invading force that launches a counteroffensive against the Gallia Empire after you repel their troops. None other than our kingdom people, they are the ones who are overconfident on the Sword Saint's power. Simply repelling them doesn't bring any benefits. At one point, the Three Kingdoms alliance was at a disadvantage. especially the Albios kingdom, which had lost significant territory. However, starting 2 years ago, there was a swift counteroffensive, pushing the imperial army back to the original borders. This counteroffensive began around the time I became the Sword Saint. But, while you have regained the territory, the national power has not been restored. Now is the time to build up our national strength. We do not have the luxury to launch an invasion on the Gallia Empire. So, it means that unnecessary military reinforcement is not feasible. Albert nods at my words. If we are to continue defending as before, the current system is sufficient. If we were to reinforce the military, it would be preferable to focus our efforts elsewhere. However, their argument is surely that since we have lost, we must take back what was lost. The Gallia Empire's territory is vast. We might manage to take a small part, but we lack the strength to hold it. Excessive greed leads to ruin. The losses outweigh the gains. Moreover, I do not desire war. I agree, but as long as the enemy continues to attack, the war will not end. Indeed, I hope they give up soon. It will be impossible unless there is a change in the emperor. At my words, Albert sighs. The emperor of the Gallia Empire is not much older than Albert. He took the throne at a young age and is dedicated entirely to the invasions. He is still vigorous. It seems unlikely that he will relinquish the throne to someone else, and assassination may be the only method to force a change in leadership. However, the emperor surrounds himself with powerful individuals. These strong men rarely leave the emperor's side, making assassination difficult even for someone like me. I have heard that discontent is growing among the people in the empire. Let's hope for their support. I'm grateful you came to visit. Will you be leaving on another journey? That is the plan. Is it useless to ask where you are heading? If my allies don't know, neither will the enemies. It's better for the enemy not to know my whereabouts. That's also a way to protect the country. Then, please visit Louise. She has been wanting to see you. I understand. Section. In a room within the royal castle, a space accessible only to the royal family, I entered. There, a silver-haired girl was swinging a sword with intense focus. She appeared to be around 10 years old, with her shining silver hair styled in a side ponytail. When her purple eyes caught sight of me, they lit up with joy. Cloud. Hello, Louise. Setting aside the sword, the girl, Louise, ran toward me. She is the second princess of the Albios kingdom, Louise van Albios. In 5 years, she will surely become a stunning beauty, but for now, she remains an innocent child. She hugged me around the waist with a broad smile. Welcome back. Thank you, Louise. I carried Louise, who was clinging to me, over to a pair of chairs. I lightly pulled out one chair for myself and the other for Louise, but she seemed dissatisfied and immediately jumped onto my lap. Careful, now. The White Sword Saint, renowned throughout the Albios kingdom, would never let me fall. I'm fine. Really. I first met Louise shortly after becoming the Sword Saint. Her father, the king, was very busy, and her mother had already passed away. I approached her because she was swinging her sword alone with a lonely expression. At first, I didn't realize she was a princess. I only found out later that she was a princess, but since changing my manner of speaking would be awkward, I continued to speak casually. She prefers it that way, and as the Sword Saint, I'm forgiven for such informalities, even if the nobles and knights disapprove. I occasionally visit to give her sword training or just to play. How long will you be staying this time? Unfortunately, I have to leave soon. Oh, are you not going to play with me? I'm sorry. I apologized sincerely, and Louise pouted. She looked dissatisfied, but stroking her hair made things a bit better. Hey, Cloud. Yeah. When will the war end? Father seems so busy, and my sister is on the front lines. Well, realistically speaking, it might end when the emperor changes. So, if you go to the empire and defeat the emperor, will it end? It was a pure question, and I shook my head. It might end, but that's not something I can do. Why not? Isn't it easy for you, Cloud? The emperor surrounds himself with 5 personal guards. Their strength is incredible. Each of them is on par with me, if that helps you understand. There are such strong people in the empire. The empire has a wealth of talented individuals. As long as those guards are by the emperor's side, assassination is impossible, no matter who tries. Yes. So, all we can do is endure. Endure until the emperor gets frustrated and sends his personal guards to the front lines. That would leave his protection less secure. The number of personal guards is limited. By defeating them repeatedly on the front lines, we might eventually get a chance. The empire, with its hasty expansion, controls many countries and could face rebellions. But it's a long and distant hope. However, the three-nation alliance has no other viable path to victory as long as the current emperor remains in power. Well, I have no intention of playing along indefinitely. I'll continue as the Sword Saint and Grand Sage for a few more years, but once a successor appears, I'll retire swiftly. Because I have more important things to focus on than just protecting the three nations. However, that's only if a successor is found. 4. After finishing my duties as the Sword Saint, I returned to the academy. I put the familiar spirit, which had been sleeping in the bed, back and confirmed that everything was normal before lying down myself. Tomorrow, I need to meet with the king of the Lutia Empire as the Grand Sage eclipse. I could start preparing now, but I'm exhausted. I really just want to rest today. As I thought this, there was a knock on the door. Without any suspicion, I answered that the door was open, thinking it was probably Lena. However, I immediately noticed something unusual. The knock sounded slightly different. How careless of you, Louvel Kuan. Yakina Crawford. I instinctively took a step back. It's unexpected for any woman other than Lena to visit my room. It's rather embarrassing, but this is completely out of the blue. Thank you for remembering my name. I'm sorry to intrude, but I have something I'd like to discuss. May I come in? With those words, Yakina entered my room. I thought about asking her to wait for my response, but I sensed it would be pointless, so I kept quiet. Yakina took a seat and looked at me lying in bed. Louvel Kuan, I have a question for you. What is it? From our sparring today, I realized something. Louvel Kuan, you're holding back in class, aren't you? And I mean, really holding back. Her icy, light blue eyes were fixed on me. Her expression remained unchanged. As always, her face was emotionless, making it hard to read her feelings. But it was clear that she was suspicious of me. Well, I admit I'm holding back. Is there a problem with that? If I were to deny it, it would just be a lie. It would be exposed as a lie if I tried to cover it up. In these situations, mixing in some truth is the way to go. Acknowledging that I'm holding back is the right approach. It's not really a problem. Different people have different levels of commitment. But your lack of effort is extreme. My grandmother was the first female sword saint. She was my idol when I was young, and she often used her teaching sword to point out my flaws. I sensed that same feeling from you today. Even with the celestial wolf's eyes, she might not be able to see the full extent of my strength. However, she could probably perceive the types of sword techniques and their intentions I was using. It's surprising that she reached that conclusion based on her memories with her grandmother. You're flattering me. I'm not strong enough to be able to guide you. Besides, there's no reason to hide such strength. Is that so? You are the son of the schemer, Baron Louvel, known as the Grey Fox. If you're the son of a man who manipulated both the Kingdom of Albios and the Empire of Lutia, I would expect you to at least be capable of faking your abilities. I don't know the reason, but it's difficult to convince someone who is already suspicious. Moreover, given that I come from a family known for deception, that perception is accurate. My father is indeed a schemer. 12 years ago, a secret pact was made between the Kingdom of Albios and the Empire of Lutia to divide the territory of the Grand Duchy of Belant. Naturally, the moderate King of Albios, who had been seeking alliances from a moderate standpoint, would not have proposed such a thing. It was a secret pact made by the extremists of both countries. Realizing this, my father proposed to the extremists of the Empire of Lutia to cede his own territories adjacent to Albios in exchange. The secret pact stated that the territory would belong to the side that captured it first. Consequently, The Empire of Lutia eagerly dispatched a fleet to the port of my father's territory. His lands were not only adjacent to the kingdom of Albios but also had one of the continent's major ports. However, an incredible twist occurred. My scheming father had conveyed a similar story to the extremists of the kingdom of Albios. In other words, he used his territory as bait to put the extremists of both countries against each other. It was an audacious plan, but if he had remained silent, he would have faced invasions from both countries. He claimed it was unavoidable, but it seemed like a twisted calculation. Both sides, mistaking the invasion of their own territories, engaged in a major clash as my father intended. Furthermore, my father had connections with the moderate factions of both countries. He aimed to eliminate the extremists on the battlefield and establish a three-nation alliance. He personally led his forces into the fray and defeated key figures among the extremists. As a result of this conflict, the Empire of Lutia lost most of the fleet it had sent, and the kingdom of Albios's knights suffered substantial damage. All the blame was placed on the extremists, who fell from power, leading to the moderates gaining control in both the kingdom and the Lutia Empire. Naturally, the secret pact was nullified, and the alliance shifted to oppose the Gallia Empire. My father, who manipulated both countries, came to be known as the Grey Fox and was considered a person of high concern, even within the Grand Duchy. Ultimately, he secured an alliance, and for the moderates of both countries, he was their greatest ally. As a result, there were no repercussions. Publicly, it was framed as a rogue element of both countries. However, for those within the Grand Duchy, a man who would use even his own territory as a decoy and ally with moderates from other countries was deemed untrustworthy. Thus, despite his achievements, he never rose beyond the rank of Baron. Being the son of such a man, it's natural for people to suspect I have something to hide. But, I said, my father is my father, and I am myself. The reason you don't understand is not because you can't find it, but because there is no reason. It's true that I don't put in much effort, but I'm not as formidable as you think. I'm just being lazy. Nothing more, nothing less. Then, why did you show me my weakness? Curiosity. I had seen your movements before. Since you tend to focus on offense, I thought I might be able to exploit a gap if I watched closely. I didn't teach you. You learned it yourself. Then, why did you read my best feint? How did you know? It's obvious if you saw it, but did you realize it? That's the hardest thing to deceive. Well, let's just say I read it but couldn't fully react. Reading Yukina's feint is quite challenging, but it remains within the realm of technique. There are plenty of people with the skills but lacking the physical ability to keep up. I'll have to use that angle to mislead them. Just as I was thinking this. Excuse me. Lena, who had returned from shopping, opened the door. After a light knock, she opened it without waiting for a response, probably because she thought I was still asleep. Oh, Oni-sama. You're awake. About tonight's dinner. I froze, my face twitching. Lena's gaze shifted from me to Yakina, who was seated in a chair. Then, do you have some business with Oni-sama, Yakina Crawford-san? Lena's unusually cold voice echoed through the room. 5. Yakina and Lena faced each other in my room. However, Yakina didn't seem surprised by Lena's arrival. Good day, Lena Louvel. I was talking with your brother. Could you leave us alone for a moment? Yakina said this with her usual expressionless face. What a strong mentality. To suddenly show up and ask the sister of the room's owner to leave. I couldn't do that. I see. I understand you have business here. However, I have a prior engagement. I'm here to discuss dinner plans with Oni-sama, so please leave. It won't take long. Please leave. With that, Lena stepped between Yakina and me. Hiding behind my sister is shameful for a brother, but I silently wished she would send Yakina away. However, suspicious, isn't it? Perhaps Louvel-kun has some secrets after all? I told you, there are none. But you admit you usually slack off, right? Oni-sama gets tired when he puts in effort. That's right, that's right. Even so, it's a fact that you're hiding your true abilities, right? I believe your real strength surpasses mine, don't you think, Lena? Oh, one before I knew it, The conversation had turned into a discussion. It was supposed to be about getting rid of her. Oni-sama is capable when he tries, but he's not quite on Yukina's level. He might be hiding something from you too, you know? There's no reason for Oni-sama to hide anything from me. Is that so? He might have secrets, too. The fact that he slacks off might be related to those secrets. That's not true. But he read my best feint, didn't he? That's not something a swordsman who can only do what he's capable of would do. It's certain that he's hiding his true abilities, and I believe his hidden strength is greater than mine. At least, that's what I think. The reason he's hiding it. Could it be that there's some circumstance, something like wanting to leave the academy? How scary. She's sharp, this girl. Lena fell silent. What should I do? Should I leave it to Lena? As I was thinking this, even so, please don't pry into Oni-sama too much. And it's inappropriate for a woman to come alone to a man's room. I just came to assess his skills as a swordsman. If we're talking about inappropriateness, in this academy, you are more inappropriate. You wear black, he wears white. You're in the magic department, he's in the magic swordsman department. The two departments are rivals to improve each other's abilities. There shouldn't be any fraternization, even if it's between siblings. And middle school students shouldn't be coming to the high school dorms in the first place. That doesn't concern us. Just leave already. You're bothering Oni-sama. Lena couldn't win with words, so she told Yakina to leave quickly. However, Yakina didn't budge. Seeing this, I sighed. Honestly, Yakina, I don't have the kind of strength you think I do. Why don't you believe me? I trust my intuition as a swordsman and my eyes. You are strong. That's why. I want to learn from you. To become a sword saint. There's nothing for you to learn from me. Honestly, there are hardly any swordsmen stronger than me in this academy. Even the teachers have been teaching me less lately. That's a problem. I want to become a sword saint like my grandmother. I'm here to protect my homeland. I don't intend to let a wandering swordsman occupy the position of sword saint forever. For that reason, I can't afford to miss any opportunity to learn. I widened my eyes at Yukina's words. She was a girl brimming with ambition and had a clear purpose. Honestly, I found it intriguing. Ever since I became the sword saint and demonstrated my power, there had been almost no one trying to take the position from me. They either gave up thinking they couldn't win, or resigned themselves to the belief that my presence was beneficial to the country. I didn't like that attitude. It's your own country, so protect it yourself. It's understandable to rely on an outsider, but don't be complacent with the status quo. That's what I thought. Yukina's words felt refreshing. She was hungry to become stronger and willing to take any chance, no matter how small. I liked that attitude. So, then, do as you like. However, I won't teach you anything. If you think there's something to learn from me, steal it with your eyes. I don't mind that. Oni-sama, one can't steal what's not there. She'll give up eventually. Understood. Thank you, Luval-kun. Yakina stood up, bowed her head, and then gave a small smile. She was doing her best in her own way. The teachers at this academy are excellent, yet it wasn't enough for Yakina. In a way, she was hitting the wall to reach the next level. That's why she was trying to do everything she could. She had the talent and the motivation. It might be worth giving her a hint when the opportunity arises. If she grows from that, it might be worth seriously training her as a successor to the title of Sword Saint. Without a strong successor, I can't retire. With these thoughts, I added a few words. Promise me one thing. Don't wake me up forcefully. Actually, let me sleep in the mornings. Unhealthy habits are bad for your body, you know? If you can't keep this promise, then this discussion is over. Don't follow me around. All right. I'll do as you say. Good. Now, I need to discuss tonight's dinner plans with my sister. I pointed to the door. Yakina obediently followed my gesture and headed towards the door. As she was leaving, "See you tomorrow," Yakina said as she left the room. On the other hand, Lena looked displeased. "Is this okay? Isn't this the kind of troublesome thing you dislike, Oni-sama?" She'll give up once she realizes there's nothing to learn. If you're fine with it, then I guess it's fine. Lena pouted as she spoke. To lift Lena's spirits, I changed the subject. That doesn't matter. What's for dinner tonight? Oh, right. The vegetables were cheap, so I thought we could have a hot pot. Sounds good. Let's eat together. Yes. Lena smiled. Just as Yakina wanted to protect her country, I also had things I wanted to protect. The reason I continue this absurd triple role is because if the Kingdom of Albios and the Empire of Lutia fall, the Grand Duchy of Belant would be in danger as well. Some might think they could live under the Gallia Empire's rule, but the Grand Duchy of Belant is different. 5 years ago, an incident occurred where a large number of children from the Grand Duchy were abducted by an Imperial infiltration unit. The exact reason why the Empire's infiltration unit did such a thing remains unclear. However, what is certain is that among the abducted children was Lena. When I rushed to rescue her, the infiltration unit had already been annihilated by the unconscious power Lena had used. Since then, the Gallia Empire began to seriously invade the 3 countries. With no survivors to report back, they only had vague information that someone with strong potential was in the Grand Duchy. Even so, the Empire targeted the Grand Duchy. In other words, they were targeting Lena. That's why I hide my true identity, and if possible, I want to pass on the titles of Sword Saint and Grand Sage to strong successors. This way, I can stay by Lena's side to protect her. To protect Lena, and to protect my family. It may be a cliché, but that's my reason for fighting. 12 years ago, in place of my mother who lost her life on the battlefield, I will protect my family. 6. Good grief. In the early morning, I, Eclipse the Black Grand Sage, was at the coastline of the Lutia Kingdom. When I went to see the king, he asked me to exterminate some monsters that had appeared along the coast. Apparently, they were suddenly appearing at sea and attacking trading ships. As a result, ships couldn't leave the port, and ships from other countries couldn't enter. I wanted to tell him to have someone else do it. I had done what I needed to do. I didn't want to be treated like a handyman. However, the problem at sea was affecting the Grand Duchy of Belant. In fact, it was already affecting it. If there were issues on the sea routes on the Lutia Kingdom side, it meant that ships couldn't sail to the Grand Duchy of Belant, which lay beyond it. This was a serious issue. After all, my father's territory was on the coast, and the port was an important source of revenue. Feeling the need to deal with it quickly, I flew to the coastline of the Lutia Kingdom. But it's strange that sea monsters suddenly appeared. Monsters, these were said to be creatures that the demons, a race that ruled this continent 2,000 years ago, had created by modifying beasts. Nowadays, the term often referred to any beast that harmed humanity, but in the narrow sense, specifically referring to monsters created by demons, they were usually so powerful that they had to be left alone. The demons were said to have been much stronger than humans are now, and the monsters they created were also extremely powerful. It's said that humanity was able to gain control of the continent only because the demons were weakened by natural disasters and internal strife. That being said, it's a story from 2,000 years ago. It's practically a myth by now. However, the terror of the demons from back then is still carried on in the form of monsters. Moving over the sea, I slowly began to heighten my magical power. Perhaps in response to this, the color of the sea surface suddenly darkened. No, something was surfacing. It's huge. I muttered as I looked down at the monster that had surfaced, perceiving me as a threat. It was several hundreds of meters long, a gigantic white octopus. A kraken, huh? No wonder trading ships couldn't stand a chance. Even military ships would be helpless if it attached itself to them. Countless tentacles reached out towards me. It seemed intent on dragging me into the sea before I could attack it. Dodging its grasp, I began preparing my magic. Indeed, monsters are powerful. The kraken is undoubtedly a monster in the strictest sense. It's a creature created by demons 2,000 years ago. It's unlikely that this particular one has been alive for 2,000 years, but it's still not something ordinary people can handle. It's practically a natural disaster. Most countries would give up and wait for the kraken to disappear. After all, it's no different from a storm. But the Lutia Kingdom is different. Because I'm here. Persistent. The tentacles trying to catch me were incredibly annoying. If I went all out, I could blow away those tentacles with my bare hands, but that's the power of the Sword Saint. Right now, I'm the Great Sage, Eclipse. I don't know who might be watching. I can't slip up. Since I'm playing both the Sword Saint and the Great Sage, I need to fight using the strengths of each role. Hand-to-hand combat is the Sword Saint's specialty. The Great Sage's specialty is, of course, magic. Smite, Divine Thunder Spear. From the sky, a massive lightning bolt descended from a magic circle, striking towards the Kraken. The Kraken, trying to submerge back into the sea, couldn't make it in time. The enormous lightning spear pierced the Kraken, burning it with its light. Even after the Kraken perished, the lightning didn't stop, continuing to burn away its body. When everything was over, the Kraken's body had vaporized. Monsters indeed convey the immense power of the demons to the present day. Even though it feels like a story from the world of myths, the existence of monsters reminds us of the terror of demons and makes it impossible to laugh off as mere fiction. However, it's not only monsters that convey this to the present day. Ancient god abyss magic. A legendary magic mentioned only in texts. During the struggle for dominion over the continent between demons and humans, it is said that there were demons who allied with humanity. This individual was exceptionally strong among the demons, repelling many of his comrades and supporting humanity's advance. The name of this hero is not known. However, the magic used by this so-called demon hero is well known. God abyss magic. This magic, which replicates the power of the gods, was so powerful that only that hero among the demons could use it. And I wield it. Compared to demons, humanity is inferior in every way. So, why can I, as a member of humanity, use such formidable magic? Of course, there is a mechanism behind it. However, it's not a complicated mechanism. It's simply because my magical power is infinite. Well then, time to head back. I murmur, and instantly teleport. For convenience, it's referred to as teleportation magic, but it's not really teleportation magic at all. The continent is filled with countless star veins, lines through which magical power flows. I am simply traversing these lines. However, ordinary people cannot do such things. In fact, even demons were not capable of it. So why can I do this? It's because the collective consciousness of the star veins, the star spirit, takes a liking to me. This is even rarer than demons. I am one of the star spirit's apostles, a being from another dimension who is supplied with infinite magical power from the star veins. That's why I was trained as a successor by the previous Sword Saint and the previous Grand Mage. To be precise, not only me but also Lena is a star spirit's apostle. Initially, I was supposed to become the Sword Saint's disciple, and Lena the Great Sage's. However, not wanting to burden the frail Lena, I offered to take on both roles. At first, the predecessors decided to let me try it out, thinking it would be just a trial. They underestimated the Star Spirit's apostle. When they trained me, what they ended up with were both a Sword Saint and a Grand Sage. And on top of that, I have the added bonus of inexhaustible magical power. You might think that if I'm this strong, I should just go ahead and destroy the Empire, but the Empire has its fair share of monsters as well. Moreover, if my existence were to become public knowledge, it might be discovered that it was Lena who wiped out the invasion force 5 years ago. If the Empire were to find out, I shudder to think of what fate might await us. That's why I have to protect the Kingdom of Albios and the Empire of Lutia to keep the Empire away from my family. Section. When I returned to my room, I changed into my uniform. It was probably lunchtime. It was about time for Lena to come and wake me up. As I was idly thinking about this, I heard an unsettling voice from outside. Why are you here? For observation practice. Is there something wrong with that? Sometimes you notice more when you're closer. 7. Hey, what's that? You're kidding, right? What's going on? In the afternoon, I was drawing strange attention. The reason was, you didn't have to come all this way to wake me up. If it's for observation practice, it's fine, right? Then I should increase the time I spend watching as much as possible. With that, Yakina naturally sat down next to me. If my memory serves me right, Yakina wasn't supposed to be next to me. She must have arranged this in the morning. I thought it was only when I was holding a sword. Mastery is reflected in one's everyday behavior. So, it's overestimating me. I could only sigh. Yakina is convinced by her intuition that I am a master and believes she can learn something from me. So, Yakina is always watching me. Being watched and followed by a beauty like Yakina isn't something a man finds unpleasant. However, Yakina, who is said to be the most beautiful in the magic sword department and holds the 3rd seat in the 10 magic swords, is a prominent figure. Being followed by her makes me stand out as well. Such attention is uncomfortable. If possible, could you not watch me? Why? Because I can't sleep if I'm being watched. But you're going to sleep, so it should be fine, right? Yakina tilted her head, looking puzzled. Unfortunately, I couldn't come up with a good counter-argument. Resigning myself to the situation, I slumped over my desk. Feeling Yakina's gaze on me, I turned my face away, but I could still feel her eyes on me. This is really annoying. Section. Exhausted. It's not something you'd expect from someone who just attended afternoon classes, but given the unusual circumstances, it's understandable to feel tired. During history class, Yakina, for some reason, took notes for me as well. It seems it was because she felt she was causing me trouble. While it was kind of her, the stares from my classmates of "what's up with that guy" became more intense. Additionally, while Yakina usually leaves quickly, today she stayed in the classroom for a while longer. She was waiting for me to wake up. Sigh. Did you learn anything? No, I might need a bit more time. Yakina responded to my question in a calm tone. It seems she still intends to stick around. I'm going back to my room. Are you coming with me? Yes, you might be secretly training. I'm not doing that. With that, I headed toward the dorm with Yakina. At least, that's how it would appear to others. Yakina said nothing and followed me straight to my room. I tried to close the door, assuming she wouldn't come inside. You're still not inside. Why are you trying to come in? Yakina forced her way into the room as I tried to close the door. I gave up and let her in but didn't hide my displeasure. However, Yakina showed no concern and simply sat down in a chair. So, what are you planning to do in my room? Probably just observing. Can you stop phrasing it like a question? I'm not going to secretly train, I'll just be lazing around. In that case, I'll just enjoy my own time. With that, Yakina took out an old book. I had seen her reading it several times around the academy. You always read that book. Is it your favorite? Oh, it seems you've been watching me, Luval Kuan. It was written by my grandmother, who was a sword saint. It contains her thoughts on being a sword saint and her own sword techniques. It's my favorite book. I see. So, does it say there to stick around and bother someone who's a bit of a misfit? Of course, it doesn't say anything like that. But it does say to constantly challenge yourself and never be satisfied with the current state. I see, it really does have good advice. My grandmother was an incredible person. My role model. A sword saint is the ideal for all swordsmen, and she was the guardian deity of the Albios kingdom. She had to be someone who could be a source of strength, someone who made people feel that everything would be all right if she were around. That's why I aim to become such a sword saint. I'll do anything necessary to achieve that. People might laugh at me for sticking around you, and you might think I'm odd, but if it means I can become stronger, I'll take it seriously. With that, Yakina turned her blue eyes toward me. Her eyes were indeed serious. She's not bothering me as a joke. It makes sense. Since Yakina is already one of the top sword masters, it wouldn't be appealing for her to be around someone like me, who is labeled as a failed noble. I clearly have no apparent will to improve. Yet, Yakina is genuinely sticking around me, hoping to find a hint to become stronger. She's serious, though a bit peculiar. But it's admirable, but sticking around me is a waste of time. For your own dreams, you should focus on self-training. Thank you, but the decision is ultimately mine. I'm fully aware that I'm being a bother. However, I intend to continue with my observation training until I'm satisfied. That was the agreement, wasn't it? I didn't realize you were so serious. Exasperated, I lay down on the bed and closed my eyes. I hadn't been sleeping well at the academy due to Yakina, so I needed to get some rest while I could. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, I opened my eyes and found that Yakina was no longer there. Instead, there was a note on the desk. Since you looked tired, I decided to go home. Despite her intrusive behavior, she still manages to be considerate, perhaps a sign of good upbringing. The blanket, which I hadn't covered myself with before, was now draped over me. She must have a nurturing side after all. What a dilemma. She's a good girl, but potentially dangerous. I'm sure Yakina would agree to any unreasonable request if it meant she could become stronger, convincing herself that it's worth it. Becoming stronger is her top priority, and everything else comes second. This desperation to become a sword saint is also Yukina's weakness. Someone who neglects their own well-being is likely to underestimate their own life. That's why Yakina probably doesn't focus on defense. For a moment, my resolve wavers. I've seen it many times before, such people losing their lives on the battlefield. So maybe it's worth giving her a hint or two. Could she become a promising successor? However, those who underestimate themselves rarely achieve great success as swordsmen. At least, that's what I believe. Until she corrects that, it's a bit difficult. What a waste of potential. 8. And so, 3 days passed. Yakina continued to persistently follow me around, showing no sign of giving up. During this time, rumors started circulating within the academy that we might be in a romantic relationship. After all, she comes to wake me up every day, follows me around persistently, and from the outside, it must seem like we're close. Any progress today? None. Not getting bored? No, oddly enough, I'm not. As the afternoon classes ended, I asked my usual question. Yakina responded with her usual answer. Although Yakina rarely shows much change in expression, I've recently noticed that she smiles slightly when she's enjoying herself, probably due to spending time together. Right now, she's smiling. It seems she's enjoying this observation training, even if there are no results. If Yakina were using her celestial wolf's eyes as usual, it would be different, but since that incident, she hasn't used those magical eyes. Without them, it's impossible. As long as I avoid making mistakes, Yakina won't learn anything. She still needs time. Instead of being taught by someone, she should gain a lot of experience and discover things on her own. The importance of defense and the experience of cutting down people on the battlefield. If I were to teach, it would be after those fundamentals. Therefore, I avoid making mistakes. Though it's a shame to end my days of being followed by a beautiful girl, Yakina is a prodigy. If I were to teach her superficial techniques, she might miss out on realizing important things. If that happens, I would lose a valuable successor to the title of Sword Saint. I mustn't rush or be swayed by appearances. I remind myself and exercise self-control. As I stood up from my seat, 3 male students entered the classroom. They were upperclassmen, dressed in white uniforms. Students from the magic sword department. The leader of the 3, a blonde youth, approached me. He was tall and quite handsome. I felt like I had seen him somewhere before. You must be Roy Louvel. Yes, that's right. Do you need something, senpai? Don't you know who I am? No, I don't. Oh, so you're not just putting on a brave face. With that, the youth smiled widely and brushed back his bangs. And then, I'm Tim Townsend, the 6th seat of the 10 magic swordsmen, and the heir of the Townsend Duke family. Should I mention that instead of just saying the failing noble, Roy? Ah, I thought I'd seen him somewhere before. He's one of 10 magic swordsmen. I don't remember all of them since I'm not very interested in less prominent members. But the son of the Townsend Duke family, that family, like Yukina's Crawford Duke family, is a prestigious house that has produced sword saints in the past. Yet he's only the 6th seat after 3 years. Seems average. So, what does a duke's heir and a member of 10 magic swordsmen want with me? It's related to you, but it's not about you personally. With that, Tim looked at Yakina, who was standing behind me. Yukina's face was clouded. She didn't seem happy. Yakina, Could you please be more mindful of your behavior? Regardless of how I act, it's my own freedom. That's not the case. You're my fiancé. It's unpleasant to have strange rumors circulating. The word fiancé made Yukina's shoulders tremble slightly. She probably doesn't like it. As I thought that, Tim continued speaking. I understand that you're not keen on this engagement. However, by uniting two families that have both produced sword saints in the past, our child could become the next sword saint. This is for the country's sake. As a noble of Albios, you wouldn't like a traveling swordsman sitting in the seat of sword saint, would you? Our child is the hope. I understand. However, while I am a student at the academy, I expect to be able to act as I please. That was the agreement. I'm not going to argue about your freedom. I'm just asking you to be mindful of appearances. I represent the Townsend Duke family. It's troublesome for rumors to spread about my future wife being close to a failing noble like him. With that, Tim left the classroom with his two attendants. Watching Tim leave, I muttered to myself, why is someone with only the 6th seat acting so high and mighty? The Townsend Duke family is a major noble house. They have the authority to speak to even the king. So they pushed through the engagement talk, right? It's true that the engagement was pushed through forcefully. However, it's also true that it's desired. Many people have given up on taking the sword saint seat in our generation. So they pin their hopes on the next generation. It's like breeding thoroughbreds. It's an unsettling thought. Where is the guarantee that Yukina's child will be better than Yukina herself? If it were me, I'd focus on honing Yukina's talents. I see. It clears up a lot of things. I was a bit puzzled about why you were so eager to become stronger. I only have freedom while I'm at the academy. During that time, I must surpass the sword saint. At the very least, I need to make everyone acknowledge that it's possible for me to become one. But that's my own situation. I don't want your sympathy, Luval-kun. So, as before, please don't expose any weaknesses. I'm not exactly trying to hide any weaknesses, though. Shrugging, I start walking. Yukina follows behind me. Even though you just had a warning, I decide my own actions. Besides, I don't want to take orders from the 6th seat. So you feel the same way? You're the 3rd seat, and he's the 6th seat. You're in your 1st year, and he's in his 3rd. It doesn't seem like a fair match in terms of talent. If the goal is to enhance the bloodline, it might actually be counterproductive. It seems to dilute it. After all, he's mediocre. But for you, Luval-kun, he should be a superior. Yet, your critique makes him seem inferior. Anyone can say what they like from the sidelines. Yukina's eyes narrow slightly, but I answer without concern. Her sharpness extends even to evaluating others. It's not something one can easily criticize others about. Still, there's a part of me that enjoys this situation. Maybe I don't mind it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be attending classes so consistently. Since Yukina started waking me up, I've had perfect attendance, at least in the afternoons. Well, part of it is because the Empire has been strangely quiet. Luval-kun, what's your plan for tomorrow? Tomorrow. I think I have plans to go shopping with Lena. Tomorrow is a holiday. Lena had asked me to accompany her for shopping. Realizing this, I put my hand to my mouth, thinking I should have kept it to myself. A quick glance shows Yukina smiling faintly. Then I'll go along too. Lena might not like that. I wanted to get closer to her. Is that so? If she wants to get closer, it would probably be best for her to keep her distance from me for a while. However, since I don't think advice like that would be taken seriously, I let out a small sigh. I'll probably get scolded by Lena for this. 9. Oni-sama. The next morning. Seeing Yukina casually present, Lena gives me a smile and a hint of pressure. In response, I offer a wry smile. I let it slip by accident. Really? You're always so careless. Complaining, Lena eventually forgives me. Watching us, Yukina lets out a small laugh. You two seem to get along well. Yukina-san, I don't mind you joining us, but please don't be a bother. I understand. If you do, that's fine, but why are you in your uniform? Lena asks with a hint of dissatisfaction, noticing Yakina is in her white uniform. Today is a holiday, Lena is in a casual dress, and I'm dressed casually too. We're heading to Undertale. Wearing a uniform isn't unusual on a weekday, but I don't have any casual clothes suitable for going out. I'm not interested in them either. Yakina replies nonchalantly. Seeing Yakina, Lena mutters quietly, "The privilege of being a stunning beauty," to which I nod in agreement. Her lack of interest in clothes is probably because she feels it doesn't matter what she wears. If the material is good, it'll be fine as long as it's not prepared poorly. It's similar to that. Yukina's figure is top-notch. There's no need for her to be particular about clothing. Well then, let's refocus. Today, we're going book shopping. Section. Wow. The new volume of that series. And this. They've released a simplified version of that magic book. Undertale has several bookstores. Lena was getting very excited in one of them. Is she like this every week? No, only once a month. It's kind of a reward for her hard work. A reward means she loves books, right? Yeah, she does. We didn't have much else back then. Yakina looked puzzled at my words. In response, I took a deep breath. I decided it wasn't something I needed to hide. Did I ever tell you that my hobby is landscape painting? No, that's the first I've heard of it. When we were kids, Lena was so sickly that she couldn't leave her room. Her world was confined to that small space. So, I started painting the scenes I saw outside and showing them to Lena. Words alone couldn't convey everything. The only problem was that my painting skills never improved, but Lena always looked at my drawings with sparkling eyes. Eventually, it became a hobby for me. Lena, too, started getting interested in the outside world and began gathering information about it through books. Her love for books stems from that. You are very caring towards your sister, Luval-kun. Not just me. Our whole family is incredibly doting on Lena. She always looked so envious of my brother and me playing outside. It was heartbreaking. So now, we want to let her do what she wants. You have a good family. I'm envious. I think so too. Yakina widened her eyes at my words and then smiled a bit brighter than usual. You're interesting, Luval-kun. Could you stop calling me Luval? It's confusing when Lena's around. Is it okay to stop? Calling you by your name feels like we're friends. I don't know how you feel, but I do consider you at least a friend. That was my honest feeling. Even without considering her as a candidate for the next Sword Saint, Yakina is someone I find comfortable to be around. She's earnest and considerate. Lena probably doesn't completely reject her because she can sense these good qualities. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed her to come along. This time is precious for Lena. It's making up for the things she couldn't do as a child. She takes me along for that reason too, to make up for not being able to go out together when we were younger. Yet, she allowed Yakina to come along. Honestly, it was surprising. It's embarrassing to say this, but, I don't have any friends. So, I don't know what to do right now. Even if someone suddenly declares they're a loner, I have no idea how to respond to that either. I swallowed the words that were about to come out. I understand that saying what I'm thinking would be a bad move. You certainly seem to be alone a lot. Are you mocking me? Yukina's cold eyes and voice respond to my hesitant words. This is bad, that was a mistake too. I tend to say unnecessary things. Maybe it's a bad habit of mine. No, I was just confirming. I don't have many friends either, so I can't really say, but if you don't mind, I'd like you to call me by my name. I consider you a friend, and I think it's up to you from here. Then, if you don't mind, I'll call you Roy. But I'd like you to stop using honorifics with me as well. Yakina said this in an uncharacteristically timid tone. I gave a small nod with a wry smile. As we were having this conversation, Oni-sama, let's go to the next store. Lena emerged from the store with her arms full of books. I took the books from her, smiling as I did so. Section. In my hands was a stack of books piled up to my face. Lena and Yakina were also carrying some of the books, making it quite a haul. Sorry, For making you carry some too, Yakina. It's fine. I chose to come along. But wow, that's a lot of books. Can you read them all? Probably, if I have a month. You really do love books. In that case, Yakina said, taking a book out of her pocket and adding it to Lena's stack. What's this? It's a book written by my grandmother, who was a sword saint. I think it would be useful for a mage like you to read. A book by a former sword saint. I can't accept such a valuable book. I've already memorized it. Besides, I have a copy in my room. But, Lena glanced at me. I gave a small nod in response. Accept it. It's a rare opportunity to read a book written by a former sword saint. Are you sure? It's my apology for intruding. Then, I'll read it carefully and treasure it. Lena's face shone brighter than it had all day. In terms of value, it was the most precious book among the ones we had. Yakina had given it easily, but that was because it was a family heirloom, not something available on the market. It was close to an esoteric manual, a book passed down within a family. The opportunity to read it was truly rare. Lena was delighted, but there was no doubt that swordsmen across the kingdom would pay a fortune for such a book. Thank you. Don't worry about it. It's just a gesture. Yakina smiled faintly, but that smile vanished as we approached the academy's main gate. Standing there were Tim and his entourage of students. You never learn, do you, Yakina? Townsend senpai. I've been too lenient with you, Tim said as he grabbed Yukina's arm. He then tried to forcibly drag her away. What's going on? Come with me. This little friendship game is over. As my future wife, you need to start behaving appropriately, Tim shouted as he attempted to drag Yakina away. Lena grabbed Tim's hand. I don't know the details, but it's wrong to forcefully take her. Silence. Unable to tolerate Lena's backtalk, Tim roughly brushed her hand aside. This caused Lena to lose her balance. Though Lena was a talented mage at the academy and wouldn't be injured from just losing her balance, she prioritized the book Yakina had lent her. Hugging it protectively, she couldn't break her fall. However, Yakina supported Lena. Are you okay, Lena? I am fine. Thank you. Yakina helped Lena stand and checked for injuries. Then, she turned to Tim, glaring coldly. What do you think you're doing to my friend's sister? The intensity of Yukina's anger, something unimaginable from her usual demeanor, caused Tim and his followers to take a step back. Yakina, when truly angry, was terrifying. However, she didn't get hurt. I have no reason to be blamed. Besides, she grabbed my arm first. Can't you even apologize? Why should I apologize? I refuse. I can make you apologize by force if necessary. Yukina's voice was cold. It was not a threat. Don't you know that private duels are forbidden? If you really want to use force, you can challenge me to a duel. But think about how it would look. Challenging your fiancé to a duel is unheard of. You understand well that our marriage is desired and considered hopeful by many. Are you willing to trample on that? Tim approached Yakina as he spoke. Unable to act strongly due to the implications for her family, Yakina was cornered. Pleased by this, Tim grabbed Yukina's arm. You just need to obey me. It's your destiny. Tim tried to drag Yakina away. As this was happening, I was racking my brain for a solution. This kind of thing is all about etiquette. How do I plan to handle this? Ah, right. I took out a white badge I had with me. Emblazoned with the academy's crest, it was meant to be kept close at hand. And here at this academy, there's a proper way to resolve disputes with force, a duel. The method involves throwing the badge at the opponent and declaring a duel. If the opponent picks up the badge, the duel is accepted. Of course, not picking up the badge after it's thrown is seen as cowardly. So, well then, I'll challenge you to a duel instead. Saying this, I threw the badge towards Tim. It hit Tim and clattered on the ground with a metallic sound. Seeing this, Tim trembled with anger. Do you understand what you're saying? Of course. I am the 6th seat of the Sword Demon Decade, and you're just a fallen noble. Do you think you stand a chance in a fight? If it's just a matter of the moment, I could pretend I didn't see it. No, there's no need for confirmation. Could you just pick it up quickly, senpai? I pointed at the fallen badge, with a look that clearly said, hurry up and pick it up. It's a disgrace for a superior to run from a challenge by an inferior. Tim himself had just said that there was no way I could win against him. So, he couldn't back down now. Slowly, Tim picked up the badge. Then he said, I, Tim Townsend, accept this duel. Any time works for me. You can also decide the place, I said with a grin, and Tim angrily threw the badge back at me. I will make you regret underestimating me. Tim released Yukina's arm, trembling with rage, and headed back to the academy. He's probably going to start preparing to teach me a lesson. What a hassle. Well, let's head back. Oh, Nii-sama. A duel? Do you have any chance of winning? Who knows? We'll find out when we do it. Dodging Lena's worried questions, I started gathering the scattered books. 10. The news of the duel spread like wildfire. A fallen noble challenged Tim Townsend, the heir of the Townsend Duke family and the 6th seat of 10 magic swordsmen, to a duel. It was bound to become a hot topic. Moreover, Tim seemed to be quite upset, as he was planning to make this duel a grand event. The preparation period was set for a week. The duel would be held in a rented training ground, with significant guests from the Albios Kingdom and the Lutia Empire invited. The Townsend Duke himself would be present as well. Such a large-scale duel was rare. Normally, duels were conducted quietly under the supervision of teachers, with only students as spectators. Bringing in outsiders was reserved for duels between highly skilled students. It wouldn't be a spectacle otherwise. In other words, calling in his parents just to show off his victory. He really can't detach himself from them. Is that the time to be saying such things? I muttered on the bed, and an exasperated voice replied. Grey hair and black eyes. The main differences between us are his greater height and the fact that he ties his long hair in a bun at the back. His name is Liam Louvel. He is my older brother, 4 years my senior, and 20 years old. He is currently serving as an elite aide to the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the royal castle. When I heard you were challenging the Townsend Duke's son to a duel, do you know how I felt? I'm sorry for causing you trouble, brother. I quietly bowed my head. Liam is a hard-working man. His earnest nature often leads him to take on burdens. The Townsend Duke is a prestigious family in the Albios Kingdom. If a member of the troubled Louvel barony were to provoke the Duke's heir and escalate the situation to a duel, it would put Liam's position in the castle in a precarious spot. I don't care about my own troubles. I've heard the details from Lena. I was also upset. If I had been there, I might have acted the same way. But, do you have a chance of winning? About 80%. You think you can win? Liam's expression turned one of surprise. He almost lifted himself out of the chair he was sitting in. However, I'll lose. Then it's just 20%. Don't get my hopes up. Brother sat back down in his chair with a look of disappointment. After a moment, he reconsidered and asked again. You have a 20% chance. I do know of a weakness. Given that the opponent is the 6th seat, even a 20% chance is good. And what is this weakness? It's a secret. Even from me? Consider it a surprise. Well, fine. At least there's a chance of winning. As you might realize, I've come to persuade you. I'm here to convince you to apologize before the duel. Given your position, it's understandable. I'm sorry for the trouble. Brother is an aide to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. From the perspective of the Foreign Affairs Minister, even if it's an internal matter at the Academy, they would prefer to avoid disputes between powerful nobles of the Albios Kingdom and those of other countries. Especially considering the Louvel barony, whether it be the Albios Kingdom or the Lutia Empire. The Louvel barony does not have a good reputation. Well, considering the things that have happened, it's not surprising. However, it's mainly the nobles of the Grand Duchy who are most wary of the Louvel barony, fearing they might be caught up in father's schemes. As a result, the barony's rank hasn't risen, and it holds no important positions. To change the barony's image, brother works tirelessly at the castle. He's like a workhorse. Everything is for me and Lena. By being at the castle, He helps to lessen suspicions about father. He's essentially made himself a hostage. I can't help but feel grateful to brother, who is always dealing with problems because of us. If there was no chance of winning, I'd have to persuade you to apologize, but if there is a chance, then it's fine. After all, it's just a dispute between students. Even if it's made into a big deal, there's a limit. The family name won't be ruined by losing. Do your best. Thank you. But, is that really okay with you? I don't think things will calm down now. They'll want to defeat you in front of the public. So, we have no choice but to clash. No, that's not what I meant. I was thinking that if I were to win, it might cause some problems. Are you already acting like you've won? What a confident one you are. But don't worry. I'll make sure to discuss with the Duke of Townsend that this is merely a dispute between students. Even if you win, they won't be able to make unreasonable claims. I nodded at brother's words. Given Tim's high pride, I was uncertain if things would go as planned, but there was no point in worrying about it now. Well then, I'll be going. I'll come to watch on the day of the duel, so until then, focus on your training. With that, brother left the room. Section. The day before the duel. I had only told the worried Lena and Yakina that there was a chance of winning, and managed to avoid further questions. Meanwhile, the preparations for the duel were complete. The terms for the winner were set. Our demand was simply an apology to Lena and Yakina. The other side's response was, "Don't ever come near Yakina again." It seemed Tim was quite fixated on Yakina. If Tim were to win, he likely wouldn't approach Yakina unless he was exceptionally bold. This is because if he were to be challenged to a duel again for that reason, it would be troublesome. It seems he is intent on isolating Yakina. He was a man of possessive desires. Even though I hadn't approached him, he likely didn't care about such details. No matter the circumstances or reasons, it seemed he disliked having any men around his fiancée. I'm in a bind. I couldn't afford to lose. But, the problem was, I couldn't think of a way to win comfortably. Ideally, I didn't want to reveal too much of my strength. But losing wasn't an option. It was a luxurious dilemma, but with so many people watching, I didn't want to showcase my skills as a sword saint. I didn't know how it might be connected later. Above all, Yakina would be watching. If she used her heavenly wolf's eyes, I wouldn't be able to hide anything. Looks like you're in trouble. The door to the room opened silently. There was a man standing there, with messy, long grey hair and black eyes. He held a cane in his right hand and dragged his right foot. Though he had just turned 50, his extensive battle history gave him an imposing presence that set him apart from others. A wry smile typical of a schemer was plastered on his face. "I apologize for calling you all the way here, Father. No need to worry about it." Saying that, the man entered the room with a smile and sat down in a chair. He was once a schemer who used his own territory as leverage to incite conflict between the Kingdom of Albios and the Empire of Lutia. He was one of the most cunning men among the three great powers. The head of the Louvel Baron family and my father, Linus Louvel. When I first heard about it, I was surprised. I thought you were trying to quit the academy by picking a fight with a great noble, but it seems that's not the case. Well, there were various circumstances. I understand. I glimpsed the daughter of the Crawford Duke's family. A beauty like that is rare indeed. You must have an eye for such things, just like your father. That's not it. It's not about that. Don't be shy. You're at that age, after all. Lena is just a formality. Isn't that girl the real reason? The dual opponent is apparently the fiancé. The two families advance the engagement with the expectation of the next sword saint. If one side loses to a fallen noble like you, the engagement would fall through. Quite a clever move, don't you think? I admit that such thoughts were at the back of my mind, but that's not the main reason. I'm simply annoyed. To deceive a man is unbecoming, you know? So, what are you thinking? Are you considering making her your wife? Or are you aiming for the successor to the sword saint? Both conditions are met, though in terms of being the wife of a sword saint and a grand sage, she might fall a bit short. Saying this, my father laughed with amusement. He truly seems to be enjoying this. Only 3 people know my true identity: the previous sword saint, the previous great sage, and my father. Father, please stop joking around. I called you because I need your advice. Don't be so angry. I'm just pleased to see my son growing up. Now, let's get to the main topic. What troubles you? With that, father narrowed his eyes, taking on the expression he wore when thinking up schemes. Yakina Crawford has the celestial wolf's eyes. If she sees me fighting poorly, my true identity might be exposed. The all-seeing magical eyes, I see. Quite a natural talent. However, as a sword saint, it should be no big deal. Can't you strike fast enough that she won't see it? Anything I do will be noticed. The fact that it was unseen will be apparent. There's a risk it could be linked to the sword saint. Strikes so fast that they can't be caught by such high-performance magical eyes. Only a few can achieve that. Therefore, I cannot afford to make any mistakes. Well then, it seems we're out of options. You might as well give up and make her your disciple or wife. Bringing her into our family should solve the problem. If she's strong, there's no issue, right? Father laughs, saying he's eager to see grandchildren soon. I let out a sigh, feeling exasperated at father's casual attitude. I'm seeking serious advice here, father. I pride myself on being more clever than others, but I can't think of a way to overturn a situation that even a sword saint and a grand sage can't handle. Don't expect miracles. Father shrugs, showing his resignation. Indeed, the situation is already set, so it's hard to come up with any clever tricks. Please, do something about it. I expect you, the greatest strategist of the 3 kingdoms, to come up with some underhanded scheme. What a way to talk to your father. Honestly. Grumbling and complaining, father looks up at the ceiling, deep in thought. And then, there might be one possibility. Please, tell me. How can I make sure she doesn't use her celestial wolf's eyes? Don't ask for miracles. There's no way to prevent it, and trying to do so would reveal your true identity. Secrets are secrets because they're hidden. You'll have to let her use them. So, you're saying I should just let it be? Father nods at my words. It does make some sense. If I try to hide it, it could just lead to more suspicion. So, if I can, as long as I'm not exposed as the sword saint, then I should simply reveal a certain amount of my power. Exactly. Even if the opponent suspects you're hiding your strength, they won't think you're a sword saint. Therefore, it's fine to reveal that you've been concealing your strength, as long as you don't show any signs of being a sword saint and defeat them. I understand what you're saying, but do you think it'll go that smoothly? I mutter with a sigh. Even a slight movement of the sword can reveal habits. Those magical eyes can see through such nuances. If it were easy to hide those signs, I wouldn't be in this predicament. It's not impossible, father says. Apart from your techniques as a sword saint, you also have another sword technique that you inherited from your mother. But that's just something I imitated from childhood memories and books, I reply. However, if you use that, everyone will be convinced. They'll think you're your mother's son. Of course, that includes the daughter of the Crawford family. It's just like father to propose such a risky solution. Indeed, if I use that rarely employed technique instead of my usual sword saint techniques, the chances of being recognized as a sword saint would decrease. But it's very challenging. Habits come out even if I don't consciously think about them. Whether I can keep it hidden is uncertain. It's a risky suggestion based on my skill level. Nonetheless, it's a problem I created myself. Well, in that case, I'll do my best. If I still can't manage to deceive them, I'll figure something out then. Do that. By the way, don't finish it too quickly. Why not? If the fight drags on, there's a chance my habits might show. If I'm going to acknowledge that I was hiding my strength, I should defeat him quickly to avoid revealing my true identity. However, well, leave that to me. If things go well, it might even turn into a profitable opportunity, father says with a sly smile. That's a face thinking of something devious again. 11. On the day of the duel. The instruction from my father was to take moderate damage until given the signal. It wasn't just to feign a disadvantage, but to actually receive damage, which implied he had some plan. However, If I took too much damage, I might be stopped. I needed to take damage just enough to avoid intervention from others. It was a difficult task. But it seemed my father had a plan. He mentioned something about a lucrative opportunity, but I was unsure what he was thinking. Still, if there was extra money, I could buy books for Lena. I'd go along with it. Of course, if things seemed unreliable, winning would take priority. I didn't want to reveal my swordsmanship, but losing was unacceptable. With these thoughts in mind, I stood on the stage of the duel. Section. You didn't run away, Louvel. Well, I initiated this duel. The training ground was packed with spectators, resembling an arena match. The duel would take place on a square stage, and falling off it would mean disqualification. Both contestants, final check. Are you ready? Tim Townsend. No problems. Roy Louvel. No problems. Very well. Falling off the stage means losing. Losing consciousness means losing. Admitting defeat means losing. If I, as the referee, call it, it's a loss. Understood. We nodded in response to the referee's instructions. Then we took 10 paces back. We were wielding practice swords. They were blunted and had a special mechanism that reduced the power of magic-infused strikes by half. However, a skilled fighter chosen as one of the 10 magic swordsmen could still deliver considerable force with them. I glanced around at the audience. I couldn't spot my father. He was probably somewhere nearby, watching discreetly, waiting for the right moment. As I was thinking about this, the signal to start sounded. Section. Magic swordsmanship. This is a combat technique that combines magic and sword skills, originating from the kingdom of Albios. While magicians cast spells, Albios swordsmen are different. They transform their own swords into magic swords. Watch closely. This is the thunder sword of the Townsend Duchy. Tim's practice sword changed to jet black and crackled with lightning. In response, I channeled magic through my practice sword to enhance it. Enhancement is a fundamental skill. This means Tim is slightly superior to me in terms of basic techniques. However, this is a duel between swordsmen. The quality of the magic sword alone won't determine the outcome. If merely having a good sword guaranteed victory, there would be no challenge. Tim charged vigorously into my guard. In response, I stepped back to counter. The sword's reach was already outside. However, too slow. With that, Tim swung his sword. Indeed, it was outside the reach of my sword, but the lightning surrounding his blade struck at me. My defense was too slow, and I took the full brunt of the lightning, getting blasted further back. Damn. Glancing behind me, I saw I was already on the edge of the stage. Instead of pursuing, Tim took a stance in the center. If you're frightened, you might as well step out of the ring. It's also wise to avoid fighting an opponent you can't defeat, you know? What's wrong? Are you scared of losing? What? If you're confident, you should finish this quickly. Maybe you're suggesting I step out because you're unsure of winning, right? Thanks, senpai. I can see my chances of victory now. You. Don't get cocky. Tim charged at me from the center with full force. He swung down his lightning-enchanted sword with momentum. I blocked it, and a test of strength began at that spot. He blocked it. Not bad. Failed noble. The audience erupted in excitement. However, Tim's face contorted with humiliation at having his strike blocked. Don't get cocky. A torrent of attacks followed. I managed to block each one, narrowly avoiding damage. When the flurry of blows ended, I was unharmed. Seeing me perform better than expected, Tim's face flushed with anger. He was losing his composure because things weren't going his way. With a murderous intent, he thrust at me as if to kill. Seeing this, I couldn't help but smile. Tim's weakness was his mentality. He was too accustomed to things going his way and couldn't accept when they didn't. Most of the time, things don't go as planned. I deflected the thrust and swapped places with Tim. As a result, Tim nearly fell off the stage. Gah! He barely managed to hold his ground but was on the verge of falling. So, I delivered a heavy strike to Tim. Even if blocked or evaded, Tim's stance remained unsteady. However, Tim did neither. failed noble, so cunning. The lightning-enchanted sword was thrust into the floor. In an instant, lightning traveled along the floor and struck me. Caught off guard by the unexpected attack, I was blasted back and pushed toward the center of the stage. In the meantime, Tim easily regained his footing from the precarious position. So, you were aiming for a victory outside the ring because you couldn't win in a fair fight. As expected of the son of Baron Louvel, cunning, Tim took a stance in the center of the stage, signaling that he wouldn't fall for the same trick again. I had hoped he would fall with that move, but it was acceptable. Now, he should be too frightened to unleash his finishing move. Without being able to deliver the final blow, the match would likely drag on with accumulating damage. This was the kind of match my father wanted. All I needed to do was take some damage as needed. I wonder what kind of strategy he will use. Let's see what the Grey Fox has in store. 12. The duel between Roy and Tim had turned into a grueling contest. Although Tim was overwhelmingly superior, he couldn't advance due to the fear of falling out of the ring. As a result, the match remained unresolved. In the audience seats, beside Yakina, was a tall, blond man. He was a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, impeccably dressed in elegant clothing. I apologize for my son's behavior, Yukina-san. No, it's all right. Duke Townsend. I have no intention of interfering with your school life. I'll make sure to have a word with my son later. With a gentle smile, Tim's father, Eddie Townsend, said this. Sitting gracefully in his chair, Eddie watched his son's fight. However, once the duel is over, Tim will get a lecture from me. He waited for a response from Yakina, but there was none. Realizing it might be a difficult topic to address, Eddie continued speaking. Tim is struggling because he's afraid of falling out of the ring. If it were you, you'd finish this in an instant. Tim needs to improve further, otherwise, he won't match up to you. It's not just the fear of falling out of the ring. Roy Kuan constantly disrupts the rhythm, making it hard to catch the tempo of his attacks. Against Tim's attacks, Roy appeared to be on the defensive. However, Roy was actually controlling the situation. By letting his opponent attack and making frequent changes in his defense, he wore Tim out and disrupted his rhythm, making it difficult for Tim to land a decisive blow. Impressive, Yukina-san. Or should I say, impressive for the son of Baron Louvel. A failed noble, as he had heard. Yet, as it turned out, he was quite capable. It was clear why he had initiated the duel. Eddie was impressed when he heard the sound of a staff. The sound stopped next to him. May I sit next to you? Of course. With that, a grey-haired man took the empty seat next to Eddie. Seeing him sit down, Eddie muttered, You're late, Baron Louvel. Our territory is rural, so travel takes time, Duke Townsend, Linus Louvel replied with a smile. In response, Lena, who was sitting next to Yakina, spoke up. You're late, father. Oh, Lena. Sorry. I did hurry, but... Oh, is that Crawford-san next to you? Pleased to meet you, Baron Louvel. I am Yakina Crawford. I'm Linus Louvel. I apologize for my son. I understand that being treated like a prize isn't pleasant. I'm sorry for having such a twisted character in my family. Linus grinned, knowing that it was Tim who was treating her like a prize, not the other way around. Eddie, with a slight grimace, changed the subject. By the way, Baron Louvel, it seems my son has mistreated your daughter. On his behalf, I apologize. I'm truly sorry. Ha ha ha. It's fine. The kingdom of Albios is a land of swords. I suppose our treatment of women differs from that of our Grand Duchy of Belant. Linus laughed cheerfully. Eddie, pricked by the remarks, maintained his smile despite his discomfort. However, his pride wouldn't allow him to just take it. Naturally, he shifted the topic to the duel. Indeed, my son may lack manners with women, but his swordsmanship is impressive. He is among the 10 magic swordsmen. Honestly, it was thoughtless of your son for someone of his status. Oh, no. My son is performing well. He knows how to fight against stronger opponents. Meanwhile, your son seems unable to fully utilize his strength. Having invited guests, it would be quite embarrassing if he lost. If he were to lose, especially with the engagement to the Crawford family. Oh, that was an unnecessary dig. My apologies. No. An idiot who tightened his own noose. Linus subtly implied this while laughing at Tim. In response, Eddie endured with a shuddering shoulder. Your son is certainly doing well. However, no matter how many strategies he employ, what counts in a one-on-one duel is raw strength. It seems that, in terms of raw strength, my son has the upper hand. No, there's always a chance, you know? If the opponent has superior strength, it's just a matter of not letting them use it. In that regard, my son is handling it well. Oh, does Baron Louvel believe in his son's victory? Forgive me, but for someone known as a strategist, it seems a bit lacking in objectivity. Well, it's a family matter. My son has taken on this duel with pride. At least I must believe in him. Moreover, he's my son. He wouldn't engage in a fight without a chance of winning. I see, quite the confidence. Then I shall believe in my son as well. Unfortunately, your son has no chance of winning. For a moment, the parents' gazes clashed. Then Linus smirked. Given your certainty, I, Linus Louvel, can't back down now. My son will win. I'm willing to bet on it. Likewise, I'll return the favor. My son will win. I'm willing to bet on it as well. It had become a clash of pride. Neither would avert their gaze. Seeing this, Lena interjected. Father, please calm down. Lena, don't interfere. Duke Townsend, if you intend to withdraw your statement, now is the time. That's what I should be saying, Baron Louvel. Then, I shall wager the gold mine near the border of my territory. I know that the noble who shares a border with my land is a relative of yours. They are preparing to claim the mine. Since it is in a disputed area, if your son wins, I will concede the rights to the mine. I promise not to contest the claim made by your relative. You're quite bold. If you're making such a wager, I'll need to offer something of equivalent value. How about gold ingots worth 5 carriages? Oh, it seems there's some hesitation. Considering the financial strength of a ducal house, that amount should be negligible. If you don't have confidence in your son, perhaps you should admit it. My apologies. Then how about gold ingots worth 15 carriages? Very well. Who shall be the witnesses? Perhaps all the nobles present here? That's acceptable. No second thoughts. Of course. The heated exchange between the two was audible to the surrounding nobles. Linus emphasized his point. Everyone, you heard that, didn't you? The surrounding nobles responded. However, their responses held no real significance. Given the number of witnesses present, retracting a wager was not an option. There were plenty of witnesses. Eddie was the one smirking in that situation. The duel was at a level where the wager shouldn't even be considered. Yet, Eddie had managed to draw the bet. He had the overwhelming advantage. Even if Linus was known as the Grey Fox, with so many witnesses present, there was no escaping. Eddie was confident that he had won this match. It was a clever move. Just as Eddie was convinced of his victory, Linus spoke up. By the way, I forgot to mention. My son possesses a secret sword passed down from his late mother. It's merely a secret sword from a rural noble. Duke Townsend might not be familiar with it, so let me explain. Oh, a secret sword from your wife is quite intriguing. What kind of secret sword is it? There couldn't possibly be a secret sword capable of turning the tables in this situation. Even if there was a special weapon, it wouldn't overcome such a significant disparity in skill. Just as Eddie thought this. It's a secret sword that cannot be used on the battlefield. It converts received damage into magical power and channels it into the sword. It's a last resort measure, like the final flicker of a fading fire. Its name is Secret Sword, Firelight. 13. As I disrupted Tim's rhythm and occasionally took hits, I listened to my father's words. It's no wonder he's called the Grey Fox. Even though he knew he was sure to win, he pretended to be a caring father and dragged the opponent into a betting scenario. Moreover, the opponent believed he was almost certain to win. By reacting to the provocation, he ended up raising the stakes. This was understandable. On the surface, It seemed my father was betting on a slim chance. But in reality, Tim had no chance. It wasn't just reckless, it could be considered a scam to even have the bet in the first place. Amid this, I involuntarily stopped when I heard my father's words. Converting received damage into magical power and channeling it into the sword. A last resort measure, like the final flicker of a fading fire. The secret sword, firelight. There is such a technique left by my mother. Indeed, it exists. It was a technique I only remembered upon hearing it mentioned. So, that's what he meant by take damage. But really, that technique is far from a secret sword. The idea of converting damage into magical power is fundamentally flawed. Magic swordsmanship is supposed to involve infusing magic into the sword, transforming it into a magic sword. It's a technique that sacrifices range for increased power. The fundamental nature of such a technique is highly lethal. While we're using practice swords for the duel, Tim's attacks would normally be much stronger. A technique that can only be activated by taking damage is defective. My father even mentioned that it can't be used in actual combat. My mother wouldn't be foolish enough to consider such a technique a secret sword. However, calling it a secret sword has changed the flow of the match. I distance myself from Tim. The idea of taking damage is to make it seem natural if I make a comeback. By flaunting the term secret sword, expectations are raised. If the expectations are high, even a technique with only slightly higher power won't be problematic. Since I can decide the match with a single blow, there's no need to show detailed swordplay. He anticipated this development as of yesterday and subtly provoked Duke Townsend to bring about this very scenario, turning it into a contest of pride between the parents. And as an added bonus, or rather, this is likely the main point, I've drawn out the conditions for the bet from my opponent, creating the atmosphere that I might make a comeback. It's impressive, and once again, it shows that there's something a bit off in his head. He truly lives up to the reputation of being wary of the three kingdoms. The only consolation is that he's someone who prioritizes protecting his own territory and family. If he were an ambitious schemer, it would be a different story. What's wrong? Are you scared? Senpai, there's no chance of winning anymore. Not finishing it quickly was your mistake. Page. So it's a secret sword, is it? Fine. I'll accept your challenge. With that, Tim gathers lightning into his sword. Magic swordsmanship has stages. The first stage is enhancement, like what I'm doing now. The second stage is property alteration, as Tim is doing. And the final, third stage. This is the true essence. It's called magic sword transformation. It changes the form of the sword, transforming it into a custom magic sword. Magic sword. Thunderclap. The shape of the practice sword changes. The double-edged practice sword transforms into a single-edged blade with a curve. The pitch-black blade becomes thin and elongated, resembling a tachi rather than a sword. Transforming the practice sword into a magic sword consumes a significant amount of magical power, but Tim likely did this out of caution for my secret sword. It won't last long, but it's more than enough to defeat me. Come on. Go, Tim. Show the power of the House of Townsend. The parents are leaning forward in anticipation. In contrast, my parents remain completely at ease. Sitting comfortably, my father murmurs, "Do it, Roy." Following his voice, I ready my sword with my right hand, pulling my right foot back and positioning my body at an angle. A thrusting stance. Not something taught to me. A stance learned from books, while recalling memories of my mother. Slowly, I convert the damage I've taken into magical power and concentrate it at the tip of my sword. The spectators buzz, wondering if this is the stance of the House of Louval's secret sword. Tim also readies his magic sword, preparing for my attack. Tim is likely aiming for a mutual cancellation. When I attack, Tim will probably attack back. What I need to do is avoid overdoing it. If I get carried away and exert too much force, I could end up killing Tim. However, I must break through Tim's magic sword with certainty. As I think about the right amount of force to apply, the arena falls silent. Everyone is holding their breath, watching intently, knowing that the match will be decided in an instant. A quick glance reveals that Yakina is using her magic eye. Well, she's diligent in her studies. However, what will be seen in this match is only me, inheriting my mother's technique. Secret sword. Firelight. Muttering, I thrust my sword forward as I charge. In response, Tim swings down his magic sword. The swords clash for an instant. A gust of wind is created by the collision of magical forces. However, the clash is only momentary. Tim's magic sword is immediately deflected. What? At that moment, I slip into Tim's range and confirm that he's protecting himself with magic. It would be troublesome if I ended up injuring him. But given his attitude towards Yakina and Lena, he needs to be made to reflect on his behavior. You're going to apologize properly, while making sure not to cause injury, but ensuring that he'll definitely be knocked out. I drive the blunt sword into Tim's abdomen. Ooh! Tim's body lifts off the ground and bends into a crumpled shape. He's then blasted out of the stage. He crashes onto the ground, rolling once, twice, and continuing to tumble. Seeing this, the teacher rushes over, shouting loudly. That's it. The winner is Roy Louvel. The crowd erupts in excitement. A perfect setup. The possibility of a dramatic reversal had emerged, and now the dramatic victory unfolds. Given the intense emotions, the excitement is overwhelming. However, yes, well done, Roy. With this, the Louvel family is secure for a while. With the gold from 15 carriages, we can do anything. We can even increase the allowance. Look forward to it. The most excited one was Father. 14. After the duel, I was in my room. Since Tim had lost consciousness and was taken to the infirmary, and I had no significant injuries, I was allowed to return to my room. Father was there. So, do you have something to say? What's this? You look dissatisfied. Even though I set everything up for you, what's the problem? I would have been grateful if it weren't for the betting. Oh, that was just a bonus. It was helpful having such an easy-to-read man. He was quick to take the bait with just a little provocation. Isn't that a bit much? Won't you get in trouble with your elder brother? Is it excessive? Like father, like child. Because they look down on others, they never doubt their own righteousness. Those kinds of people need to be made to suffer. And what's the real reason behind this pretense? I can't forgive him for treating my daughter so roughly. If he had been pleased to grab her arm, it would have been one thing. But to shake her off, I can't rest until he and his descendants draw the short straw for 3 generations. Father declared with a huff, as if it were only natural. It seems he, too, does not question his own righteousness. If his daughter was mistreated, a tenfold retaliation is only fair in his eyes. The Townsend Duke's family has become entangled with troublesome people. As I was thinking this, there was a knock at the door. Come in. The person who entered was my elder brother, Liam. First of all, I should say congratulations. However, there was no genuine joy on his face. Oh, Liam, today we're celebrating. Roy has done it. Indeed, Roy did well, but I'm not in the mood for celebration. Why not? Aren't you happy for your brother's great victory? I'm happy, but my stomach hurts because of you. We had promised the Townsend Duke that it would be treated as a minor matter between students. Just a fight between students. But now, because you started a bet, it has become a big issue. It's just a matter of parental rivalry. We only wagered something important to each side. I should remind you that they were at a disadvantage, so they agreed to the bet. I didn't lead them into it. Even so, the Townsend Duke showed visible discomfort. I'm worried whether this will affect diplomacy, Liam said, rubbing his stomach. How unfortunate. Even though he is such a serious and good person, he's not appreciated because his father's son. There's no use worrying about that. They're adults too. I separate my personal matters from official ones. I hope so. Also, Father, what is it? Is there something else? There is. What is this secret sword, Firelight? I've never heard of Mother leaving behind such a technique. You're not suited for that. I won't know until I try. I'm also Mother's son. I can tell without trying. A technique that requires deliberately taking damage isn't suitable. Don't get so worked up. Roy was suited for that secret sword, and that's all there is to it. Don't complain about learning one or two of Mother's secret techniques. I personally taught you military strategy. That's far more valuable than any secret sword. Military strategy isn't useful in the current duchy. Then secret techniques are the same. However, while secret techniques are only useful in battle, military strategy is different. To live is to fight. It should be useful even in life at the castle. I understand it's useful, but I'm not skilled at deceiving people like you are. I can't make use of it. Deceiving people isn't the only part of my strategy. You just don't understand enough yet. Once you deepen your understanding, even an honest person like you will surely be able to handle it. There is value in honesty that deceitful people's words lack. Honest words carry sincerity. Well then, if you're not in the mood for a victory celebration, I'll leave. I'll leave the care of Lena and Roy to you. Yes. With that, Father departed using his cane. Watching him leave, Liam sighed. Sometimes, Father feels terrifyingly calculating. I understand. No matter what he does or says, it always feels like it's all part of some grand calculation. You feel it too? Yes, I do. After nodding in agreement, Liam placed a hand on my shoulder. I'm sorry to bring this up after such a discussion, but I'm really glad you won. I understand. It's not just as your brother, but as a member of the duchy. The shortage of talent in the duchy has been a pressing issue for a long time. Some even call it a hindrance. In such a situation, the fact that you defeated a noble from the prestigious Albio's kingdom is valuable. It must have been painful, but you endured well. Well, it was a bit painful. But I'll be causing you more trouble again. Indeed. It seems I'll have to deal with some trouble, but a few apologies should be enough to make things right. How unfortunate. He must have been born under a star of misfortune. It's truly unfortunate that such a serious person was born as Father's son. From the moment he was born, it was clear he would be caught up in the turbulence. Roy, I intend to change the image of the Louville family. I'll do whatever it takes to do that. Father is distrusted by many. That image sticks to me, you, and Lena as well. So I'm going to change it. I want you to have that same mindset. I'll do what I can to help. Thank you. Now, take your classes seriously. Your reputation is suffering. That's a different issue. I'm afraid I can't be of help. Is waking up in the morning so hard? You just need to go to bed earlier. There are things people are suited for and things they aren't. If that's all you have to say, then please leave. With that, I sent Liam out of the room and lay down on my bed. Then I remembered something. Oh, I forgot to ask Father again. I always forget to ask Father about it. How to quit the academy quickly. Well, I don't think Father would tell me anyway. I entered the academy on Father's instructions. Officially, it was because I was even a valuable asset to the duchy. That's true. But I could have refused. However, Father directed me to attend the academy. The main reason was to protect Lena by being close to her. I agreed to that. But I could protect Lena even without attending the academy. Considering the constraints of student life, the drawbacks seem somewhat greater. Still, Father insisted that I attend the academy, saying it was because I had things to learn there. I still don't understand what I'm supposed to learn. What is it that I should be learning? That's why I don't think Father would ever approve if I said I wanted to quit. However, Father insists, and it must be something important. Although I have no idea what it could be. 15. The day after the duel. As the White Sword Saint Cloud, I found myself at the border of the Albio's kingdom. The Empire's army had invaded with a massive force of 100,000 soldiers. Just when I thought things had calmed down recently, this happened. Receiving the news, I rushed over immediately, so the border line hasn't been breached yet. However, the kingdom's forces stationed at the border fort are only 10,000. A 10-to-1 difference in troops is a dire situation. If we don't withdraw quickly, the Empire's army will soon invade the kingdom. Is it the usual strategy of a headquarters assault? It's the standard tactic. It's the best way to minimize our own losses. If we aim to annihilate the enemy, we can deliver a blow, but our own forces will suffer losses in the process. The enemy is a great power capable of sending wave after wave of 100,000 soldiers. In a war of attrition, we would lose. The shorter the battle time, the better. In the center of the enemy army, I descended from the sky and landed. The Imperial soldiers who had been waiting to attack the fortress stared at me in stunned silence. After all, this is the center of the Empire's 100,000 soldiers. Surrounded by enemy forces, they would never have expected someone to drop in. I began cutting down the surrounding Imperial soldiers with the swords in both hands. By the time I had decapitated a substantial number of Imperial soldiers, the entire Imperial army finally began to notice the anomaly. It's the Sword Saint. The White Sword Saint has charged in. Is he insane? He's charging into 100,000 soldiers alone. He's targeting the rear headquarters. Don't let your guard down. To him, 100 men are as good as paper. The field commanders immediately set up a defensive line in front of the headquarters. It's routine for me to target the headquarters. However, the Imperial army is not foolish. Having been thwarted by the same tactic repeatedly, they are bound to have prepared countermeasures. However, the countermeasures have always been breached. Heavy Magic Armor Battalion. Forward. Stop him. It seems they've prepared a new kind of weapon this time. Armor that is even thicker and more massive than standard knight armor. It looks almost impossible to stand on its own, but it moves with no trouble. As expected of the land of magic artifacts, they develop fascinating technologies. The Kingdom of Albios, known for its swords, and the Lutetia Empire, known for its magic, are both renowned. The Gauliya Empire, however, excels in the development of magical artifacts. While Albios and Lutetia train those with innate talent to become mighty warriors, the Empire takes a different approach. Where the former two countries train those with a power level of 5 to become 10, the Empire turns those with a power level of 1 into 2 or 3. By using magical artifacts, they ensure that anyone can become a combatant, regardless of their natural talent or aptitude. Their strength in numbers has allowed them to dominate the continent. That's why they're strong. No country can defeat them. Because they don't rely on a limited number of elite warriors, they always exhibit stable power. Their strength is predictable, resulting in fewer miscalculations. However, even if they are somewhat enhanced, they are no different from weak soldiers in my eyes. The legend of the White Sword Saint's invincibility. Today, our heavy magic armor battalion will end it. Make this place his grave. They line up in a row and charge straight at me, carrying large spears and moving in close formation. They come at me like a tidal wave. It would be best to escape upwards, but if I fly, they would unleash countless projectiles, which would be troublesome. Therefore, their swords can cut through steel, but don't be afraid. This magic armor is the latest model. Even he cannot use magic sword transformation. The words of the commanding officer, who was rallying the troops, stopped abruptly. It was because I had used a magic-infused slash to cut them cleanly in half from top to bottom. Captain, the slashes do not cease. The elite of the heavy magic armor battalion, charging in a line, fall one by one, cut in half. Eventually, the last soldier was cut in half, and the attacking battalion was wiped out. The enemy commander, stunned by the unexpected method of annihilation, could only watch in disbelief. If this was their trump card, their fate was already sealed. Well then, let's go. Fire. Fire. Fire at will. He's just a human. Overwhelm him with a barrage. I charged toward the enemy command center. With the defense line breached, it was only a short distance to the command center. Thus, they readied their magic guns. These guns, capable of firing moderate magic even for amateurs, were unleashed in the thousands. The bullets filled the entire field of vision. A rain of bullets covered every inch of space. I dodged it, moving sideways, leaping, accelerating, and avoiding everything without using my sword. Prepare for the second volley. Fire. While magic guns are useful, each shot takes time to reload. So the initial shooters fell back, and those who were in the rear moved forward to fire. The rain of bullets was the same as before. This time, however, they were much closer. But the result was the same. I dodged all of them and slipped through. Prepare for the third volley. Ooah! The commander's orders did not reach their conclusion. I had beheaded him while slicing through the defense line. As I continued to cut down the enemy like a storm, the Imperial forces, unable to stop me, suffered massive casualties. And then, you've arrived already. In the center of the command center, an elderly general stood with his sword drawn. There was no one around. Had he sent his aides away? I take it you're the enemy general. Indeed. I am General Egon Hyatt of the Imperial Army. I request a duel with you, White Sword Saint. There's no time, so let's settle this with one strike. If you're trying to chase down the aides who escaped, it's pointless. I've already let the promising ones get away when you show up. Why come at me if you know you have no chance of winning? Because it's His Majesty's order. This life is dedicated to him. With that, Egon readied his sword. He was quite capable. Among the veterans in the Imperial Army, there are many who are martial experts. This old general seems to be one of them. In my youth, I crossed swords with the former Sword Saint. I nearly died, but I managed to escape. How about you? Try and see. Very well. With that, Egon charged at me. I blocked his strike and, with a returning blow, pierced his abdomen. However, Egon then clung to me. You too will be taken with me. An arcane bomb, huh? Impressive, but I'm not foolish enough to miss it. I withdrew my sword from Egon. When I pierced his abdomen, I had already destroyed the arcane bomb he had wrapped around himself. Egon's face twisted in regret as he fell, coughing up blood. Many soldiers are now rushing to the command center to try to save the general. If the arcane bomb had detonated, they would have been caught in the explosion as well. It's war, so such things are unavoidable, but I don't believe it's right. A young soldier entered the command center. Seeing me, he collapsed in fear. However, he managed to raise his arcane rifle and fired at me. I easily evaded the shots by slightly tilting my body. Please, save me. The soldier begged for his life, tears streaming down his face. As I passed by the soldier, I said, since the commander is dead, it's over. I don't like unnecessary killing. Run. Don't waste your life. Go quickly. Soon, retreating soldiers will come at you like a wave. Thank you. Thank you. With that, the soldier fled. It would be easier if all the Imperial soldiers were truly evil. However, most of them are decent people. They have no choice but to join the military and fight because they are ordered to. Some of them aren't even originally from the Empire. As I thought about how things never go as planned, I left the scene. 16. A few days later. While I was dealing with the aftermath of the Imperial Army's invasion, time passed quickly. During this time, Yakina hasn't come to see me. She was likely recalled to her home country. It's probably related to the engagement with the Townsend Duke's family. Even though the engagement progressed forcefully, the Crawford Duke's family still has a say. Since the engagement is meant to produce strong future generations, it would be pointless if the partner was someone who could be beaten by a so-called failed noble. Most likely, the engagement will be called off. If that happens, Yakina won't need to stick around me. There's no rush to become stronger. Good morning, Oni-sama. Good morning, Lena. Even though it's already past noon, the greeting still stands. After exchanging the morning greeting, I got up. Seeing me, Lena makes a displeased face. Oni-sama, have you been feeling disappointed lately when I come to wake you up? What are you talking about all of a sudden? It's written all over your face that you're disappointed it's not Yakina. It's just your imagination. I firmly state this. There's no way that's the case. Of course, there is a feeling of regret deep down, though. Is that so? Are you missing the days when you were woken up by such a beautiful woman? I prefer staying in bed to being woken up by a beautiful woman. I say this as I leave the room with Lena. Lena seems to be wondering if it's true. I answer affirmatively and start walking toward the school building. For a few days, there was a lot of commotion about me, having defeated the 6th seat of the Demon Sword 10. But now things have calmed down. I've returned to being seen as the underperforming noble who rarely attends classes. The duel used practice swords and doesn't truly reflect my actual skill. Moreover, I only won because I had an unexpected technique, and everyone expected Tim to win if we fought again. Nonetheless, a win is a win. There might be some re-evaluation of my abilities, but the perception of me as a failure hasn't changed. The fact that I'm not listed among the 10 magic swordsmen despite my victory is proof of that. It wasn't a duel for a seat, after all. It's just a great achievement. That's the way it is, and it likely won't change. Well then, Oni-sama. I'll be heading this way. Ah, thank you. As Lena heads toward the middle school building, I continue walking aimlessly when, I ran into Yakina in the hallway. We both froze, staring at each other. After a moment of awkward silence, Yakina spoke first. It's been a while. Oh, yeah, it's been a while. It was a casual conversation, but it felt strangely awkward. Lena bringing up Yukina's name made me self-conscious. It felt out of character for me. Here I am, a sword saint and grand sage, feeling nervous around a classmate. Realizing this, I sighed inwardly. Of course, I'm nervous. I've been focused solely on training to become a sword saint and grand sage. I hardly have any friends who are girls, especially since Yakina is incredibly beautiful. Even as a sword saint or grand sage, I wasn't taught how to handle interactions with women. So, are you heading to class now? That's the plan, but... Yakina fell silent for a moment. Then she said, well, if it's all right with you, if you don't mind. If I don't mind, would you join me for a walk? It was an unusual request from Yakina, who was usually a model student. I had no words to refuse such an invitation. So, I simply nodded. Section. Despite inviting me for a walk, Yakina remained unusually quiet. She was never particularly talkative, but today her words were noticeably fewer. Unable to endure the silence, I asked, did something happen at home? Regret followed immediately. My curiosity about the status of her engagement was difficult to suppress. It was a vague question. It would have been better to ask directly about the engagement. As I wrestled with this, Yakina let out a small laugh. Are you curious? Well, honestly, yes. I am. Yeah, I thought so. Yakina suddenly stopped walking. I, who had been walking a little ahead, turned around. Yakina was smiling widely, a smile filled with emotion like I had never seen before. The engagement, it's been dissolved. I don't know what will happen next, but I am free now. It's all thanks to you, Roikuen. Even if that wasn't your intention, it's because you challenged the senpai. Thank you, thank you. At first, Yakina smiled, but then she looked down and started to cry. I was taken aback, not expecting her to cry. I hadn't anticipated being thanked. After all, the idea of entrusting the future generation was based on the belief that the current sword saints couldn't be surpassed. In other words, Yukina's engagement was indirectly my fault. Even though I played a role in dissolving the engagement, being thanked for it felt a bit off. It felt like a terrible case of match pumping. Ha! What? Wait, calm down. Even after graduating from the academy, I can still aim to become a sword saint. I can aim to follow in my grandmother's footsteps. That's good to hear, I murmured, trying to find the right words. I wasn't sure what to say. I was at a loss with a crying girl. Facing an army of 100,000 was easier than this. As I thought that, Yakina continued, recently, the sword saint repelled the imperial army, single-handedly defeating 100,000 soldiers. My relatives said that it's impossible to defeat the current sword saint, that the position will remain until he retires. Maybe that's true, but I can't give up. If the current sword saint is the strongest, I want to surpass him and become the strongest. It might be selfish, but I want to protect my country. Yakina looked directly at me with strong resolve. There were no tears left in her eyes. What remained was a powerful will. Because you've cleared the way for me, Roikuen, I vow not to give up. So, will you support me? Yakina lowered her face slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. Most men would probably be taken aback if Yakina treated them like that, but my mind was elsewhere. When I displayed my power as the Sword Saint, I was always met with admiration. There were hardly any swordsmen who aimed to surpass me, which left me feeling somewhat unchallenged. Is this what it means to be in the sword country of the Albios kingdom? But Yakina had declared that she wouldn't give up. That's right. That's exactly the kind of swordsman I had been waiting for. That's what I expected. So, of course I'll support you. I thought you would say that. Thank you. Yakina smiled softly. It was a gentle smile. As I was captivated by her smile. Well then, since you'll be supporting me, make sure to lend me your strength, okay? What? First, was it the firelight? Could you teach me that mechanism? Well, that's... Yakina, who is eager for strength, would be a perfect candidate for the Sword Saint's successor, but her eagerness makes her a potential threat to my true identity. Won't you teach me? It's a secret technique. I can't just teach it casually. I thought that was obvious. Cheapskate. In response to my words, Yakina pouted but quickly returned to a smile and started walking again. Today, she's showing a variety of expressions. I muttered a small good grief and followed after Yakina. Chapter 2, The Girl of Flames. 5 years ago, the Imperial Army's Special Forces suddenly began abducting children within the Grand Duchy of Belant. No one knew why they started doing such a thing. By chance, I was away from the mansion training with my master, so Lena was also taken by them. In total, more than 100 children were abducted. The Special Forces planned to take the children back to the Empire by ship, but things didn't go as they intended. Suddenly, a light shot up into the sky, and the Special Forces were annihilated. The light was so massive that it could be seen from other countries, prompting inquiries from the Kingdom and the Lutia Empire to the Grand Duchy, but the Grand Duchy could not grasp the details either. The truth was a large-scale attack by Lena, who had unleashed her power as an apostle of the star spirits. When I rushed to the scene, all the children, including Lena, were unconscious. Only the shadows of the Special Forces remained around them. The elite Special Forces had been completely annihilated, leaving only their shadows. Everyone realized that this was an extraordinary situation. So, I only took Lena back from there. Afterward, Lena's memory of the abduction was erased by my master's magic. Thus, it was as if Lena had never been among the abducted children. However, the Empire then launched a full-scale invasion against the 3 nations. We know the reason. Of course, it's partly for continental domination, but the pillar of light that pierced the heavens. The Emperor of the Empire is searching for the one who caused it. The Emperor is seeking Lena's hidden extraordinary power. Section. The Academy is the place where the greatest military strength is concentrated within the Grand Duchy, boasting defenses surpassing even those of the royal castle. When inside the Academy, I don't have to worry much about Lena's safety. However, wind from the east. Absorb the darkness and rage. Storm Scythe. A high-level wind spell was cast in the Academy's training ground, blowing away multiple training dummies. In a battlefield, enemies won't graciously wait for you to finish your incantation. Unless there's ample time or the opponent is restrained, long incantations are rarely used. The priority is on activating the spell quickly with a shortened incantation. Even so, being able to cast a high-level spell with substantial power is impressive. Especially when, wow, is she really a student in the middle school division? The one who cast the spell was Lena from the middle school division. From a general perspective, she's already quite extraordinary. As expected of Lena Louvel. Being the second seat in the middle school division isn't just for show. Seriously. Plus, she's got a great personality, top grades in all her classes, and she's incredibly cute. She's the total package. I wonder if she has a boyfriend or a fiancé. Maybe I should have my family arrange a marriage proposal. Forget it. No matter how cute she is, she's the daughter of Baron Lavelle. Who knows what your future would hold if you got involved with that grey fox. Yeah, if only she weren't from the Louvel Baron family. But still, you rarely find someone as talented and beautiful as her. I wonder if I could get to know her better while we're still in school. At first, they were amazed by the magic, but soon the conversation shifted to whether they could get closer to Lena. Such are the thoughts of teenage boys. Well, even without the bias of being her real brother, Lena is talented and cute. However, the poor reputation of our family drags her down. Despite this, there are still some brave souls who propose marriage, but father has rejected all of them. Father's standards are high. Seeing Lena's training, I thought to myself, you boys who are just amazed by her abilities don't stand a chance, while I kept a lookout from outside the training ground. There are 5 of them. All have completely suppressed their presence. Although the academy has strict security, it's not perfect. Sometimes, rats manage to sneak in. They must have infiltrated by disguising themselves as merchants coming for a deal. Near the academy lies Undertale, and because of that, merchants often come and go from the academy. Sometimes, Imperial agents blend in with these merchants. The troublesome part is that they integrate so well that they seem perfectly normal at first glance. Some have even married within the Grand Duchy and live as loyal citizens of the Grand Duchy. Such is the level of integration of these Imperial spies. However, it must be rare for the Empire to have agents who blend in so thoroughly. Yet, they've mobilized 5 of them to scout the academy. Their current objective seems to be analyzing the combat strength of the middle school division. 5 years ago, the large-scale attack wasn't revealed to be Lena. However, if they take this information back, it might draw attention to her. Therefore, I can't let them live. I move silently and break one person's neck from behind. No screams, minimal blood. It has to seem like nothing happened here. One by one, I break their necks. They can't do anything, I just take their lives. Ooh. After killing the last one, I scan the surroundings for any signs of life. No allies. This was the last one. When they don't return, the Empire will realize the mission failed, but this isn't new. I've always dealt with the rats. The Empire will just think the Academy's security is more troublesome than expected. Now, I just need to conceal the fact that they died here. I burned all 5 bodies into ashes in an instant and created shikigami that resembled them. The merchants involved will search for them, whether they know their true identities or not. So, if they investigate, it will be discovered that they are missing. That's why I manipulate the shikigami to make it look like they left the academy. This way, even if they investigate, they'll only know they left the academy grounds. Even if people go missing in Undertale, it doesn't cause as much of a commotion as when someone goes missing at the academy. These detailed tasks are surprisingly important. However, I'm curious as to why they went out of their way to deploy 5 valuable pieces. Perhaps the Empire is plotting something again. 2. Magic Sword Ice Blossom Flash. Yakina proceeds with the magic sword transformation as she walks slowly. The blade of the sword turns pure white, and the sword itself transforms into a slender rapier. It appears to be a delicate sword. However, the power it holds within is immense. Just by Yakina performing the magic sword transformation, the surrounding temperature drops, and her breath turns white. Then Yakina swings her magic sword. With just that, the small monsters around her become frozen. I'm sorry, it must have been cold, right? Yakina releases the magic sword transformation with a wry smile. I shake my head while hugging myself with both hands. I'm not cold. Oh, really? Then can I activate it again? Please don't. Hee hee. There's no need to be so considerate. I still can't fully control it, and it even affects our allies. Yakina laughs softly and walks toward me. Looking around, everything within sight is frozen. If this were activated on the battlefield, it would be extremely effective. I can understand why she has the title of Ice Sword Princess. With this kind of power and range, expecting delicate control seems like a luxury. You're saying you can't handle it with this? I'm aiming to be a sword saint. The White Sword Saint is supposed to wield 2 magic swords, which are typically unique. The unmatched dual wielding of magic swords. Moreover, he can drive away an army of 100,000 without even using magic sword transformation. It's no wonder he's considered the strongest in history. I can't believe you're trying to surpass such a sword saint. If you're going to aim, you should aim high. For that, You need to use your time effectively. With those words, Yakina readies her sword. Honestly, today is an extracurricular practice session. We've all been assigned to hunt small monsters. How we go about it is up to us. Since there are no penalties for failure, I initially had no intention of putting in much effort. However, after Yakina quickly finished her practice, she asked if we could spar. I agreed lightly, but I never expected her to use magic sword transformation. I can't help but mutter to myself about how badly she wanted to spar. Still, a promise is a promise. Well then, please go easy on me. Don't hold back, okay? Please hold back. Saying this, I make the first move. A simple thrust. In response, Yakina deflects the thrust with minimal movement. Then she counters the opening I left. I manage to block it somehow and quickly readjust my stance. With Yukina's previous behavior, a relentless offensive would usually follow from here. However, Yakina stops her assault after only a few attacks. Curious, I attack again, only to be met with a sharp counter. It's a counter clearly aimed at me. This is an attack Yakina hasn't used before. Though I manage to block it, the heavy blow forces me to step back a few paces. There's no follow-up attack. This isn't like Yukina's usual fighting style. With Yukina's offensive power, there were several opportunities to overwhelm me. Yet, she doesn't take them. Holding back. Leave that to your imagination. I see. Relaxed, I moved closer to Yakina. I'm wide open, but Yakina doesn't recklessly attack. I close the distance and launch a thrust. Yakina perfectly counters it. This is where, under normal circumstances, I would reach my limit. Being greedy here could be fatal. But this is a sparring match. I press forward from there and attack. Swinging my sword horizontally, I pursue Yakina as she dodges. However, my sword is sent flying by Yukina's sharp strike. Then, her sword tip is gently brought close to my neck. I yield. Not quite there yet. I actually wanted to prevent you from attacking at all. Criticizing herself, Yakina sheathes her sword. She then picks up my discarded sword. How was it? From your perspective, Roy? You shifted to a defense-focused approach. Yes. I analyzed the duel between you and the senpai. The last strike you made was possible because of your defensive capability. I realized that what I lack the most is also defense. Thinking about it, like the senpai, I often relied on offense to resolve things. It works well against some opponents, but not all. With that, Yakina looks at me intently. Shrugging, I take back my sword. You're overestimating me. You easily blocked attacks from the senpai, right? If you really tried, wouldn't you be able to easily defend against my attacks as well? You attacked to test that, didn't you? That was a duel. Normally, it's impossible to block attacks like that. I admit I was testing, but I wasn't holding back. If you're going to focus on defense, I thought it would be better to attack. I say this while inwardly sweating bullets. It seems Yakina has grown more suspicious of me. Since that duel, she has been making more of these statements. I'm managing to deflect her doubts, but it seems that in Yukina's mind, the strength I'm hiding has upgraded from surpassing her to being far superior. When will I be able to make you go all out, Roy? I'm always going all out. I answer with a wry smile. However, if that opportunity were to arise, it could be said that you have come significantly closer. Yakina has realized the importance of defense on her own. It's useless to talk about it. It only has meaning if she realizes it herself. Therefore, first-hand experience is crucial, but Yakina has come to this realization through analyzing the duel. It's evidence of her ability to view herself objectively. Her motivation and talent are both more than sufficient. She has even begun to overcome the weaknesses she once had. As a successor to the Sword Saint, I can't help but think she is an extraordinary talent. However, her intuition is just too sharp. It's fine if she figures out that I'm the Sword Saint, but I worry that she might even discern that I'm the Great Sage. Feeling the danger of being unmasked, I shiver. 3. The Lutia Empire. Known as the Land of Magic, this country has an exceptionally high number of magic users compared to other nations. Not long ago, Those who couldn't become magic users were even considered failures. However, that attitude has diminished over time, and more people are now enrolling in the Glass Rain Academy's Magic Sword Department, aiming to become swordsmen. Still, the preference for magic users remains unchanged. A prime example is the magical organization known as the 12 Heavenly Magic Users, which represents the highest level of magical power. The leader of this group, the Black Great Sage, rarely leaves the mansion assigned to him. He only emerges when the Empire invades or when the king makes a request. Aside from those occasions, he is absorbed in his magical research. That's how it's supposed to be. In reality, the one in the mansion is a Shikigami, while the real body is attending Glass Rain Academy as a student. It's a ridiculous three-layered life, even to myself. Why does my father make me go through all this trouble? If I could focus solely on being a sword saint and a great sage, things would be a bit easier. With these thoughts, I dissolve the Shikigami clone stationed at the mansion. Rumors and information flow in, but few people visit the eccentric great sage. In fact, there's virtually no one who would even attempt to see the great sage without an appointment. However, today there is an appointment. Even though it's not because of an imperial invasion, my visit to the Lutia Empire is due to this appointment. Walking through the unnecessarily vast mansion, I head towards the reception room. I don't go to the entrance, it's pointless. Hello, I'm here to bother you. There is a blonde-haired man. He appears to be in his mid-20s, with a well-defined face and a slender yet toned body visible even through his clothes. The way he nonchalantly wears his obviously high-quality clothes makes him resemble either a noble from a prestigious family or a highly successful merchant. What stands out are his calm voice and the daring smile on his well-featured face. He gives off the impression that he might be thinking of something unpleasant. He exudes an air of that sort throughout his entire demeanor. However, he is using the glasses in the mansion without permission and drinking the liquor that is left out. His behavior is as if he were in his own home. It's infuriating that even his mannerisms seem fitting, but getting angry at him won't help. You're still as rude as ever. Is that so? Was I supposed to say excuse me for intruding on the Shikigami you put so much effort into preparing? Sorry. I don't have a hobby for playing with dolls. I didn't understand your feelings. He looks directly at me and says this. His face showing genuine apology only makes it more infuriating. Few people are as skilled at provoking others as this guy. If you have no business here, then leave. There's no way I'd come to the mansion today without a reason. I'm not that free. If that's the case, I'd appreciate it if you got to the point quickly. Vela, the 7th of the 12 heavenly magic users. The man's name is Vela. He is one of the 12 heavenly magic users and was known as the fastest magician until I appeared. He manipulates wind-type magic and can quickly move to any location. However, that's not his greatest feature. His greatest attribute is his information-gathering ability. He operates across the 3 nations and even infiltrates the Empire to gather intelligence. Espionage is Vela's true forte, and he can be considered the best information broker among the 3 nations. He excels in rhetoric and disguise, holding a certain status wherever he goes. He's the only person in the 3 nations busier than I am. That's Vela. The Black Great Sage is so impatient. Well, it's fine. The Empire is planning a large-scale operation unlike anything before. Vela sets down the glass of liquor and quietly informs me. Given that he specifically came to tell me, it's unlikely to be false information. When will it happen? Only that it will be soon. What is known is that if this operation fails, the Emperor will consider deploying the Imperial Guard. It's a level of operation that requires that. It seems the elite forces from various fronts are already being gathered. So, the Emperor, who wants to avoid deploying the Imperial Guard as much as possible, is aiming to make this operation a success. That's the kind of operation it is. Exactly. Recent invasions have all been for intelligence-gathering purposes. It's ridiculous that an invasion of 100,000 is just for gathering information, but it shows how serious the Empire is about the next move. Even so, my role remains unchanged. I will simply repel them. An excellent response. The people of Lutia must be reassured. However, The Empire isn't foolish. They know that no matter how many troops they mobilize, they won't be able to break through you. There's more to this operation. Vela then produces a piece of paper. It's likely a confidential document from the Empire. It's encrypted and looks like a meaningless letter. I'm still deciphering it, but such documents are frequently exchanged among the upper echelons. While the operation's need for caution might be due to its high stakes, my opinion is different. Does this mean the large army might be a diversion? Exactly. You're perceptive. Keep this in mind and act accordingly when the enemy arrives. Even knowing it's a diversion, I'll still have to deal with a large-scale army. Handle it swiftly and prepare for other contingencies. You should be able to manage. You're asking for the impossible. The position of a great sage is exactly like that. However, I feel sorry for making you do all the work. I'll contact you again as soon as I have more details. Vela finishes his glass of liquor in one gulp and stands up. Despite drinking quite a strong drink, he shows no signs of intoxication. He straightens his clothes and starts to leave. However, Vela stops. I almost forgot to mention. Have you thought about taking on a disciple? I have no intention of taking on a disciple. That's a pity. I think you'd make a great teacher. I'm too busy with my own matters. That's true. With Shikigami prepared and all the secretive activities, who knows what you're up to? Well, it's none of my business. As long as you protect Lutia, I'm on your side. Rest assured. If you ever consider taking on a disciple, let me know. I know of an interesting candidate. After saying this, Vela vanishes with the wind. His presence is already gone. He's undoubtedly an exceptionally capable man, but because of that, he easily sees through my Shikigami. He doesn't seem particularly interested in probing my true identity, but his words are as untrustworthy as they come. He's probably gathering information about me behind the scenes as well. I'd prefer to avoid getting involved, but he's too capable for me to choose not to engage with him. There's no reassurance in his words that could make me feel at ease. If I ever take on a disciple, I definitely don't want one of the interesting candidates he introduces. Muttering this to myself, I create a Shikigami and leave the area. 4. Upon returning from the Lutia Empire, I told Yakina, who had come to meet me, that I would be skipping today. The reason? The weather is too nice. It's a perfect day for painting landscapes. On days like this, it's best to find a scenic spot and paint leisurely. What started as a way to create landscape paintings for Lena has now become one of my few hobbies. Painting serene landscapes calms my mind and reminds me of how my late mother used to praise my artwork. However, the day I received news of her death was also a clear, sunny day. So, while the bright weather brings positive feelings of being able to paint, it also mingles with the negative feelings of remembering my mother's death. When I told Yakina I was skipping, she didn't seem very pleased but didn't insist that I attend class. After all, I've been skipping every morning, so it's not exactly a new development. Her not insisting on coming along was probably out of consideration for me. She understands that sometimes I need to be alone. I appreciate that consideration. Balancing being a sword saint, a great sage, and a failing student can be genuinely exhausting. It's not that I'm overwhelmed with stress, but having such an outlet for it is necessary. So, I took my sketchbook, brushes, and a towel in case of rain, and left the room. Section. Outside the academy, I walked through the forest and arrived at a fountain in the center. This forest is free of small monsters and rarely visited by people. It's a perfect spot for a peaceful painting session. Well then, let's get started. I leaned against a tree and began painting the scene centered around the fountain. Though not exactly skilled, my brushwork was progressing well. Despite drawing for Lena since childhood, I haven't improved much. It's puzzling, especially since I've quickly improved in swordsmanship and magic. Why is that? Is it because I don't have a teacher? My swordsmanship master was the previous sword saint, and my magic master was the previous grand sage. Finding a good teacher could be a fast track to improvement. Maybe I should look for someone skilled in painting to learn from. As I was thinking this, the landscape painting was completed. Not bad. It looks clearly amateurish, like a child's doodle, but I think it's not bad. I managed to capture what I wanted to depict. Just then, a person, who had been sneaking up from behind, suddenly spoke loudly near my ear. But since I was already aware, I turned around with a look of irritation. The first thing that caught my eye was her beautiful scarlet hair. Her long hair was styled into twin tails, secured with an old-fashioned ribbon. Next, her large reddish-brown eyes stood out. She looked at me with a round, surprised expression. And finally, her small frame was wrapped in a black uniform. She was a student from the magic department. She's probably the same age as me. The badge on her uniform is from the high school division, differing slightly from the middle school one. Her face has a youthful look, and her behavior is quite childish. She doesn't seem to be older. Overall, she's a cute girl. Though different in style, she could rival Yakina. Some might even prefer her over Yakina. The girl, looking puzzled, murmured, "It's strange. You should have been startled with a wow reaction. I'm sorry I didn't meet your expectations. I noticed you a while ago. You noticed me. You're not just anyone, are you? I could tell since you stayed here until I finished painting. It's hard not to notice." The girl had spotted me but didn't immediately say anything. She noticed I was painting and waited until I was done, making sure not to interrupt. Maybe I should have startled you sooner. That would have made me angry. Right, I guess my kindness backfired. The girl stuck out her tongue playfully and laughed innocently. Then she moved in close and peered at my landscape painting. "It has character. Stop trying to flatter me. I know it's not good." I sighed. In response, the girl extended both her hands toward me. "May I make some adjustments?" "Sure, but..." "Great. Just wait a moment. I'll do this and that." The girl quickly made changes to my painting. In no time, she transformed my childlike doodle into a reasonably good landscape painting. I was left staring with my mouth open in amazement at the dramatic improvement. The composition isn't bad, but the basics might be lacking. When you try to draw what you imagine with a limited range, it ends up a bit disjointed. I see. I'm not as skilled as professional artists, but I did a lot of drawing as a child, so I'm good at this kind of thing. The girl flashed a beaming smile. Her innocent and carefree demeanor perfectly matched her appearance. It's rare to find a child who looks so natural with a smile. She then walked away from me towards the spring. And then, step back, it's dangerous. It's finished, so I can use this spot, right? Use it. Exactly. This is my secret training ground. The girl pointed her right hand towards the spring. A bad feeling washed over me, and I quickly took cover behind the tree I had been leaning against. The girl's finger was charged with an incredible amount of magical power. All right. Fireball. A basic fire magic spell. Normally, it only creates a small ball of flame. A spell you could use for everyday chores. Yet, from the girl's finger, a massive fireball emerged, traveled to the center of the spring, and exploded there. The impact of the spell sent the spring's water soaring into the air, falling back down like rain. It's cold. Another failure. I'll have to go back completely soaked, the girl said, drenched from head to toe. I had a lot of questions. Why didn't she even prepare a towel knowing it would end up like this? It's obvious that such a powerful spell would cause the water to fall like rain. Hey, don't you have a towel? I don't, so just turn around. The girl faced me without a care, her clothes completely soaked and transparent. I assumed she was just careless, and I tossed her the towel I had brought. Thank you. You're so kind. It's just like you to challenge the 6th seat of the 10 magic swordsmen for your sister, she said. You know about me? Of course. You're famous. They call you the dropout noble who managed to beat the 6th seat of the 10 magic swordsmen, despite your reputation. Roy Louvel, right? After drying her wet hair and clothes with the towel, she tossed it back to me with a cheerful smile. But if you're famous, I'm no slouch either. I'm from the prestigious Sonia family of the Lutia Empire. We fell from grace a long time ago, but we're still known among those who know their stuff. I'm the 23rd head of the Sonia family. Annette Sonia, that's me. The girl, Annette, puffed out her chest proudly. However, her characteristics didn't quite match what I knew of Annette Sonia. I wasn't aware she came from such a distinguished family. But I did know the name. Annette Sonia, known for her excessively powerful fire magic and causing constant fire hazards during practicals. She had been banned from practicals within the academy due to her tendency to start fires. Practical experience is crucial in magic, so it was puzzling why she would attend the academy if she was barred from practicals. The genius of fire magic that even the academy's teachers struggle to handle, and a troublemaker. That's the Annette Sonia I know. 5. Hey, we meet again. The next day, I went out shopping in Undertale. This was because Lena had asked me to pick up some ingredients if I was going to skip class. Students generally have 2 meal options. The first is to eat at the cafeteria, which most dorm residents do. The second is to cook for themselves. In this case, they need to provide their own ingredients. Lena and I usually fall into the latter category for dinner. While Lena enjoys cooking, I would otherwise skip meals if not for such occasions. When I'm tired, I prioritize sleep over eating. To avoid that, Lena had suggested this arrangement. The food is better than the cafeterias, and I had no objections to that. However, the cost of living in Undertale is high. Glass Rain Academy is largely attended by the children of nobility. As a result, the town has grown by targeting that market, and all the stores focus more on quality than on keeping prices low. This means we're forced to economize. Even though we get some support, it's not enough for unnecessary spending. The gold from the 15 carriages from Duke Townsend hasn't arrived yet, and even if it had, my father dislikes giving large sums of money to his children. He believes it leads to a lack of ingenuity. When there's no money, one must use their wits. With money, most problems are easily solved. Despite being eccentric in many ways, he is meticulous about this. So, I bought discounted vegetables. I don't know where Lena gets her information, but she always has accurate details on where to find sales. Even as my younger sister, she's quite reliable. On my way back from shopping, I stopped in front of a stall selling croquettes. It's not that I particularly wanted one. I just saw a familiar face, wearing an apron and selling croquettes at the stall. That familiar face waved at me cheerfully. "What are you doing?" I asked. "What do you mean?" "I'm selling croquettes. Can't you tell?" The familiar face, Annette, tilted her head in confusion. That's not what I was wondering about, but, well, never mind. I decided not to get involved. I nodded once and started to leave. But then, a voice called out to my back. "Oh no, these delicious croquettes haven't sold at all. What should I do? If they don't sell, I'll get in trouble." When I turned around, Annette was giving me a mischievous smile. I could have ignored her and gone home, but if I left like this, it would bother me. With a sigh, I went back and said, "2 croquettes. Thanks for your patronage." As I handed over the money, Annette skillfully handed me the croquettes. After I took them, she called out, "Hey, mister, they're sold out." "Oh, thanks as always. You can go home now." "Okay." Having received permission to leave from the shopkeeper, Annette removed her apron and came over to me. "Thanks, Roy. Thanks to you, we sold out." Annette, with a smile that would win anyone over, giggled. I thought to myself, this is what they call a charming person, as I handed one of the 2 croquettes back to her. "What? Wasn't that your plan all along?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, you had me buy 2 croquettes, intending to keep one for yourself, right?" "I wouldn't do that. You eat both of them, Roy. 2 should be easy for a guy, right? Can't you tell? I'm going to have dinner after this. I usually don't eat much. Eating 2 croquettes at this hour would mess with my dinner plans, and I want to avoid making Lena angry." But what? Taking something for free isn't good. Don't you know? There's nothing scarier than something free. Annette exaggerated the fear of freebies. It seemed she was adamant about not accepting the croquette for free. Sighing at her stubbornness, I replied, "You helped fix my drawing yesterday, right? Consider this a thank you." "But I did that on my own. Isn't free not allowed?" "Ah." Annette, caught off guard, made a strange noise and averted her eyes. In the midst of this, Annette's stomach growled loudly. Clearly embarrassed, Annette blushed and held her stomach. This is different. Today, I haven't eaten anything all day. I'm not a glutton or anything. So are you going to eat it or not? I'm going to eat it. Resigned, Annette extended both hands towards me. Then, she began munching on the croquette. Maybe because she was really hungry, she finished it quickly. Thank you for the meal. These croquettes here are really amazing, aren't they? How about it? Aren't they delicious? Yeah, they're delicious. I answered honestly to Annette, who was enthusiastically trying to impress. They were indeed tasty. I might even eat 2 or 3 of these. Eating the croquette as I walked, I started moving. Annette walked beside me. Since we were going the same way home, it couldn't be helped. I asked, unable to hold back anymore, "Why were you selling croquettes?" "I need money," Annette declared without any attempt to hide it. However, that wasn't exactly what I wanted to know. As I stared at her, Annette gave a wry smile. "Well, I guess I have no choice. Since you bought the croquettes, I'll tell you." Even though our acquaintance was brief, Annette wasn't foolish. Her mind worked rather quickly. She wasn't a carefree girl who couldn't read the room. Rather, she deliberately acted carefree without bothering to read the room, which was more accurate. She quickly understood my intention. "My family is really poor," she continued. "As I mentioned, they've fallen into poverty. My parents didn't have much talent in magic, and in the Empire, such people have a hard time surviving. Due to their struggles, they passed away a few years ago. Now, I'm the one who has to earn money. If our family hadn't fallen into ruin, things would have been different. But after my grandfather passed away 12 years ago, our fortunes plummeted rapidly. There's no inheritance left either. So, I need to earn money to support my younger sister and brother." I almost reacted instinctively to the mention of 12 years ago but decided not to interrupt her. "I see. So, you came to the academy with the country's support?" "That's right. I have 3 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters. As the eldest, it's up to me to earn money for the family. Good thing you have talent in magic." Not knowing what else to say, I managed to get that out. Annette was a troublemaker but also a genius. The Kingdom of Lutia probably agreed to take care of her family in exchange for Annette attending the academy. The country likely covered all her expenses as well. It was a stroke of luck for her. Really. Honestly, I was thinking I might have to sell my body. I couldn't think of any other way to survive. Then this suspicious-looking guy showed up. He was handsome but had that I'm up to no good look. He recognized my talent and arranged everything. He promised the country would take care of my family and cover all my expenses at the academy. A face that suggests up to no good. I can think of only one person. A rare individual who fits that description. Wait a minute. Could it be that the interesting talent Vela mentioned is Annette? If so, that's crazy. Annette is certainly a genius. But recommending her to be the disciple of a great sage is outrageous. Did I offend you? No. I just have a question. Why do you need money if the country is taking care of your family? It's simple. The support is only available while I'm enrolled at the academy. Plus, while our basic needs are met, we can't afford any luxuries. I need to save up. In the Kingdom of Lutia, couldn't you support your family by becoming a mage? That's true, but I can't practice magic at the academy, remember? I can't become a mage, Annette said with a smile. She wears a slightly sad smile. The academy didn't mean any harm. In the end, the academy banned Annette from using magic because they couldn't handle her extraordinary talent. It was a necessary measure. The academy is built on the premise of using magic. Naturally, it is equipped with various defensive spells. But Annette easily broke through them. They had no choice but to forbid her from using magic. But for Annette, it was as if her path had been closed off. Instead of getting discouraged, she decided to focus on earning money. It was a resilient mindset typical of Annette, but secretly practicing means you haven't given up on becoming a mage, right? Of course. The Sonia family is renowned for their mastery of fire. My late grandfather was always proud. If I have the talent, I want to restore our family's honor. If I can do that, I can support my family. And also, if I can aim for it, I want to become a great sage. I saw the magic of the current great sage once. It was amazing. I think every mage aspires to be like that. I thought it would be wonderful if I could become like that. Everyone watched with shining eyes. Someday, if a child sees my flames and feels inspired, I think that would be really wonderful, Annette said, smiling softly. It wasn't a cheerful smile. It was a serene, somewhat enlightened smile. With that smile, Annette murmured, "Thank you. You're a good listener." With those words, Annette headed down a different path from mine. 6. I had a dream from the past. Perhaps it was because Annette talked about her family. 8 years ago, when I was still a child, 2 guests came to the Louvre baronial house. A man and a woman. Even as a child, I could tell they were not ordinary people. I was told to stay in the room with Lena while the conversation was happening with my father. Curious, I quietly left the room and listened in. What I heard was my father speaking in a voice filled with unprecedented anger. To raise my son and daughter as the next sword saint and the next great sage? If they wished for it themselves, that might be one thing, but it's not something that should be decided by adults' convenience. At that time, I only had the impression that sword saints and great sages were powerful figures from foreign lands. I did not understand what it meant to become one. But then, I understand your feelings, but we cannot remain unrelated forever. If either the kingdom or the empire falls, then the Grand Duchy will be next. You created the flow to remove extremists and form an alliance of the 3 nations, didn't you? I am well aware of the threat of the empire. That's why I risked everything for the alliance. For that 3-nation alliance, I sacrificed my own reputation and lost Sydney, my wife. And yet, you seek to take my children from me. I have done what I needed to do. I no longer care about the crisis of the 3 nations. More importantly, it's about my children's future. They could become slaves of the kingdom and empire for the rest of their lives. I don't care about the crisis. The future of the children should be decided by the children themselves. Leave. We understand, but this concerns the future of the 3 nations. Please, make your son and daughter our disciples. They have talent. Refuse. Leave. We cannot go home. If necessary, we may resort to force. The one speaking was the woman. The man remained silent. The woman's words only made my father angrier. And then, I don't appreciate eavesdropping. Come out. The man turned and looked at me. Surprised that I had been found out, I stepped into view. My father's eyes widened, and he immediately came over to me. Roy, go back to your room. Father. It's all right. Leave it to me. Baron Louvel, with all due respect, it is impossible for you alone to protect them. They are too special. Sooner or later, the Empire's evil hands will reach them. It will be too late by then. I don't like the way you speak. My son and daughter are not tools. Do you think speaking logically will make me hand them over? It is an adult's duty to protect children so that they can remain children. I will never give them up. Seeing my father this emotional was a first for me. So, I quietly took his hand. I didn't fully understand the gravity of the situation. I only knew that there were people who wanted to train me and Lena, and my father who didn't want that. And that, in the future, Lena and I would be in danger. I decided to be brave. If I felt I would regret not being brave now, then it was something I had to do. To avoid regret. Roy. Father, is Lena in danger? That's not the case. Go back to your room. If it's dangerous, I want to protect her. So, if you're going to train anyone, please just train me. I'm willing to undergo training for Lena's sake. Roy, do you even understand what you're saying? It's okay. I'll become strong enough for Lena's sake. So, please, train me. Saying that, I bewildered the 3 adults present. The 2 people present were the previous sword saint and the previous grand mage. To request training from both meant aiming to master both swordsmanship and magic. Despite thinking it would be impossible, the training began. My father, unwilling to let me undergo training, reluctantly permitted only my training. However, the 3 adults underestimated me. Rather, they couldn't fully grasp the extraordinary nature of the apostle of the star spirits. What started as trial training quickly turned into serious training. The predecessors believed that mastering both swordsmanship and magic was within reach. Thus, a new sword saint and grand mage were born. Section. Oni-sama, Oni-sama, please wake up. Is it morning? It's noon. What are you going to do today? I'm sleepy. Honestly, Oni-sama is. Muttering to herself, Lena adjusts the bedding to make me more comfortable as I sleep. Lena is such a caring younger sister. Would you like something to drink? Just leave some water. I've already prepared it. I'll leave it here. Excuse me. She takes care of me so thoroughly. There probably aren't many younger sisters who look after their older brothers as diligently as Lena does. As I listen to Lena leave the room, I sigh. I had a nostalgic dream. A dream of the day everything began. Driven by the desire to protect my frail sister, I started my training, which led me to become both a sword saint and a grand mage. Lena knows nothing about this. She doesn't need to. It would only burden her. Even when the time comes to tell her, it should be much later, when she's ready to handle it. This is what I chose to do. I have no regrets. The more knowledge I acquire, the more I believe that both Lena and I need to have means of self-defense. It's that unusual. If one of us had to become strong, it should be me. After all, I am the older brother. And that's why, with this resolve in mind, I find myself a bit concerned about Annette. We share a common core. Good grief. This is a deeply emotional matter. When you see someone working hard for similar reasons, you can't help but want to support them. Moreover, from my research, I learned that 12 years ago, Annette's grandfather lost his life in a battle triggered by my father's schemes. The cause of their downfall lies with the Louville baronial family. 12 years ago, the 3 nations were trying to counter the approaching empire through an alliance. However, the kingdom and the empire had a long history of conflict. Dissidents became radical factions, insisting that an alliance was impossible unless they had the upper hand. But there was no time for disputes if they were to resist the empire. Fearing the situation, my father allied with the moderate factions of both nations and set out to eliminate the radicals. He baited the extremists by using his own territory as a trap. Then, amidst the chaos of battle, he orchestrated the assassination of key figures among the radicals. The assassination squad was led by my mother, Sydney Louville, who was renowned as the greatest swordswoman of the Grand Duchy at that time. My mother passed away due to injuries sustained from overexertion during that time. As a result of the turmoil, the moderates in both the kingdom and the empire gained power, and the entire incident was dismissed as the radical faction's own doing. The radicals, having lost all their key figures, lacked the power to overturn the situation. During this chaos, Annette's grandfather lost his life. The reasons for his deployment remain unknown. However, her dire situation is also our responsibility. After thinking for a while, I got out of bed. It hasn't changed since the past. If I feel that I might regret it, then it must be done. To avoid regret. 7. The first time I met Annette was in the forest. I moved silently, hiding my presence. In front of the spring stood Annette. Leaning against a tree, I observed her. The magic she was practicing was the same basic magic as before. Typically, one would practice increasing the power of magic, but Annette's practice was the opposite. To be able to use magic within the academy, she needed to practice controlling its power. Despite her best efforts, the result was a large fireball exploding over the spring, causing Annette to get soaked again. Seeing this, I moved away from the tree. Unlike the first time, I was approaching Annette. You were trying to avoid distractions, weren't you? You noticed. I'm sensitive to the presence around me, even if it's not obvious. Since she wasn't looking at me, I couldn't see her expression. However, it was likely far from cheerful. I placed a towel on Annette's head. You'll catch a cold, you know? You probably think it's foolish. At first, I took precautions because I didn't like getting wet. But you know, That's assuming failure from the start, right? I thought that wasn't acceptable, so I stopped doing anything about it. If I don't want to get wet, I have to control it and put pressure on myself. Annette clutched the towel tightly to her chest. Then she said, I've already gotten used to getting wet. She was probably crying. Her voice sounded different than usual. It must be exhausting to be constantly reminded of her lack of progress through the water. Even when faced with it at the academy, it's tough. But Annette came all the way here to face it. Her spirit was likely at its limit. Yet, growth requires struggle. Is Roy-kun maybe a terrible person? Maybe. I extended my left hand to Annette. But Annette didn't take it. In response, I sighed. Annette, there's a place I'd like to show you. I'm not in the mood. You're going to miss out on opportunities if you keep sulking, you know? Sigh. Annette. Even though it feels awkward to call someone I just met 2 days ago by their first name, being formal will definitely not get Annette to move. Called out firmly, Annette flinched. Don't shout so loud. I might end up crying, you know? Is that okay? You're already crying, aren't you? Just come on. I grabbed Annette's hesitantly extended hand and pulled her along. Annette, keeping her face down, was dragged along by me. Her usual cheerfulness was absent. Even cheerful Annette can be down sometimes. That's only natural. The future of her younger siblings. Expectations from the country. Anxiety about the future. The only way to resolve all these is to succeed as a magician at the academy. Despite finally seeing a solution, it seems to be threatened by her own immaturity. Of course, the academy doesn't intend to let Annette's talent go to waste. For now, they'll have her focus on theoretical studies and work on creating an environment where she can cast magic without issues. However, there's no guarantee that this environment will be established during her time at the academy. For Annette, having to wait even a little feels almost like a death sentence. She may have been given some explanations, but they probably didn't reach her. In this situation, I arrived at an open area in the forest. Where is this? Try casting a spell at that tree. I pointed to a particularly large tree. Annette shook her head. No, that's not good. It'll catch fire. It'll cause a fire. It's fine. Just try it. But I folded my arms and remained silent, leaving it up to her. It's up to her whether she does it or not. After thinking for a while, Annette said, I am trusting you. If it catches fire, will you help put it out? Don't worry. I'll handle everything if something happens. But nothing will happen. Really? If you're lying, I won't forgive you. Saying this, Annette aimed her right hand at the tree as if resigning herself to whatever might happen. And then, I don't know, fireball. She cast the spell just like she did in the spring. It seemed like she was trying her best to control it, but control is something developed through repeated practice. There's no way Annette, who casts magic only once or twice a day at most, could control it perfectly. A large fireball headed toward the tree, and it struck directly. Oh no, no, no. See, it's fine. Look closely. I pointed at the tree. After the smoke cleared, the tree stood there without any damage. It hadn't caught fire. This area is a dense point of star veins, where magical energy flows. The vitality of the trees here, benefiting from the magical energy, is extraordinary. They won't catch fire even if you try, and if they do catch fire, it will be extinguished almost instantly. Historically, heroes are said to have trained in such places. It should be a good training ground for you too, Annette. A dense point of star veins? I've never heard of such a thing. How did you find it? I just happened to come across it while searching for a suitable place. It's so unusual that beasts avoid it. That piqued my curiosity, so I investigated. The features I mentioned are true, but the reason I found it is different. For me, a apostle of star, finding star veins is easy. Of course, finding a dense point is also simple. Since I can see it, all I need to do is look for the areas where it is concentrated. Here, you can cast magic as many times as you want without worrying about surrounding damage. If you can't manage with your talent alone, then practice more. Do your best. With that, I leaned against a nearby tree and sat down. Then, I took out a sketchbook and brush. I'll stay with you until you're finished because I'm worried about the way back. I'll be drawing on my own. Once I'm done, let me know where I need corrections. That's the payment. Free is apparently dangerous. Thank you, Roy. Annette hugged me, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Soaking wet. Don't cling to me while you're wet. And don't get so excited too soon. You've only managed to start practicing. I'll do my best. I'll practice hard and become one of the 10 great sword mages and then the 12 heavenly mages in no time. And I'll repay this favor many times over. Look forward to it. With that declaration, Annette skipped off toward the trees. She hadn't been able to use magic freely before, but now she could. She was clearly thrilled. Seeing her like that made me smile. It's always good to see someone full of energy. It's much more pleasant to watch than when they're down. However, that girl. She hugged me while soaking wet, so my sketchbook got wet as well. I sighed with a sense of unease. 8. Good grief. In a certain house in the Grand Duchy. In the basement there, Vela sighed. Abraham, also known as Caspar, member of the Empire's Covert Operations Unit, infiltrated the Grand Duchy 3 years ago, operated as a merchant on the ground, became engaged, and married a year ago. Quite an impressive background. While reciting the investigated background, Vela looked at the man before him. The man, tied to a chair, was already on the brink of death. Even though he was part of the Empire's elite covert operations unit, his opponent was one of the 12 heavenly magic. And it had been a complete surprise attack. The outcome was decided with the very first move. When you layer lies upon lies, eventually, you lose track of what's true. This is from experience. Is your silence because you don't even know what's true anymore? Kill me. Hey, think about your wife left behind. If you just tell me how to read the code, that will be enough, you know? I don't know, so I can't tell you. Caspar gasped out his words. This was a question that had been asked several times already. Caspar's consciousness was growing faint. It was no wonder. All the fingers on Caspar's left hand had been severed. That was Vela's doing. Dealing with this bit by bit is bothersome. With that, Vela waved his hand. A gust of wind seemed to blow, and Caspar's scream echoed through the basement. All the fingers on Caspar's right hand had also been severed. With the pain and blood loss, Caspar's consciousness began to fade. You can still live happily even without fingers. The reason you went through the trouble of marrying in enemy territory must be because you loved her, right? Spit it out. In his dazed state, Caspar was reflecting on memories with his wife. A marriage for camouflage. He continued to tell himself that. However, the reality was different. He loved her. And that's precisely why he had sworn. He would not betray the country for the sake of his wife. Damn it. Let's just say it was impressive, though foolish. With those words, Vela has eliminated Caspar. And then, it seems the Empire's covert units are all tight-lipped. As if nothing had happened, Vela turned his attention back to the encrypted message. The decryption was halfway done, but the crucial part remained unreadable. Unable to devote more time to decryption, Vela had been searching for members of the Empire's covert units, but none would speak. Could it be that they really don't know? The longer they stayed silent, the more likely that possibility seemed. Perhaps they were all simply pretending to resist and genuinely did not know. The encrypted message might be of such high importance that searching through just the lower-ranked covert units might not be sufficient. Vela thought deeply, his hand resting on his chin. However, Abraham, where are you? A voice called from above. It was Caspar's wife. Vela instinctively began preparing a spell to eliminate the wife, but he immediately reconsidered. That was close. Old habits die hard. He stopped his right hand with his left. Then, Vela left the scene on the wind. Soon, Caspar's body would be found, but it wouldn't be a significant blow. It might be treated as a shocking incident in the area, but no one would realize it was his doing. I've really softened up. Vela, having moved to a distance, muttered about not eliminating the wife. In the past, he would have killed her without hesitation. After all, there was no benefit in leaving her alive. Even if she was just a common citizen of the Grand Duchy. This would be no different even if they were citizens of the Lutetia Empire. However, there is a colleague who becomes distinctly displeased if he does so. A colleague who believes that killing should only be for enemies and that is sufficient. It's not just about being displeased, he directs his anger towards Vela. If he stays silent, it might not be noticed, but clumsy lies are easily seen through. Therefore, the only option is to act in a way that avoids lies. I certainly don't want to make the great sage an enemy. With that thought, Vela disappeared. His destination was the Empire. This code is beyond the understanding of low-level personnel. Therefore, there is no choice but to ask someone within the Empire. It is dangerous, but there is no other option. When battles occur, Vela rarely takes action. This is not within Vela's domain. Thus, Vela takes risks. Collecting information is Vela's form of battle. Section. A few days later. Within the Empire's territory, Vela was meeting with an accomplice. However, they were not meeting face to face. The decoding of the letter is complete. Thank you. In a small cafe in an imperial city, Vela and the accomplice conversed with their backs to each other at an open terrace. Where did you get something like that? I had connections. So, connections. This is a top-level cipher. Only a select few can use it, and its transportation is heavily monitored. I see. Vela responded briefly to the accomplice's words. It was something of little importance to Vela. Only a limited number of people could obtain it. Thus, the connections are also limited. Although being discovered could lead to severe consequences, Vela did not have the luxury of fearing such things. Just tell me quickly. I couldn't determine the exact date and time. However, I did find out the details of the operation. I was most interested in the timing. There are limits to what we can know. Listen carefully. The operation involves a simultaneous attack on the kingdom and the empire with a force of 400,000 troops. Quite a grand move, as expected from the empire, but moving an army of 400,000 must be a significant effort. It's a move that likely expects substantial returns. A diversion, then. Their goal is to capture the capital of the Grand Duchy. The troops have already infiltrated the Grand Duchy, so the target is the Grand Duchy. But I can't believe they'd ignore the Empire's troops. If it were just one or two covert teams, that could be understandable, but capturing the capital would require regular troops. A considerable number would be necessary. The Grand Duchy wouldn't be foolish enough to overlook such a force. However, the Empire should have appeared within the Lutetia Empire. That too is part of the operation. They are using the chaos caused by the ships being diverted to the port to infiltrate. Are they even using monsters? The Empire? I don't know. But that's what it says. That's troublesome. Vela muttered as he stood up. He no longer needed the accomplice. It was time to move. Are you leaving? Of course. Just a word of caution, be careful. The Empire's troops are more vigilant lately, likely because the operation is approaching. I'll take that to heart. Saying this, Vela smiled defiantly. He knew better than anyone that such vigilance would not stop him. And so, Vela left the Empire's territory and headed towards the Grand Sage. 9. Recently, you've been getting along well with the students from the magic department, Yakina murmured after a class she attended for the first time in a while. Not knowing how to respond, I remained silent. Did you know that the sword magic department and the magic department don't get along? Well, to some extent. There's a sense of separation between the two departments rather than a sense of camaraderie. The sword magic department is based in the kingdom, while the magic department is based in the empire. Before the formation of the Triple Alliance, the two countries had been adversaries for a long time. Even though things have calmed down considerably, they aren't exactly friendly. The Triple Alliance exists because the Grand Duchy is acting as a mediator. King Albert of the kingdom is one of the most moderate rulers in history. Although he doesn't harbor ill feelings towards the empire, the people of the kingdom are different. This background is why there's a rivalry-like conflict between the sword magic department and the magic department, and the academy encourages this competition. Indeed, compared to war, it's more like child's play. Then, why did you introduce a magic department student to the training hall? How did you know about that? Didn't I mention it? It was a private practice session. Yakina smiled unusually warmly. That smile was frightening. Could it be she's been watching all along? From a distance so subtle that I wouldn't notice. If it were killing intent, I would have sensed it even from a considerable distance. But if it was just watching, I wouldn't have realized it unless I was on high alert. And I hadn't been on guard. To think. I never imagined I was being watched. As expected of the celestial wolf's eyes. I didn't notice. However, using it for surveillance would be a waste of talent. No, it's not entirely wrong. It could be said that she has a keen eye in every respect. She was in trouble, so, answering while awkwardly averting my gaze. In response, Yakina, maintaining her cold demeanor, said, "A densely packed area of star veins. It's quite rare. It was noted in ancient texts. It's so rare that it's difficult to find, isn't it?" You heard that. Finding it unbelievable, I shifted my gaze to Yakina. She stared at me with a serious expression. And then, "That can't be true, right? I heard about it directly from Annette. I treated her to dessert, and she happily talked about it. She's quite charming, isn't she?" "Yeah, that's good to hear." After muttering that, I realized it wasn't good at all. Yukina's eyes were filled with deep suspicion. This could be problematic. "Why do you know about such a valuable place, Roy-kun?" "I just happened to find it. It's such an unusual place that beasts avoid it." So, I slightly hesitated in my explanation. Yakina had mentioned old texts. That means she researched it in the Academy's library. That brings some clarity. The texts must be kept deep in storage, out of public view until Yakina found them. I can't use the excuse of researching in the library. So, then. And, when I went back home, I looked into it out of boredom. My father, like Lena, loves books. We have quite a collection at home. Perfect. And that was close. Yukina's eyes looked somewhat disappointed for some reason. This must be it. I was targeted. Well, if that's the case, we'll leave it at that. That was a close call. Yukina's fearsome quality might not be her sharp eyes or intuition, but rather her persistence. She just doesn't give up. She's convinced I'm hiding something and is determined to uncover it. Truly frightening. It's better to avoid being around her as much as possible. Today, let's practice together for the first time in a while. What? I have plans too. You'll come, won't you? Could it be that you can't attend a practice with me after introducing Annette to the training area? Is it because Annette is a charming and cute girl? Or is it because she's overflowing with feminine allure? I lack charm, you know. Should I just give up and accept it? Well, if that's not the case, then come with me. Yes. Under the pressure, I nodded. Why am I so weak when it comes to women? You would think that having a sister would make one more resilient to women. After thinking for a while, I reached a conclusion. It's probably because women in the world are tougher than my sister. My standard is Lena, who is lenient with me. And women in the world are tougher than Lena. Toward me. So I end up being overpowered. While wishing to be stronger, I silently followed Yakina. 10. Outside the academy. As I was joining Annette in what was becoming a routine practice session, she decided to end it for today. Since I had also completed my sketch, we began heading back to the academy. During the walk, I decided to ask something I hadn't had the chance to ask before. "Hey, Annette." You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but, do you know that the trigger for the events 12 years ago was my father? Yeah, I know. Why? Annette's response was unexpectedly nonchalant, leaving me puzzled. Annette's grandfather? Grandfather went of his own accord. He could have chosen not to go, but he decided to. Your father wasn't involved. Right. Annette said this with a detached air. She was far more mature than I was. That was likely due to her extensive experiences. It would be rude to insist on Baron Louvel's family being responsible at this point. This discussion is over. Indeed, I said, and we continued walking together. On our way back, as we passed through the academy gate, something passed near us. Annette didn't notice it. It was both very fast and camouflaged. And that something disappeared into the academy. It was definitely a living creature. However, it didn't seem harmful. If necessary, I could capture it. With that in mind, I decided not to pursue it. Section. When we returned to the academy, there was a sense of urgency in the air. As Annette and I wondered what was going on, a breathless Lena ran past us. Oni-sama, it's terrible. A rare mythical beast has escaped, and everyone is currently searching for it. There's even a reward for whoever finds it. Please help look for it too. I'm begging you. With that, Lena ran off with incredible speed. She was quite serious. A mythical beast is a term for rare magical creatures. They are too unusual to be considered just animals, but they are not as dangerous as monsters. The fact that the academy is offering a reward to students means it must be quite valuable. Well, it doesn't concern me. That sounds like quite a hassle. As I said this and tried to return to my dorm room, my clothes were grabbed. Thinking it was my imagination, I tried to move forward, but I was firmly held back. What is it? Annette, her eyes practically turned into money signs, was gripping my clothes. Moreover, it seemed she assumed I would cooperate. I want to sleep. Please, please, please. Annette waved her hands like a child. If it were just a whim, I would ignore it, but I knew Annette needed money for her younger siblings. Treating her coldly would be heartless. So, with a sigh, I muttered, "Just for a little while, okay? Yay. Thank you." Annette was genuinely happy, but she quickly adopted a serious expression and declared, "All right, let's go. Do you have any leads?" "I don't, but in times like these, it's best to ask someone knowledgeable." Saying that, Annette started walking. She headed to one of the several cafeterias. Since it wasn't a mealtime, there were only a few students around. At the back of the cafeteria, there was a female student reading a book while elegantly sipping tea. "Hey, Yakina, we need your wisdom." "Oh, Annette, and Roy too." The student Annette called out to, Yakina, tilted her head curiously. She seemed puzzled about why we had come here. "Actually, how did you know Yakina would be here? She treated me to dessert here once." Annette giggled. "This place is quiet and good for reading. Anyway, what's going on?" Right. So, it seems a mythical beast escaped, and there's a reward if we find it. Can you lend us your wisdom to capture it?" "Ah, I heard about that. It's a phantom cat, isn't it? You know about the escaped beast. The teachers were talking about it. I wasn't interested and had no intention of searching for it, but are you two searching together? You get along well." Yukina's eyes narrowed slightly. Feeling an inexplicable pressure, I instinctively hid behind Annette, which only made the pressure intensify. "Yep. I asked him to help me look." Annette said this straightforwardly, showing an innocent smile. This response seemed to leave Yakina a bit bewildered. "I see, but if you two are searching together, you don't really need my wisdom, do you? Besides, I'm still in the middle of my reading." "That's not true. Please. We need your wisdom, Yakina." Yakina seemed reluctant. "Well, this place is quiet and perfect for reading, so it's understandable she'd be annoyed by noisy interruptions. However, Annette wants to send the reward money to her younger siblings. Can you help us out? That's not fair. Please, Yakina." "All right, fine." With a sigh of resignation, Yakina closed her book. "Thank you. I love you, Yakina," Annette said, hugging Yakina tightly. Annette's straightforward expression of emotions left Yakina somewhat perplexed as she began her explanation. The phantom cat possesses advanced camouflage abilities. It can blend into any environment seamlessly. It's difficult to find it normally. Even for you, Yakina. I'd rather not search every corner of the academy. There's an easier way. As Yakina spoke, she pointed towards the cafeteria's kitchen. With just that gesture, I understood roughly what she intended to do. What? What are we going to do? I read in a book that the main food of the phantom cat is fruit. It's easier to lure it to us than to chase an invisible target. I see. We're going to bait it, as expected of Yukina-san. But I don't have any money on me right now. Me neither. Even though it's a cafeteria for students, it's not free. Yukina and Annette stared at me intently. Succumbing to the pressure, I sighed and pulled out my wallet. Unfortunately, I did have some money with me. I wish I had just captured it when I first noticed its presence. Section. Wow. Hey. Can I eat it? Can I eat it? To lure out the phantom cat, we had lined up fruits and desserts available in the cafeteria on the table. Yet for some reason, Annette was the one getting excited. I think it's fine to eat it. It would be a waste otherwise. I don't mind, but if we can't catch it, it'll be a waste of money. At that time, I'll cover the costs. As expected of a lady. She really knows how to say the right things. With that, my nearly empty wallet might just be revived. But our top priority is to catch the phantom cat and get the reward. Just as I was thinking this, Annette began happily eating the dessert. Sweet. I'm so happy. Annette's face showed pure bliss. As I smiled wryly at her, it suddenly happened. Something jumped onto the table and started devouring the fruit voraciously. Both Yukina and I tried to grab it simultaneously, but it sensed us instantly, grabbed some fruit in its mouth, and kicked the table hard. That alone caused the table to flip, sending the fruit and desserts flying everywhere. Damn. It got away. I quickly stepped back, avoiding the table, so I wasn't affected. However, it was different for the other two. My dessert. I need to change clothes. Dessert and fruit were splattered all over Yukina and Annette's clothes. In Annette's case, she seemed more shocked about the ruined desserts than the dirty clothes. I'll chase it. We'll meet up later. Please do. Now, let's go, Annette. But there were still some I hadn't eaten. Yukina led the lamenting Annette away from the scene. After watching them leave, I began to pursue the phantom cat. The reason I could afford to be leisurely was simple. Since it took some fruit, it left a clear trail behind. Scattered fruits, fruit juice, and the scent all guided me towards the phantom cat's path. Following these signs, I found it heading towards a nearby building. It must have been really hungry, as it was still carrying the fruit. Quietly, I erased my presence and peeked into an open room. Though invisible, I could hear the sound of something being eaten. I swiftly entered the room and shut the door. There's no escape now. With the phantom cat trapped in the room while it ate the fruit, I placed my hands on its hips. There was no point in scaring it with a show of bravado. As I watched closely, the phantom cat, realizing its camouflage was ineffective, deactivated it. There was a small, pure white kitten, growling and trying to intimidate me, but it wasn't very frightening. I stepped forward slowly, trying not to scare it. However, that was a mistake. In an instant, the phantom cat scrambled up the wall of the room and slipped into the ventilation shaft through a small gap. Damn. I underestimated the cat. Muttering to myself about the unexpected move, I relied on my ears to track the phantom cat and followed it out of the room. Even though it could camouflage, its footsteps were audible when it ran, especially through the ventilation shaft. It wasn't that hard to track. As I chased it at a fast pace, the phantom cat suddenly changed direction towards a room. Perfect, I thought. I would catch it there, and so I opened the door to the room. Ha! Whoa! Inside were Yukina and Annette, changing out of their dirty clothes. The question of why didn't even cross my mind. It seemed that this was the closest changing room. Whether it was good or bad timing, I saw Yukina's light blue underwear and Annette's pink underwear clearly. Both of them froze when they saw me, quickly turning red and trying to cover themselves with their clothes, but that wasn't enough to hide everything. It was evident that Yukina had a slender, well-proportioned body, and Annette, despite her small stature, had a larger chest than I had expected. It was extremely awkward. However, the fact remained that the phantom cat had escaped into this room. As I hesitated about what to do next, Annette yelled, "No peeking allowed." She then threw something at me. I hurried outside, closing the door behind me, and started explaining. That's not it. The phantom cat escaped here. Sorry. The reward money. Annette first put on some clothes. But, the reward money. Where? I could hear the commotion from inside the room. The phantom cat had probably already escaped. That meant there was no evidence left. In this situation, I was just a peeping Tom. I expected they'd understand, but that damn cat. I leaned against the wall, pondering why I had to go through this. After a while, we received news that another student had found and secured the phantom cat, which had been found lounging around. Apparently, it was a stray that had lost its parents, and the academy would find a proper place for it. Oh, my reward money. For a while, Annette remained in a dazed state. I was stuck paying for the desserts and had to run around, so it was a rough day for me as well. But considering that I had seen beautiful women changing, I'll just call it even. It was quite a sight, though I'd never admit that out loud. 11. The Lutetia Empire. I had arrived at the residence of the Black Grand Sage Eclipse. It was an urgent visit. However, I proceeded to the reception room at my usual pace without rushing. Then, "You're late." I came as quickly as I could. "I'm here to see you before reporting to the king. You should have come sooner." "That's quite unreasonable." Thinking this, I took a seat on the sofa facing the visitor, Vela. It was then I noticed that Vela was injured. An injury? That's unlike you. I had to forcibly break through the heavily guarded empire. However, I do admit that I've become too dull recently. Vela's right arm was wrapped in a bandage. It seemed that an attack had grazed him. Given that he managed to escape from the empire and was only injured to this extent, it was quite an achievement. But, according to Vela's standards, he felt he was losing his edge. "Does this mean you managed to decipher the coded message?" "Of course. However, I couldn't determine the exact date. Still, it's going to be troublesome." "That seems likely. So, what is the Empire planning?" In response to my question, Vela took out a map from his pocket and spread it out on the desk. He then indicated the route from the Empire to the Kingdom and the Empire using his left hand. First, the Empire is planning to attack the Kingdom and the Empire with a force of 400,000 troops. I don't know the exact distribution. It could be 200,000 and 200,000, or it could be 300,000 and 100,000. In any case, it's a massive army. Gathering that many troops means they've halted their battles on other fronts. Exactly. The Empire has started to concentrate all its efforts on the three nations. However, this is something we anticipated. As long as we continue to repel the invading forces, the Empire will eventually get serious. But the main focus of this 400,000 is not the primary objective. Vela's left hand moved. He pointed to the Grand Duchy, to its port. The 400,000 are a decoy. The real target is the Grand Duchy. Troops have already infiltrated. They aim to seize the lightly defended capital and drive a wedge between the three nations. Now that I think about it, there had been an unusually high number of rats entering the academy before. Was that reconnaissance before the operation? Still, if they plan to capture the capital, they'll need a considerable sized force. How did they manage to infiltrate? It turns out that the monster you defeated was orchestrated by the Empire. When the ships that were held up were suddenly allowed into the Grand Duchy, the Empire took advantage of the chaos to infiltrate. The port is in total disarray. If they've infiltrated in scattered groups, it's impossible to stop them. Using monsters as well is quite elaborate. However, there should be limits to the number of people they can infiltrate. Even if the Grand Duchy's capital is lightly defended, can they really take it? If they intend to capture it, then they must have a plan to do so. There might be more enemy forces than we imagine. The ships didn't only flood into the Grand Duchy, they also swarmed into the Empire. The route from the Empire to the Grand Duchy is not as tightly secured as the sea route. It's possible that they entered the Empire first and then headed to the Grand Duchy. I see. So they have various means available. After listening to Vela, I nodded. If they can capture the capital, it would be a good strategy. The Grand Duchy is the weakest of the three nations, but it is the keystone of the three-nation alliance. The alliance between the kingdom and the empire was made possible because of the Grand Duchy's presence. If the capital falls, the shock will be immense. The Grand Duchy also provides substantial support to both countries beyond just the academy. Economic and military support, both. Thanks to this support, both countries can concentrate on fighting the empire. This is based on the assumption that the Grand Duchy will be protected by both countries. If the capital were to fall, however, the value of the alliance would be destroyed. It would prove that both countries cannot protect the Grand Duchy. Once the capital falls, the three-nation alliance will collapse. Everyone would think the pact is meaningless. If a small force were to capture the capital, you'd think it could be quickly retaken, but I would behead all the royal family and high-ranking officials. I would focus on that instead. By paralyzing the functioning of the country, you can create a void between the kingdom and the empire. Who will be the next king? What should be done next? The kingdom and the empire will certainly intervene, and it will likely escalate into a conflict. In that case, the kingdom and the empire would face a two-front war. The two countries would no longer be allies but potential enemies. Whether the empire chooses to cause a rebellion in the Grand Duchy or defeat them individually, their options for action would increase. Vela then moved his left hand again. He pointed to the border between the kingdom and the empire. He tapped the spot with his finger while speaking. I want to help the Grand Duchy, but the diversion is too big. Do you think the king would agree if I took it on alone and assigned the remaining 12 heavenly mages to defend the Grand Duchy? I don't think so. If you were from a prestigious family in the empire, the king might trust you, but your origins are unclear. With an invasion of this scale, the king would want to deploy the 12 heavenly mages to the imperial border. Your abilities don't matter. What about the kingdom? The sword saint handles the army, and the 7 heavenly swords defend the Grand Duchy. That's impossible. I don't know what the king would think, but the other nobles would never allow it. So, there's only one option left. I'd rather not do it if possible. It's exhausting, after all. Then, I will take on all the armies, and the sword saint will defend the Grand Duchy. How about that? It could work the other way around, but I'm probably more suited for this. It's a good plan if possible, but we still need to convince the kingdom. And will our king allow it? I won't tell the king. I'll do it on my own. Do you realize this is a national crisis? That's exactly why. Consulting the king would take too much time. Time is of the essence right now. You head to the kingdom and convince their king. The moderate king should be persuadable. And in the meantime, you'll prepare to intercept. But we're talking about 400,000 troops. It's not a problem. The real concern is your side. Can you persuade them? I'll do my best. Then we'd better hurry. On my way to the kingdom, I'll also warn the Grand Duchy. It would be great if they take it seriously and abandon the capital, but don't count on it. At my words, Vela shrugged. Then, with the wind, Vela's figure disappeared. Watching that, I also left the scene. The fact that we don't know the exact date means things might already be in motion. In any case, time is of the essence right now. 12. As fast as Vela might be, he can't instantly move from the empire to the kingdom like I can. During that time, I returned to the academy. If I'm going to act as the sword saint and the grand sage, Roy, the failing noble, will just be in the way. I recall the map that Vela spread out in my mind. If heading straight to the capital from the port, this academy is just before the capital. If enemies are approaching the capital, this academy will likely move to stop them. That's because there's no other stronghold in the Grand Duchy that holds more power than this academy. Even if the students don't participate in the battle, the elite faculty alone would be a considerable force. In that case, staying here means I would have to continue acting as Roy. I definitely don't have that kind of luxury. Vela said he would notify the Grand Duchy on his way to the kingdom. In the Grand Duchy, after the capital, the next most important place is this academy. A fast horse should arrive soon. Once it comes, I'll begin to act. Section. I didn't go outside, I just waited in my room. for that moment. And then, it came. Oni-sama, it's terrible. Unusually, Lena entered the room in a panic. I got up from lying on the bed. What's wrong? A fast horse just arrived. The Imperial Army has infiltrated the Grand Duchy and is moving to capture the capital. The Imperial Army in the Grand Duchy? Could it be false information? It's confirmed by one of the Empire's 12 heavenly magicians. The whole academy is abuzz with the news. I had expected Lena to come to me as soon as she heard the news. That's why I stayed in my room. Now I can move without hesitation. If the information is reliable, there's only one thing to do. Yes, the academy is preparing for defense. However, the third-year high school students are out for their training. It wouldn't make much difference if they were here. If the Imperial Army is serious about capturing the capital, they'll be prepared to break through the academy's resistance. This place gathers the best talents from the 3 countries, after all. As I spoke, I got out of bed and started to get ready. Not for class, but to leave the academy. Oni-sama, get ready. We're going to inform father. Since we don't know when the enemy will come, we should quickly inform father. Although a fast horse will eventually be sent from the capital, father is often underestimated. It's faster if we tell him directly. But, still. Lena hesitated a bit. I understood what she wanted to say. Don't worry. The academy won't make the students fight. They are valuable resources. The students from the kingdom and the empire will be evacuated, and those of us from the Grand Duchy will probably be sent away too. I understand that. However, if we head to our territory, it will look like the Louvre family fled. Let them think that. Even if you don't mind, I do. I can't stand it if our family is ridiculed. You always have a plan, and father is always thinking about the country. As Lena said this, she looked at me. Lena generally followed what I said. However, it seems she won't be swayed this time. Despite appearing unconcerned, it seemed there was pent-up frustration over the various things said about the Louvre Baron family. Oh well. I planned to take her to our territory and come up with some excuse not to accompany father. Well, it's not all bad. If Lena doesn't come along, I won't have to worry about anyone watching me during the journey. That's the advantage of being able to move quickly as both the Sword Saint and the Great Sage. However, I'm worried. Even if it's temporary, Lena will be vulnerable without anyone around her. I will stay. If I stay, no one should say that you fled. I will protect the honor of the Louvre Baron family. I'm sorry to leave you with such resolve, but even if you stay, there will be those who say it. Let them say what they want. I can argue back. Maybe you can stay calm without arguing, but I want to argue back. I've already decided. After saying that, Lena bowed her head and ran out. I should probably go after her, but unfortunately, time is running short. Well, Lena is an excellent student. She won't fall behind the Imperial soldiers. However, leaving her behind in a place that might become a battlefield makes me hesitate. If it comes to it, I'll abandon everything to come to her aid. Is this just your dear sister's rebellious phase? That's how it is. She used to be such a straightforward child. I think she's just straightforwardly devoted to her brother. Yakina, who entered the room, said that with a small smile. In her hands, she gripped a sword. Are you staying too? Yes, I have an obligation to uphold the alliance of the 3 kingdoms. To be honest, I think it's futile. Even so, there's meaning in my staying here. Escaping is easy. There are those who are already preparing to flee. But I came to this academy to defend my homeland. That means fighting against the Empire. So, I can't just run away. The resolve to defend my homeland isn't something to be taken lightly. Impressive. But at this stage of growth, weren't you not expecting to fight? Many students were supposed to get stronger before fighting. If you still think you're weak right now, fleeing is an option. So the academy won't force students into doing the impossible. That may be true, but the enemy won't wait. If we wait to get stronger, we may never be able to fight. When I decided to become a Sword Saint, I resolved to face strong opponents. If I don't have that resolve, I can't become a Sword Saint. A sword saint can't entrust themselves to someone who runs away just because the enemy is stronger, right? Yakina spoke with a natural demeanor. She wasn't putting on airs. She was truly saying what she believed. As expected from someone seriously aiming to become a sword saint, her mentality was far beyond that of the other students. It wasn't a student's mentality. It was the mentality of a warrior on the front lines. I'll take care of Lena. I'll protect her. I'd prefer it if both of you escaped, though. That's not an option. If the enemy passes through here, the capital will fall. If that happens, the alliance of the three nations will collapse. The time we gain here is crucial. Reinforcements will definitely come. We just have to hold out until then. Yakina understood the importance of this place. The fact that the Empire is aiming for the capital means she can predict what the Empire hopes to achieve. That's why we need to buy time here. But I will definitely bring father here, but I can't guarantee that it will change anything. Reinforcements will come, but they might not be decisive. Can you still fight? I don't know much about the Empire, but I understand the kingdom well. Our king understands the importance of the alliance of the three nations. He will surely send reinforcements. Until then, I will defend this place as the representative of the kingdom. If you have that kind of resolve, I won't say anything more. But don't be reckless. It's not just a boast, but father is the best commander in the three nations. If he comes, we can buy as much time as we need. I'm counting on it, Yakina said with a smile. I passed by Yakina and left the room. Hey, can I ask you something? What is it? Will Roy Kuan come to help us? If I have the energy, I replied briefly and started walking. This eliminates the need to act as Roy Louvel. There are many concerns, but I just have to deal with them one by one. Chapter 3, The Sword Saint and the Great Sage. When I returned to my father's territory, I entered the mansion, pretending as if I had ridden a fast horse. Father. Father. Ha ha ha. I wish I could show you the faces of the kingdom's and empire's armies on that day. I watched the battle intently. Oh, Roy, what's the matter? What are you doing? In the mansion's reception room. There, father was sitting on the sofa, with a blonde beauty beside him. Seeing him enthusiastically recounting his tales of bravery was almost unbearable. As I was thinking that, can't you see? I don't understand. I'm trying to make her your next mother. It took me a moment to grasp his meaning, and once I did, I slowly drew the sword from my waist. Do you know why you have two arms? It's so that if one is cut off, you'll still be okay. I'll offer one to the grave of my late mother. Wait. It was a joke. Just a joke. Father retreated behind the sofa. Seeing this, the blonde beauty chuckled. As expected of the son of Baron Louvel. How amusing. It's troublesome when jokes aren't understood. Well, I'll be looking forward to our next meeting. I'll count on you again. With that, the beauty left the room. Watching her leave, I sheathed my sword. Who was that? A merchant. From the underworld. An underworld merchant. They're expensive, but they sell things that are hard to come by. So, what is it? I've learned the Empire's plan. They're using a diversion with 400,000 troops and planning to take the Grand Duchess capital with an elite force. It seems the Empire is getting desperate. Maybe the Emperor is putting pressure on them. They've come with a decisive move. They're coming to win. Father laughed as if he found it amusing. Even though our country is being targeted, he can still laugh about it. He's definitely missing a few screws. So, what are we going to do? The Grand Sage will handle the 400,000, and the Sword Saint will assist the Grand Duchy. That's about the only move we have. Father gave a slight smile, looking as though this was exactly what he expected. However, I couldn't determine the exact date and time. Guessing the date and time is pointless. Seeing the Grand Duchess movements, the infiltration force will realize they've been detected. If you were in the infiltration force, when would you act? Today. That's right. The infiltration unit in enemy territory has no choice but to act quickly if detected. Whether the execution date is in 10 days or a month, They'll be crushed if they do nothing. Well, that's true, but using 400,000 troops for the diversion will leave the empire short. It's not easy for any empire to mobilize such a large force. The military command of the empire is banking on this operation. Therefore, failure is not an option. The infiltration unit must be aware of this. Acting independently would be risky. The infiltration unit won't be concerned about that. They're infiltrating enemy territory, and if they're discovered, they have to move or face annihilation. They'll aim for the capital regardless. However, considering the complexity of the Empire's operations, they might have some method of communicating with the infiltration unit. Like someone who can move instantly like me, or perhaps someone like the ancient demons who could communicate over long distances. Demonkind are legendary beings. And you might be a legendary being too. Certainly, the demons, who once contested human dominance over the continent and weakened, were defeated. However, whether they were completely wiped out remains uncertain. Father said this as he started walking with his cane. Continuing the conversation, I asked about something else. By the way, what about the masters? They've gone on a journey. They'll be back soon. Don't worry. I'm not worried. Actually, it would have been easier if they were here. Don't get your hopes up. The previous generation is just that, the previous generation. They've retired from the public stage. Quite a privileged situation, really. Leaving everything to others and going on a journey. If one of them had been here, the Academy's safety would have been ensured. By the way, is Lena at the Academy? Yes. She said that if both members of the Louvel family are absent, it would lead to unnecessary bad rumors. Impressive. I can't believe she's my daughter. Indeed. Refute that. Father grimaced as he entered his private room. There, he began to don his armor. I helped him with it. The Academy is the final line of defense for the capital. A battle will undoubtedly occur. We must hurry. Yes, I'd like to stop them before it happens, but it's probably going to be difficult. There are students who will remain and join the fight. I hope it doesn't turn into a terrible situation. Oh, is the Academy important to you? Living there, I develop an attachment. I see. Father nodded with an oddly pleased expression. Then, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor and asked, Does the king know about the operation? No, we acted on our own due to the lack of time. That can't be helped, but in that case, you must ensure that the kingdom is firmly on our side. As the Sword Saint, you must not act unilaterally. The king and the Sword Saint, the emperor and the great sage, if relations between them are strained, even if we drive back the empire's forces, discord will remain. You must support the king as the Sword Saint. Convince the king to send you out. If the emperor is enraged after the war, the king will mediate. I don't understand. What are you thinking, father? Is it because mother wanted my peace, or to protect Lena? What other reasons could there be? What am I supposed to learn? Father, dressed in his armor and with a sword at his waist, looked at me and narrowed his eyes. I will tell you the answer. What brought this on? Father never shares answers, always telling me to figure things out for myself. Knowing the answer now won't change anything. That's why I'll tell you. Yes. This is my personal theory. Whether it's through war or peace, killing is killing. The fact remains unchanged. I learned that painfully 12 years ago. War is a foolish act. However foolish you think it is, if the enemy is advancing, you have no choice but to fight. It's better to take than to be taken. One must kill if necessary. But we are not beasts. We do not revel in killing, nor are we consumed by madness. Why? Because there is a reason for it. Father tapped my chest and smiled wryly. It's complicated. It's naturally complicated. Both the Sword Saint and the Great Sage are vital to the country. They are the pillars. If you're not careful in your conduct, it could spark new conflicts. Reasons for fighting. I am indeed a schemer and a killer. But it's all for protecting the territory, protecting the family. That has never wavered, not even once. Whether it's the kingdom, the empire, or the republic, it doesn't matter. If anyone tries to take my land or my family's place, No matter how large their army, I will face them. That is why I fight. And your reason for fighting is the academy. What do you mean? I fight for my family just like you. Family alone is not enough. The opponent is the empire. What must be protected is the people of the three nations. To say it's only for family would be too narrow. That's why I sent you to the academy. Those who study there, they are what you need to protect. It's not about guarding some unknown foreigner. It's about protecting the friends you've made and the country of your classmates. Ultimately, it's about protecting the friends at the academy. The youth are the future of the country. The everyday life you spend at that academy is a part of what you must protect. With those words, Father sighed deeply. If you understand that, why leave me at the academy? It would be better if you let me focus on my role as the Sword Saint and the Great Sage. I couldn't help but grumble. In response, Father gave a slight smile. Do you still not understand why I keep you at the academy? You are strong, far beyond what I can measure. Therefore, you should be able to protect what needs to be protected. However, a defense without a visible target will eventually show cracks. Indeed, it might be easier if you didn't attend the academy. But if you don't develop a sense of responsibility, eventually, defense will become a mere task. And then it will turn into a game. At that point, you will just be a killer, a monster. Remember this, mechanisms without play are easily broken. You need to have room to breathe. Life at the academy is your play. Wastefulness is supreme. The life at the academy will heal your mind and clearly show you what you need to protect. It's not about protecting because you were told to. It's about protecting because you want to. And right now, you seem to want to protect not just Lena, but the academy itself. That means my plan has succeeded. With those words, Father patted my shoulder and then walked away. And then he said, "Wait at the academy. If you're a man, show that you can protect what you want with your own hands. I'll give you time to prepare. As a sword saint and a grand mage, you should handle everything perfectly. Keep some room for yourself for a grand performance. Don't make any mistakes that will cause delays." With that, Father gathered all the troops he could and set out. Watching him leave, I sighed and headed towards the kingdom. 2. I finished preparing as the Sword Saint Cloud and headed toward the castle. By now, Vela should have arrived in the kingdom. The title of the fastest mage is not just for show. If he didn't use the back roads like I did, Vela's speed truly lives up to his reputation. In fact, Vela's arrival was earlier than I had expected. I need to see the king immediately. Please don't be unreasonable. The king is in a meeting. This is more important than the meeting. Hurry up. But Vela was being stopped by the guards near the throne room. While Vela could probably have forced his way in, he must have chosen the proper etiquette. There was no helping it if he wanted to be heard. But now, etiquette was not a priority. Are you not Lord Vela of the 12 heavenly mages, the Wind Mage, the White Sword Saint Cloud? You've arrived at just the right time. I have something to discuss. Is it about the massive army of the Empire approaching the border? Even as Cloud, I was aware of the information. To emphasize this, I hinted at the situation at the border. In response, Vela shook his head. I didn't come just for that. That's true. Follow me. I told the guards to step aside and proceeded to the throne room with Vela. Keep it brief. The large army at the border is a decoy. The real target is the capital of the Grand Duchy. Imperial troops have already infiltrated. What about the Black Grand Sage? He said he would handle the army at the border. In return, he asked the Sword Saint to assist with the defense of the Grand Duchy. I'd like to say I understand, but that requires the king's permission. That's true. Vela sighed but appeared to have prepared himself for this. It was likely his intention from the start. I opened the door without hesitation. Inside, King Albert was in a meeting with Duke Townsend and other high officials. Sword Saint, we're in a meeting right now. A massive army of the Empire is approaching the border. We have a report from Lord Vela of the 12 heavenly mages regarding this. Please forgive this intrusion. I am Vela, the Wind Mage and the 7th ranked of the 12 Grand Mages. I've heard the rumors. The fact that the fastest mage has come here means the situation is urgent. Yes. Let's hear what you have to say. Your Majesty. Ignoring the voices of the high officials, Albert urged Vela to speak. Vela stepped forward. The Empire has dispatched a force of 400,000 troops toward the kingdom and the Empire. 400,000? What is that number? Immediately deploy the 7 heavenly swords to the border. The only one who might make it in time is the Sword Saint. The high officials were in a panic, but Albert paid them no mind and listened to Vela. He understood that Vela wouldn't come just for that. However, this large army is a diversion. The real target is the capital of the Grand Duchy. Imperial troops have already infiltrated the Grand Duchy. We don't know the exact date of the operation, but you should assume they will move as soon as they sense our response. To drive a wedge between the 3 nations, Albert, with an unusually serious expression, spoke up. As a moderate, Albert understands the importance of the alliance well. He does not overestimate the power of the Sword Saint. He knows that the ability to counter the Empire comes from the cooperation of the 3 nations. From here, it's a proposal from the Black Grand Sage. He asks that, in exchange for handling the 400,000 troops, the White Sword Saint be dispatched to the Grand Duchy. Do you understand what you're asking? To abandon the defense of our country in the face of a 400,000-strong army? Yes. It's the only option we have. Vela spoke with a serious expression. And then, this concerns the pact between the 3 nations. I hope you will accept the proposal. Are you joking? What if the Grand Sage fails? Yes. It's utterly unreasonable for our country to bear the risk alone. The high officials all protested at once. But Vela continued to gaze only at Albert. Albert closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He knew he couldn't afford to make a mistake in this decision. Does His Majesty the Emperor know about this? No, it's a decision made solely by the Grand Sage and myself. What? This is unacceptable. If you're making demands, you should be doing so on behalf of the Empire. Throw them out. Such reactions are understandable. No matter how important the Grand Sage and Vela are to the Empire, they are still individuals. There is no obligation for the kingdom to agree to their request. However, Albert was smiling wryly. Why risk so much despite holding the position of one of the 12 heavenly mages? I am not easily trusted by others, but please trust me on this. I want to protect my homeland. Status and honor come second. For the sake of your homeland. Yes. If the Grand Duchy falls, the 3-nation alliance will collapse. It would be pointless to liberate it after the capital falls. We must act before it's too late. I understand your point. It's a reasonable one. After saying this, Albert turned his gaze to me. His eyes were kind. Cloud, what do you think? Indeed, if the Grand Duchy falls, it will certainly create a rift in the relations between the 3 nations. However, if you believe that, sending the 12 heavenly mages excluding the Grand Sage might be a solution. If it were possible, we would have already done it. Gathering the 12 heavenly mages is a considerable task in itself. Moreover, it requires consultations with the high officials. Then it seems consultations would also be necessary in the kingdom of Albios. Your Majesty, it might seem strange for someone from the Empire to say this, but I came here believing that you understand the gravity of this situation. The Empire cannot act immediately. The only hope we have is the kingdom. Vela said this and knelt down. In response, the high officials also knelt. Your Majesty, given the importance of the matter, it should be discussed. Call in the military officials and have a thorough discussion. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Surrounded by Vela and the high officials, Albert looked up at the ceiling. And then, Cloud, what do you want to do? That's not something to ask. It depends on Your Majesty's decision. Are you leaving everything to me? The sword depends on the one who wields it. Hearing my words, Albert smiled. It was not the typical response from someone who usually acts on impulse. However, it seemed Albert had made up his mind. White Sword Saint Cloud. I command you to go to the Grand Duchy and assist them in accordance with the three-nation alliance. For the honor of our nation, you must stop the movements of the Empire's army and make it known across the continent that we will not abandon our allies. Understood. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Change your mind. The high officials raised their voices, urging reconsideration, but Albert gave them a glance and said, "This is a decision that has been made. No complaints about the king's decision will be tolerated." With a decisive tone, Albert then quietly commanded me, "Go." Yes. After bowing, I promptly left. I vanished from the castle. In front of Vela, I couldn't act as freely as the Grand Sage would. After all, the ability to move anywhere at will is a privilege of the Grand Sage. I then transformed into the appearance of the Black Grand Sage and flew to the border, which is situated roughly halfway between the kingdom and the empire. 400,000 imperial troops. I couldn't see them with the naked eye. However, I had a clear grasp of their movements. A magical orb I created was capturing the imperial army, so they've started moving after all. Through the orb, an image was projected into my mind. From the aerial view, I could see the imperial army advancing in formation below. With 400,000 troops, it was indeed a large force. The army had not yet split into two groups. They were advancing as a single unit, at least for now. This was advantageous. I'll have to deal with them with a single, maximum power strike. There are simply too many enemies. To force a retreat, significant damage needs to be inflicted. Even if the command center is destroyed, if there are other commanders in different locations, the advance will likely continue. After all, the purpose is to act as a diversion. As long as they can maintain some level of strength, they will strive to achieve their goal. That won't do. They need to be driven to retreat with a major spell. We lack both time and manpower. Void of the Abyss. Given the distance from the enemy now, the time required for chanting isn't a disadvantage. I'm using ancient divine abyss magic. Typically, this magic doesn't require long chants. It has been streamlined for combat use. However, among them, there are special types. This powerful magic, which emphasizes strength and requires a long chant, is one such example. Divine light is fully manifested. With each chant, more magical circles appear. The magic circles are deployed above the enemy army. Those who summon Calamity's light shall face the purest of inquiries. The size of these magic circles is among the largest for the ancient divine abyss magic I use. With the appearance of the third magic circle, the soldiers of the Imperial Army seem to have noticed something unusual. Clearly, something is wrong. You shall bear the penalty of ignorance upon yourself. A fourth magic circle appears. The circles increase in size, with the second being larger than the first, and the third larger than the second. The magic circles gradually grow larger. Then, the circles begin to slowly rotate. Divine might is in the heavens. A fifth magic circle. By this time, the Imperial Army has begun to assume a defensive posture. Escape is impossible for them now. Against the Imperial Army, I speak my final words with ruthless ease. Divine Might's heavenly answering sword. 5 magic circles float in the sky. From above them, a gigantic sword descends. The sword, gathering light, passes through the first magic circle and enlarges. With each subsequent magic circle, second, third, the sword grows even larger. Its size has already surpassed several tens of meters. This is not a spell designed for armies. It is a siege magic intended for cities. A merciless grand magic that relentlessly destroys fortified countries and cities. By the time it passes through the fourth magic circle, the Imperial Army deploys multiple layers of defensive magic. A hemispherical transparent barrier forms to protect the 400,000 soldiers. However, as it passes through the fifth magic circle and transforms into a sword exceeding 100 meters, it shatters the Imperial Army's defensive magic effortlessly upon contact. With a sound like shattering glass, the defensive magic of the Imperial Army collapses. And above the Imperial Army, now left undefended, the Sword of Light descends. Realizing there was no escape, the soldiers of the Imperial Army could only gaze at the sky in despair. The collision. A massive cloud of dust billowed up, followed by the explosion of the Sword of Light. The explosion created even more dust. What was happening was now beyond comprehension. The soldiers' screams were drowned out by the overwhelming noise and sheer volume of the explosion. As the dust began to settle, a giant crater was revealed. The once formidable sight of the 400,000 Imperial soldiers was nowhere to be seen. There might be a few survivors, but they would no longer be able to organize or act effectively. After witnessing such a catastrophe, few would have the will to continue fighting. It seems odd to say this after having caused it, but this isn't war, it's one-sided slaughter. The entire 400,000-strong army was annihilated in an instant. Half of them were undoubtedly dead. The other half were not unscathed. Many were thrown by the shockwave. Even those barely alive would soon succumb to their injuries. This level of destruction against the Imperial army had never been seen before. I had always focused on destroying the command center to force a retreat. It was the most efficient method. And now, this was the most efficient way. At this point, I had become the person who had killed the most people on this world. Strangely, I felt no particular emotion about it. I had killed before. So, increasing the number of deaths didn't affect me. I had done it because it was necessary. Thinking this, I let out a faint smile. Indeed, as my father said, for me, intercepting the Imperial army had become mere work. To others, I must appear as a monster. But even such a monster has things worth protecting. Killing a vast number of enemy soldiers didn't stir my emotions much, but the thought of enemies heading towards the academy unsettles me. This unease is proof that I am still human. Let's go. I can't afford to lose that something precious to me. 4. As soon as Roy departed, the academy entered a defensive state. The citizens of Undertale were evacuated, and those capable of fighting gathered at the academy. Students were given the choice to either evacuate or stay. Many students chose to evacuate, with those from the kingdom heading towards the border with their country, and those from the empire heading towards their own border. After all, it was a matter of another country. Most students felt it was not their concern, as they were still students. Even so, thank you for staying, Yakina. I'm sorry, but it's not for the sake of the Grand Duchy. I stayed for my own pride and resolve. Still, I'm glad. Lena and Yakina were in the academy's watchtower. From the academy on the hill, they could see the surrounding area. Since the enemy was targeting the capital, they would need to pass near the academy. The academy had two strategies. 1. If the Imperial army was simply passing by, they would threaten the enemy's rear to slow their advance towards the capital. 2. If the Imperial army came to attack the academy, they would use the academy's defensive magic to repel the enemy and buy time. In either case, early detection of the enemy was crucial. Because it was uncertain when the enemy would arrive, Yakina and Lena were stationed in the watchtower. Unlike the capital, the academy was organized with battle scenarios in mind. It was an organization focused on training stronger students, and its teachers were also highly skilled. Thus, the academy's response to potential threats was immediate. They operated on the principle that if the arrival time of the enemy was unknown, they needed to be prepared right away. This quick response proved effective. Yakina, stationed in the watchtower, felt a sense of unease in her field of vision. The port was to the west of the academy, and the capital was to the east. Yakina felt something unusual to the west. Something was wrong. However, it was an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Yakina could tell that something was wrong, but she couldn't put it into words. Lena, doesn't that look strange over there? Where? I don't see anything. Lena looked in the direction Yakina pointed, but she couldn't feel anything unusual. However, Yukina's sense of unease didn't go away. Her senses were warning her that something was wrong. Her senses have always helped her. The reason she had persistently followed Roy was because of that intuition. Therefore, Yakina focused her eyes intently. She rarely used her magic eyes due to her grandmother's warning not to use them recklessly and the significant amount of magic power they consumed. Activating her magic eyes now was like using a trump card. Even so, she had no hesitation. And, once again, Her intuition was correct. In the area where Yakina had felt unease, shadows began to emerge. Her beautiful magic eyes, known as celestial wolf's eyes, revealed what was hidden. Having spotted the enemy, Yakina gently closed her eyes and deactivated her magic eyes. And then, Lena, it's going to get a bit cold. Why yes. Yukina's sword transformed. She elevated her sword into an ice magic sword, freezing the area around them instantly. The temperature dropped sharply, and Lena hugged herself, but she quickly realized there is no time for such luxuries. In the area where Yakina had felt unease, a massive magical beast appeared. It had a green body, with only 4 limbs, and a serpent-like lower body that moved by slithering. Its size was several tens of meters, and on its back were Imperial soldiers. What is that? According to my knowledge from literature, it's a tarantassio, also known as a mimic snake. It's a magical beast that blends into its surroundings using the smoke it expels. While explaining, Yakina glared at the tarantassio. She swung her sword, intending to freeze whatever was there. However, the tarantassio did not freeze. While Yakina could see through its camouflage, the tarantassio itself remained intact. A large magical beast is a threat in itself. Why are the Imperial troops on the back of a magical beast? I don't know. But now that they've been discovered, they'll come this way. Ring the bell. Why yes. Lena rang the bell to alert of an enemy attack. The entire academy became chaotic as a result. But, what is that? Why are the Imperial troops working with a magical beast? What's happening? The teachers were experienced, but the students had no practical combat experience. They had never seen such a large magical beast before, and the unusual sight of the Imperial troops working alongside it caused panic. Lena was no exception. In the meantime, the Imperial troops used the large cannon mounted on Tarantassio's back to bombard the academy. Several shells arced through the air, hitting the academy's defensive magic and causing explosions. Thanks to the defensive magic, there was no damage, but the impact and noise caused the students to freeze in fear. Meanwhile, some of the Imperial troops disembarked from the Tarantassio's back and headed towards the academy. If they approached any closer, there would be no chance of victory. Therefore, stop panicking. Look, the enemy's magical beast is large, but it's slow-moving. There's no need to be deceived by its appearance. Our only concern is the advancing Imperial troops. Remember that if we let them through, the capital is at stake. Reinforcements will surely arrive. We are the only ones who can buy time until then. Get into position immediately. We'll intercept the enemy. Yakina shouted. She leaped from the observation tower and headed to the interception point. When attacking an academy located on a hill, the enemy's approach routes are limited. Everyone, to the top of the walls. Issuing commands, Yakina scanned her surroundings. The students' movements were sluggish. Most of them were facing their first battle. Even Yakina was encountering the Imperial troops for the first time. However, Yakina and the surrounding students were different. Yakina had been clearly aware of the upcoming battle and had prepared for it. The difference in resolve was evident in their movements. Yakina, having ascended the walls herself, turned her attention to the Imperial troops. The Imperial army, realizing that passing through the academy might be impossible, began advancing towards the main gate. However, the academy on the hill was surrounded by a sloped terrain. Moreover, there was only one path to the main gate. The Imperial troops deployed heavily armored infantry with shields at the forefront and slowly advanced down the single path. Students from the School of Magic, driven by fear, cast spells, but all were blocked by the shields. In retaliation, the Imperial soldiers fired magical guns through the gaps, which were intercepted by defensive magic but were sufficient to instill fear in the students. Understanding the situation, Yakina took a deep breath. The Imperial troops approaching were the vanguard. Their objective was simply to scale the walls. Although the defensive magic was strong, it had its limits and could not repel the invading enemies. Once they breached the defenses, it would be meaningless. Having grasped the situation, Yakina resolved to do what she could. That was to engage the enemy directly. One person is charging in, An Imperial soldier shouted as Yakina leapt over the walls. They fired magical guns through the gaps in their shields, but Yakina created multiple ice barriers to block the shots. She closed in on the heavily armored infantry with shields and thrust her sword into the joints where the armor was thin. Yakina's magic sword was an ice magic sword. The soldier she struck was filled with cold air from within and was frozen to death. Her target was the shield-bearing heavy infantry. As Yakina withdrew her sword, the heavy infantry soldiers attempted to strike her but were unable to keep up with her swift movements, becoming victims of her magic sword. The soldiers behind, armed with magical guns, fired at Yakina, but she effortlessly dodged the shots with a slight tilt of her head. Did she just dodge by looking? What is this person? Don't let her continue unchecked. Increase the numbers, the commander shouted, but the path to the main gate was a single narrow road. There was no space to deploy a large number of troops. Moreover, Yakina's magic sword continued to incapacitate soldiers one after another. After confirming that all the heavily armored infantry had been eliminated, Yakina encased the surrounding Imperial soldiers in ice and withdrew from the area. Seeing their comrades frozen into ice statues, the Imperial soldiers' resolve wavered. Yakina, returning to the walls, addressed the remaining Imperial soldiers. Do you think you can break through with just students? Stop underestimating us. This is Glassrain Academy, where the elite of the three nations gather. Every student here is stronger than you. Come at us with the resolve to face true opponents. Hearing Yakina's words, the students raised their voices, their morale lifted. Seeing this, the Imperial commander chose to temporarily withdraw. Yakina took a moment to catch her breath and steady her trembling arms. For now, they had pushed back the enemy. The initial battle was a victory for the academy. As she felt satisfaction, the bell rang. 3 more monsters are approaching. Hearing the report, Yakina's brow furrowed slightly. 5. Don't let the enemy get any closer. Yakina issued instructions while repelling the Imperial army's offensive. However, the situation was complicated by the 3 additional Tarantassios that had appeared. With 4 Tarantassios now providing bombardment, the Academy's defensive magic was being strained. The defensive magic was not invincible. Continued bombardment would deplete the defenses. If the bombardment persisted, the Academy would be ravaged by the attacks. Yakina wanted to address the situation, but with the Imperial army pressing the walls, attacking the Tarantassios was not feasible. Yakina had managed to push back the Imperial army that was nearing the main gate, but at the same time, she was also being held up at the gate. The attack was not limited to the main gate alone. The Imperial army was assaulting from multiple directions, with teachers and students fighting valiantly. Yet, they were struggling just to hold the line. If the bombardment continued unchecked, the defensive magic would vanish. Yakina, growing increasingly anxious, suddenly saw the enemy's bombardment explode in mid-air. The defensive magic was not hit directly. The attack was intercepted by magic cast from within the academy. Wow, it actually worked. I did it. The interception was carried out by Annette, who had climbed the observation tower. Annette was pleased with her success, but the next barrage was approaching. In response, Annette fired a fireball. Lacking the precision to target precisely, she launched a massive fireball into the air, using its wide area of effect to intercept the bombardment. This is as far as you can shoot at will, Annette. Annette, who was proudly standing in the observation tower, heard her name called by Yakina and looked down with curiosity. Spotting Yakina below, Annette waved her hand with a smile. Well, if it isn't Yakina. Hello there. You can target the enemy's monsters from there. It might be a bit tough from there. Hearing Yakina's suggestion, Annette grimaced as she checked the distance to the monsters. However, even if it's impossible, do it. Thinking it's someone else's problem. Grumbling, Annette pointed her right hand at the monsters. If she made it seem like there was a counterattack, the enemy would have no choice but to retreat. Annette understood this well. Thus, despite her complaints, Annette aimed at the monsters. The distance was considerable. The bombardment was also an indirect trajectory. Just reaching the target was challenging, and it needed enough power to be recognized as a threat. Still, controlling the power was simpler for Annette. Don't think you're the only one who can perform long-range attacks. Annette did the opposite of her usual efforts. She unleashed her full power in her spell. Such an act was not permitted by the Academy. If Annette were to use her full strength, even at a distance, the damage would be catastrophic. However, it was wartime. The teachers did not stop her. Annette unleashed her full-powered attack on the large target. Hit it. Fireball. A fireball of an unprecedented size appeared and flew toward the monster. It overcame the distance-induced attenuation and struck one of the monsters directly. The monster let out a scream and lost its balance. Seeing this, the Imperial Army withdrew the monsters. They couldn't afford to lose their precious means of transport. Breathing heavily, Annette said, "Remember the name of the House of Sonia." The Imperial Army, forced to change their strategy from using bombardment to break through the Academy's defensive magic, deployed their elite unit. These were the elite troops they had originally reserved for the capital's invasion. A squad equipped with the latest magical armor. Following orders, the unit charged straight toward the main gate. Ignoring the defensive magic, they approached the gate and leaped high to clear the walls. "We've been breached. Protect Annette." 4 intruders had breached the Academy. Yakina attacked one of them. However, the elite soldiers of the Imperial Army, clad in magical armor, blocked Yukina's sword with their own. From this alone, Yakina could tell that her opponent was a skilled swordsman. Normally, only highly skilled individuals wore magical armor, making them even more formidable. With 4 of them invading, the situation was dire. Yakina tried to restrain them by attacking all 4, but she only managed to stop 2 of them. The remaining 2 headed towards the watchtower where Annette was. "Stop them." Following Yukina's orders, the students of the Magic Sword Department charged at them, but they were unable to stop the running armored soldiers and were thrown aside. However, one of the 2 intruders had their advance halted. It was the magic sword student who stopped them. "Bind them." Wood threads. Trees sprouted from the ground and bound their legs, causing them to lose their balance. Magical armor cannot be supported by human strength alone. The intruder who was almost at the watchtower found their balance disrupted. It was a result of Lena's magic, which had cleverly exploited their unstable balance during high-speed movement. However, this only managed to stop one of the intruders. The remaining one continued to advance towards the watchtower. Annette wanted to intercept them, but she lacked confidence in avoiding collateral damage and hesitated to cast her spell. And then, "Prepare yourself." The final intruder attempted to leap over the wall. Yakina tried to stop them but was obstructed by the 2 opponents she was facing. At that moment, when it seemed all hope was lost, fire. Countless magical guns were fired at the intruder attempting to leap. Impressive, isn't it? The latest magical armor is indeed sturdy. Fire again. With admiration, the second volley was launched, and the final intruder, caught off guard, collapsed. "Father. Sorry, Lena. I'm late." It was Linus Louvel and his retinue who had appeared. And then, "Now that I'm here, you can rest easy." With that, Linus smiled. 6. Linus, who arrived at the Academy first, led his forces through the less heavily guarded sections of the Academy, avoiding the main thrust of the Empire's offensive. He then headed straight to the most fiercely contested area, the main gate. "Climb the walls. Show the Empire soldiers the power of our prized magic guns," Linus commanded as he sent his men up the walls. Linus led 500 troops. Of those, 300 were equipped with magic guns. These were purchased from a shadowy merchant. Linus always chose quality equipment. "Baron Louvel." "Oh, Miss Crawford. I'm relieved to see you're safe. Roy asked me to help as well. Thank you for the reinforcements." "How is Roy?" "He's resting in our territory. He pushed himself hard to get here, but thanks to that, we made it in time." "I see." Yakina sighed with relief, knowing Roy was safe for now. The Empire's forces were much closer than expected. There was a chance that Roy, who had gone out as a messenger, might have been attacked. Other lords should be mobilizing soon. If we can buy some time, we can win. I hope so. Is something bothering you? The Empire is somehow controlling monsters. That's something that should be impossible by conventional standards. At Yukina's words, Linus nodded, feeling that his suspicions were likely correct. Monsters are typically created by demons. If demons are allied with the Empire, it would explain the current situation. However, Linus chose to keep that information to himself, as there was nothing to be done about it. There was only one thing to focus on. There are some things that are pointless to dwell on. For now, we can only buy as much time as possible. That's all we can do. I understand. May I leave the command to you? Certainly. Section. With Linus's arrival at the academy, the defenses were significantly reinforced. The Imperial forces facing them were the most aware of this. The main gate cannot be breached. The rear gate assault has failed. With these reports coming in one after another, the Imperial commander leading the infiltration unit, General Barkstein, closed his eyes. Barkstein was a general who had distinguished himself on the southern front and held the rank of Field Marshal. He was a hero with achievements of conquering multiple countries. For this large-scale invasion, he had been recalled from the south and assigned to lead this infiltration unit. Everything depended on their efforts. Thus, Barkstein had devised a plan to bypass the academy using the Tarantasio. He did not underestimate the strength of the academy, which gathered the elite of the three nations. Moreover, young people determined to protect their homeland are strong. Perhaps it was a mistake to make them our enemies. The academy existed precisely because of the three-nation alliance. The students understood the value of the Grand Duchy well. Therefore, they were committed to protecting it for the sake of their own country. It would have been easier if they had faltered on their first battle, but their morale had risen instead. Stopping these motivated young people was a formidable task. And they had significant abilities. Report. The one currently commanding the defense within the academy is Baron Louvel, the greatest strategist of the three nations, right? There were reports of cavalry entering the academy from outside, so it was Baron Louvel. Regretting whether he should have used all his forces to stop them, Barkstein stood up. Then he declared, "Activate my magic armor. I will take the front line." Yes, if a skilled strategist had entered the academy, there was no time to lose. It was unacceptable to allow any further delay. Barkstein decided that he had no choice but to launch an immediate assault. Behind Barkstein, a figure in a black robe murmured, "Do you need any assistance?" "No. This is a battle for the Empire's army. Outsiders should remain silent. Then I shall watch your skills." The figure in the black robe smirked and then departed. Glaring resentfully at the figure's back, Barkstein donned his magic armor and gripped his great sword. Section. What the hell? Who is that? It won't stop. At the main gate. There, Barkstein advanced while deflecting all magic guns and spells with his sword. And once he reached the main gate, "Don't think this is only my technique." He infused his magical power into his sword. And then, magic sword, explosive flame. By transforming the sword into a magic sword and unleashing its immense power, he destroyed the main gate in a single blow. With that, Barkstein entered the academy through the shattered gate. Then, fire. Inside, the students of the magic department and the magic gun soldiers under Baron Louvel simultaneously opened fire. Barkstein defended against the barrage with a single swing of his magic sword. "I see you're Baron Louvel." "That's right. And you are General Barkstein of the Empire." "Ah, the hero of the Southern Front. The Emperor must be struggling with the three nations." "That's true. But that will end today." "You might be mistaken." At the same time as Louvel's words, Yukina attacked Barkstein. Barkstein caught Yukina's blade and prepared to unleash a burst of flame. However, the flames were blocked by the ice barrier Yukina had created. Clever, an ice magic sword, isn't it? Whether it's clever or not, you'll find out. Yukina poured all her effort into trying to freeze Barkstein. But Barkstein also used all his power to burn Yukina. The clash between the flame and ice magic swords was evenly matched. "This isn't getting us anywhere. Is that so?" Yukina closed the distance. She challenged Barkstein to close combat, opting for a pure sword technique rather than relying on the magic sword's special properties. To underestimate me. I, an experienced general, rose to prominence through my own strength. Now, with the aid of magic tools, there's no chance of you winning. Talk all you want. I'll make you regret it. Yakina attacked Barkstein with relentless force, not even pausing to catch her breath. The sheer number of her attacks forced Barkstein to go on the defensive, even though he remained composed. It was an impressive display of skill, but Barkstein knew she would eventually tire. Exhaustion would create openings that he could exploit. He smiled, thinking how inexperienced she was. In battle, the most important thing is to stay alive. Defense is crucial. One cannot defeat a superior opponent with mere offense alone. Just as Barkstein anticipated, Yakina reached her limit and her movements faltered for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Barkstein swung his sword. I've got you. It should have been a guaranteed hit. However, Yakina managed to deflect the blow with a hair's breadth to spare, catching Barkstein's sword with her own. What? Barkstein was astonished. He had thought the attack was unavoidable, but Yakina's determined eyes were now locked onto his. Golden eyes. The color of her eyes was different from before. The mystic eyes, or celestial wolf's eyes. Barkstein realized that Yakina had avoided his attack using these eyes that could see through everything. Your attack is full of openings, Yakina murmured. Behind Barkstein, Annette had maneuvered into position. I don't recall saying this was a one-on-one fight. Damn. Annette, showing no restraint, unleashed a fireball at Barkstein. With the invasion of the Academy already a fact, there was no need to be considerate of the Academy's surroundings. The focus was on avoiding collateral damage to allies. Thanks to Yakina's aggressive advance, the distance between them and their allies had already been established. Barkstein, caught off guard by the simultaneous attack from Yakina, was slow to respond. Unable to deflect the fireball with his sword, he had no choice but to rely on the magical armor's performance. As the explosion occurred, Annette and Yakina both distanced themselves from Barkstein. However, neither of them was careless. Wow, the general of the Empire is quite strong, right? Yes, more than I imagined. Barkstein had taken the fireball head-on, but he had avoided a fatal injury. The magical armor had absorbed most of the damage, leaving him with only minor burns. He was still very much in the fight. As expected of an academy where the best of the three nations gather. Quite impressive, Barkstein remarked, forcibly removing the charred chest plate that had become useless. It had lost its functionality as magical armor and was now just heavy armor. But he had endured that much. Ordinary armor would not have withstood it. It might be better for the Empire to cut you down before you fully mature. I shall take your lives along with Baron Louvel. You're the one at a disadvantage, aren't you? You won't catch me with the same trick twice. When you activated your mystic eyes, your magic sword's transformation was undone. You can't activate both simultaneously. Knowing that, there are ways to handle it. As Barkstein finished speaking with a smile, a messenger approached him from behind. The messenger whispered something into Barkstein's ear. Barkstein's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly nodded and turned on his heel. Ha! Are you leaving? Circumstances have changed. Forgive me, young talents. From now on, it will only be a massacre. With that, Barkstein withdrew with his subordinates. The students of the academy cheered at having driven off the enemy, but they quickly fell silent when they learned the reason for the enemy's withdrawal. The Empire's forces began their advance, ignoring the academy. Instead, the academy was surrounded by a horde of black wolf-like magical beasts, filling the area completely. 7. What's that? Linus muttered as he looked at the black wolves that had appeared surrounding the academy. Until just a moment ago, there had been no sign of them, but now they were encircling him. He was momentarily taken aback by the incomprehensible situation. However, his mind was still working. The Imperial Army hurriedly began their advance toward the capital. They intended to leave the academy to the monsters. Given the situation, it was clear that the monsters and the Imperial Army were coordinating their efforts. The reason they had to rush to the capital was that they needed to capture it quickly. Originally, the Imperial Army's movements were swift. The three nations were always on the defensive. Even though they had been delayed at the academy, it hadn't been for long. Even if they were delayed here for a day, the Imperial Army should still have been in a position of strength. Yet, they were rushing. Why? Because something unexpected had happened. So, what was this unexpected event? It was obvious. The Imperial Army's diversionary forces had been attacked. In other words, the Sword Saint was about to arrive. Knowing this, Linus tried to raise his voice. But, get ready, it's just monsters. We've faced them many times in drills. Don't be confused by their numbers, prepare for defense. Whether it's the Imperial Army or monsters, what we need to do remains unchanged. Yakina was the first to raise her voice. Linus stared in surprise. This was because Linus was certain that reinforcements, including the most powerful Sword Saint, were on their way. Even Linus was somewhat overwhelmed by the massive horde of monsters before him. Yet Yakina, who was unaware of the Sword Saint's arrival, was the first to recover and rally those around her. Linus smiled wryly at this fact. It was no wonder Roy had allowed Yakina to be nearby. Roy dislikes having someone near him who is not recognized. If he truly didn't want to be followed, he would do everything in his power to shake them off. The fact that this wasn't the case meant that Roy had acknowledged and somewhat liked her. When he heard the story, Linus thought it was unusual, but he agreed. Regardless of her skills as a swordswoman, Yakina had already reached a level of top-tier resolve. Because of her determination, she remained unshaken and was able to do what needed to be done. She's truly worthy of aiming to be a sword saint. Admiring Yakina's resolve, Linus climbed up to the walls. The black wolves were slowly approaching the academy. Further beyond them, Linus spotted a figure in a black hood and immediately deduced that this person was the cause of the disturbance. Monsters didn't just appear out of nowhere. Something must have triggered their arrival. But he didn't know what that something was. So it's indeed a demon. A being known only from texts, now a legend that only appears in myths. Once the dominant species on the continent. Just the fact that they created monsters shows how terrifying their power must be. But, under no circumstances let them get closer. Alternate between magic and magic rifles, and don't leave any openings in our defense. There was no need to confront them head-on. The idea was simply to buy time. That was the intent behind the order. However, it was overshadowed by a scream. A student's scream. Turning around, Linus saw that monsters had appeared inside the academy. The creature was a werewolf over 2 meters tall, with sharp claws on its long limbs. Realizing that the werewolf was targeting him, Linus hurriedly descended from the walls. He knew the werewolf was an assassin aiming for the commander, and being on the walls would endanger the students. This was why he took action, but Linus, with his already impaired mobility, was slow. By the time he reached the ground, the werewolf had already positioned itself in front of him. Damn! Linus drew his sword, but with a mere swing of the werewolf's arm, the sword was shattered halfway. This creature was on a different level from the typical monsters. As Linus thought he was about to be defeated, Father Lena intervened between Linus and the werewolf. Linus instinctively tried to push Lena away, but before he could, the werewolf's arm was swung down. However, whirlwind, vortex wind, a swirling gust of wind surrounded Linus and Lena. The wind barrier magic was intended to be a strong defense. Normally, it would cause severe injury to anyone who touched it with their bare hands. However, the werewolf disregarded the swirling wind and thrust its hand into it. Damn! Lena intensified the vortex's power, but the werewolf gradually forced its right arm deeper into the whirlwind. The defense magic, effective against humans, was merely buying time against the werewolf. As she watched the werewolf's claws approaching, Lena struggled to suppress her scream. This was her first real battle, and her life was in immediate danger for the first time. Her breath became ragged with anxiety and fear. Despite this, Lena maintained the magic, knowing that stopping it would mean death for herself and her father. Death. 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 The moment she fully grasped this, Lena's body briefly shone with light. It lasted only an instant, and few could clearly see Lena amidst the swirling wind. Yet it undeniably happened. After the brief light, the wind barrier vanished, and Lena lost consciousness. Linus hurriedly caught her in his arms. Lena, Lena, Lena. The werewolf was quick to seize the opportunity, but it was not unscathed. The right arm that had been exposed to Lena's light had completely vanished. Though others might interpret it as being caused by the wind barrier, that wasn't the case. The arm was completely eradicated by Lena's light. Instinctively pulling back is what spared the werewolf from losing more than just its arm. Had it been closer, it might have lost more. The werewolf severed the remaining part of its arm and began regenerating it from the shoulder. The regeneration speed was inhuman. The loss of an arm was not enough to stop it. Linus, gritting his teeth at the absurdity, tried to carry Lena and put some distance between them. However, with his impaired mobility, he struggled to do so effectively. Why won't these legs move properly? Frustrated, Linus held Lena protectively, shielding her from the approaching werewolf. But Yakina arrived, intercepting the werewolf's claws. Step back. Baron Louvel. Don't be reckless. Even Linus, who had some knowledge of swordsmanship, recognized that the werewolf's strength was abnormal. He feared for Yukina's safety as well. That was why he spoke out. I'm fine. Don't worry. I am the woman who will become the Sword Saint. I won't be outdone by mere monsters here. With that, Yakina began to fight the werewolf. The werewolf seemed to judge Yakina as a greater threat than the unconscious Lena and Linus, and thus focused on battling her. Yakina attempted to freeze the werewolf's legs and struck, but only inflicted shallow wounds. In retaliation, the werewolf swung its long arm and sent Yakina flying. Yakina was slammed against the walls, grimacing as she knelt. She was unharmed because she had anticipated counterattacks and had been prepared defensively. However, even with the defense, Yakina sustained damage. Dazed, with pain throughout her body and her consciousness fading, the werewolf closed in. Just as she realized the danger, Yakina instinctively moved forward. The werewolf's arm grazed her cheek, but she narrowly avoided a direct hit. Then, Yakina delivered a powerful thrust. But it only pierced the werewolf's side. The werewolf was still able to move. She had avoided aiming for the heart, reasoning that the chest had thicker defenses. As a result, it wasn't a fatal blow. Despite this, Yakina smiled. You thought the attacks weren't effective, and let your guard down. The werewolf tried to attack Yakina, but it was too late. Yukina's magic sword had frozen the werewolf from the inside. Since the initial attack had been ineffective, the werewolf had underestimated Yukina's assault. That was the turning point in the battle. Even if it couldn't freeze from the outside, freezing from the inside was possible. Monsters are living beings too. Withdrawing her sword, Yakina knelt down. Ha, ha, ha. Breathing heavily, Yakina managed to lift her head. At that moment, 2 more werewolves appeared in front of her. Startled, but determined, Yakina stood up. Come on. By drawing the enemy's attention to herself, she hoped to allow others to deal with the monsters outside. She would struggle and hold them off for as long as possible, even if it were just for a second. Confident in her persistence and unwillingness to give up, Yakina readied her sword. However, the sword never reached the werewolves. A man who descended from the sky swiftly beheaded the 2 werewolves. 8. Maybe I should have done it differently, I muttered while running as the Sword Saint. A part of me urged to teleport immediately, but if I did that, it would mean that even the Sword Saint could teleport. Teleportation is a privilege of the Grand Sage. The Sword Saint is only capable of high-speed movement. I can't break that premise. Thus, the regret of whether I should have done it differently surfaces. If I had been dealing with the 400,000 troops as a Sword Saint, I could have arrived at the academy as a great sage. It's pointless to dwell on it now. In any case, I run with a clear mind. It has taken a considerable amount of time to intercept the 400,000 troops. It's natural that the Sword Saint hasn't arrived yet. However, the fact that the 400,000 Imperial army was on the move implies that the infiltration team was also active. My biggest concern is that the infiltration team might learn about the interception of the 400,000 troops. Since the surprise attack targeted a large portion of the army, any means of communication with the infiltration team should have been destroyed. Nevertheless, there might still be survivors who possess such means. However, there was no time for meticulous cleanup of remaining enemies. Normally, communication devices are located near the commanding officers. I hope there isn't a problem, but if by any chance the means of communication are still active, the infiltration team will receive reports of the diversion's failure. Well, it's a matter of how many could remain calm enough to report to the infiltration team after such a catastrophe. First, I need to sort out the situation, reorganize the army, and retreat to avoid pursuit. Only then can I focus on the report. A time lag is inevitable. I want to believe everything will be all right, but if the infiltration team does receive the report, they will certainly focus all their efforts on capturing the academy. That's because capturing the capital is crucial. Muttering a silent wish that this won't be the case, I continue to run relentlessly. Section. I see it. The academy is still intact. The defensive magic is active, and magic is being cast outwards. However, something is off. It isn't the Imperial army fighting, but a large number of monsters. Moreover, the Imperial army is moving away from the academy, riding large monsters. What's going on? Muttering to myself, I drew the swords from my hips. I jumped as high as I could and aimed for the academy from the sky. The situation outside involves a horde of monsters, with several having infiltrated the academy. Among them, Yakina, fighting a werewolf, caught my attention. She was engaged in a precarious battle, but had managed to defeat the werewolf and was standing up. Relieved by this, I targeted the two werewolves approaching Yakina. I descended straight down and decapitated them as I passed by. However, these weren't the only monsters infiltrating. I sheathed the sword in my right hand and pulled Yakina towards me. Hold on. Cradling Yakina in one arm, I began eliminating the monsters inside the academy. While moving at high speed, I swiftly cut down the monsters I had seen from the sky. Then, I halted at the wall of the main gate. Gently lowering the astonished Yakina, I turned my attention to a figure in a black robe, who was likely controlling the monsters. The robed figure stared at me intently before speaking. "What is your name?" The first seat of the 7 heavenly swordsmen of the kingdom of Albios, White Sword Saint, Cloud. I have come in accordance with the Treaty of the Three Kingdoms. So the report of the great sage intercepting the 400,000 Imperial troops was not false. The fact that I am here means the Imperial army's diversionary tactics are ineffective. After a brief smile, the figure removed the robe. Blonde hair, pointed ears, and pale skin. Golden eyes that shone, with distinctive markings on his face. The man matched the characteristics of a demon only found in literature. So, are you a demon, judging by your words? Indeed. I am Kralvain, a demon. I am cooperating with the Empire for certain reasons. I'm curious why a legendary being is aiding the Empire. As I spoke, I drew my sword again. Even while talking, the Black Wolf monsters were slowly approaching the academy. Interrogation would have to wait until these monsters were dealt with. I did not come here to converse with ancient relics. Do not get carried away just because you're a human. With a wave of his hand, Kralvain commanded the Black Wolves to charge. In response, I swiftly dispatched the Black Wolves in front of the main gate and then began running around the academy. While running, I continued to swing the swords in both arms, eliminating the Black Wolves. Though there were many, their individual abilities were not particularly impressive. However, since they were attacking the academy, I couldn't afford to leave a single one behind. After defeating all the Black Wolves, I returned to the front of the main gate. And then I said, "Well then, now that I've gained a little time, let me ask before I kill you. How did you manage to survive for thousands of years? Time is indeed terrifying." "The fear I instilled in humans has completely vanished," Kralvain replied, swinging his arm. As he did, his shadow grew larger and larger. From it emerged a red dragon. However, this dragon was unlike those known in the world. It walked on 2 legs and was only about 3 meters in length. It resembled a dragon clad in armor. In its hand was a sword. I specialize in creating monsters. My masterpiece, the dragon warrior Fafnir, is more than a match for humans. Kralvane spoke proudly. While he was talking, I moved behind him and thrust my sword into his abdomen. Since his specialty was creating monsters, he must be a researcher. I suspected his combat ability was not impressive, and I was right. A valuable demon, I would have liked to extract more information, but dealing with multiple monsters is troublesome. It's best to dispose of such individuals quickly. Cough. I already said, I didn't come here to talk. I withdrew my sword and faced the dragon warrior. 9. He likely had no particular loyalty. Showing no anger towards the one who had stabbed his master, the dragon warrior stood calmly. Then, it met my gaze. That was when the dragon warrior finally moved. With a deliberate motion, it raised its sword and swung it down with force. I blocked the attack with one sword, but it was heavier than expected, so I used the other sword as well to catch it with both hands. Using both hands to block. How long has it been? Indeed, it was a masterpiece. This one is strong. Few can face me in a one-on-one fight. The dragon warrior tried to overpower me with sheer force, but I relaxed my strength slightly and deflected the sword. The dragon warrior's sword, slammed into the ground, gouged out a large chunk of earth. In that moment, I aimed for its neck, but the dragon warrior demonstrated surprising agility for its massive size, dodging my strike. It had been a while since I had to deal with an opponent who could avoid my attacks. Usually, a single strike would end everything. This realization made me smile naturally. Interesting. Then how about this? I spread my swords wide and launched a series of attacks. The dragon warrior skillfully maneuvered its massive sword to block my successive strikes. However, its responses started to slow down. It was beginning to lose its composure. I didn't miss the opportunity. I suddenly switched from a series of attacks to a thrust. An unexpected move. The dragon warrior quickly stepped back to avoid the thrust by distancing itself from me, escaping the attack's range. However, this left its body exposed and unprotected. It was the perfect chance for a follow-up attack. Thinking this, I advanced. At that moment, oops. The dragon warrior opened its mouth wide and breathed out fire. I forcibly shifted my body sideways to avoid the fire, spinning around to dodge it. As expected of a dragon warrior, it seemed to truly possess the characteristics of a dragon. But you can't use the same trick twice, you know? I rotated my body sideways and approached the dragon warrior like a tornado. Utilizing centrifugal force, I delivered a powerful strike aimed at deflecting the dragon warrior's sword. The dragon warrior could block my attacks, but with each blow, its sword was deflected more and more, forcing it to retreat gradually. Gaining momentum, I increased the force of my strikes. Realizing it could no longer endure, the dragon warrior switched to offense. It readied its sword with both hands and swung it down with great force. Simple, but powerful. It was clear it wanted to stop my relentless assault. However, it wasn't enough. I lightly lifted my body to dodge the attack. Then I landed on top of the dragon warrior's sword. Well then, what will you do now? The enemy was in front of me, and it couldn't use its weapon. In this situation, the dragon warrior chose to breathe fire again. Finding this boring, I sliced through the fire that was spewed out. I told you it wouldn't work, didn't I? I moved forward and aimed for the dragon warrior's neck. However, the dragon warrior, as expected, did not easily offer its neck. The moment I attacked, it forcibly shifted its stance. As a result, the neck was pushed out of reach. At this rate, a fatal blow couldn't be delivered. I shifted my target and severed the dragon warrior's right arm. With a thud, the heavy arm fell to the ground, and the dragon warrior staggered in pain. This was its final chance. It couldn't defend effectively in its current state. There was no way it could block my attacks with one hand. Perhaps realizing this, the dragon warrior began to retreat from me. Although it pained me to kill an opponent who had lost their will to fight, leaving them unchecked would endanger others. I had no choice but to deal with it here and now. Emotionlessly, I slowly closed the distance. The moment the dragon warrior was within my attack range. Whoa! A lone cavalryman charged at me. Given his appearance, he was likely an Imperial Army general. He swung his sword from horseback, aiming for my neck. I had noticed him approaching. I had left him alone because dealing with the dragon warrior was more important. And it wouldn't change regardless of what the general did. I struck the general's sword with my own. Just that was enough to cleave the general's sword in two. To cut a sword. Is this the sword saint? Impressed, the general continued to hold the broken sword. It was a good decision to come back. With me here, he would certainly be dealt with before reaching the capital. Concentrating forces here was the only chance for victory. A slim chance, but a chance nonetheless. I won't tell you to give up, but at least change your weapon. I plan to kill that monster in the meantime. That would be problematic. Then what will you do? General of the Imperial Army, Backstein, I'm coming. Galloping forward, Backstein charged at me. Why is it that every general in the Imperial Army is so resolute? With a sigh, I thrust at Backstein as we passed each other. No, more precisely, Backstein dismounted and came to be thrust at. One down. What about the other one? With the sword deeply embedded in him, Backstein, bleeding, grabbed my arm. He sacrificed himself to restrain my right hand. But I still have my left hand. However, seizing this opportunity, the dragon warrior moved. He swung his sword down with one hand. I intercepted it with my left-hand sword. Now both my hands were occupied. And then, Fei! Simultaneously with Backstein's shout, the Imperial Army launched a concentrated barrage. The artillery fire directed at me began. 10. Against the Imperial Army's attack, I pushed back the dragon warrior's sword and dealt with it with just my left hand. I deflected only the incoming projectiles. However, it's not just the magical bullets that are closing in. There are also the artillery shells. Due to the distance, the aim is imprecise. But eventually, they will hit. The dragon warrior, who was restraining my movements, was caught in the crossfire and had already retreated. There was no reason to stay here. I released my hand from the sword embedded in Backstein's body, grabbed him by the neck, and moved away from the spot. At that moment, artillery shells landed on the place where I had been. Dust rose, and the Imperial Army's shooting and bombardment ceased. Even the sword saint has no choice but to flee. Backstein, coughing up blood, laughed. He must have judged their attack to be effective. Without responding, I withdrew the sword from Backstein. Blood gushed from the wound, and Backstein staggered back. But he did not fall. You're not invincible, not even the sword saint. Indeed, that's true. Strike and they die. Shoot and they die. Imperial Army, rally. The invincibility of the White Sword Saint. Today, we will end it. In response to the dying general's call, the Imperial Army responded with a war cry from behind the dust cloud. They began advancing step by step. Moreover, oh my! Surrounding the advancing Imperial Army, more and more monsters started to appear. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the demon I had stabbed earlier, Kralvane, had risen again. Given his pained expression, it was undoubtedly a serious wound. Yet, he managed to get up and summon not only numerous monsters but also another dragon warrior. It seemed like a last desperate effort before his death. Seeing this, the morale of the Imperial Army surged even higher. In the rear, even large monsters began advancing. There was a palpable sense that victory was within reach. It's a pity to lose the capital of the Grand Duchy, but the head of the Sword Saint will be more meaningful for the Empire. I've been curious, why are you so loyal to the Empire? You probably don't understand. We were born in a land with scarce resources. We had no choice but to venture out. His Majesty took on the stigma of an invader for the sake of the Empire's citizens. That's admirable. However, it doesn't justify the ongoing invasions. The Empire is already sufficiently prosperous. A nation that has started moving cannot stop. Conquer one country, then another. The Empire will not stop until all nations are under its control. Everyone has their own reasoning. I'm not claiming righteousness or evil, but we also have the right to resist. I slowly bring my right-hand sword forward. If the Grand Duchy falls here, its people will be used as vanguard forces against the kingdom and the empire of Lutia. That is the reason they cannot stop. To avoid their resentment turning against them, they create even more adversaries. If they stop, everything might collapse. Even so, the empire should stop, but the current emperor will not. The young emperor, who ascended to the throne early, knows only war. Whether it is personal greed or some other circumstances, I do not know. But a nation that is hindered by an individual is unworthy of continental domination. It will eventually fall to rebellion. Stop here. Precisely. That's why we will defeat you. With a body that was no longer functioning properly, but driven by sheer willpower, Barkstein raised his fist at me. I took a step back to dodge the punch and then spoke to the wavering Barkstein. I will acknowledge your spirit. As a keepsake for the afterlife, I will show you my magic sword. I channeled magical power into my right-hand sword. Then, I quietly declared, Magic Sword Zetsuk. My sword transformed into a pitch-black blade. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary, featureless, double-edged sword. I swung it once. Barkstein closed his eyes as the slash struck him, but nothing changed. Seeing this, Barkstein laughed. So, the magic sword of the Sword Saint is dull. Perhaps it is dull. This sword may be somewhat unworthy of the title Magic Sword. Behind Barkstein, the advancing Imperial army and the numerous summoned monsters. A black rift appeared there. It gradually widened, starting to engulf the surroundings. Noticing the anomaly, Barkstein looked back. What is this? A space destruction magic sword. There's no real swordsmanship involved. Hence it's not my preference. The rift greedily consumed everything around it. Imperial soldiers could not withstand it and were swallowed up with screams. The same happened to the large monsters. Despite their efforts to hold on, even the large monsters could not withstand it and were drawn into the rift. In an unbelievable turn of events, a single large monster, even larger than the rift, was swallowed up by it. Barkstein, astonished by this sight, knelt down. Eventually, even the exhausted Barkstein was drawn into the rift. The only one managing to hold on was the demon Kralvane, supported by the two dragon warriors. But that, too, was only a matter of time. Kralvane was gradually being pulled in. Who are you? How can a human have such power? Did you come without knowing? Let me tell you. I am the White Sword Saint, the guardian deity of the Albios kingdom. I swung the Zetsuk once more. With that single swing, the two dragon warriors were cut in half. The space destruction magic sword ignores any defenses. Of course, even the concept of distance too. As long as it's in sight, everything within the range is subject to a single lethal strike. Impossible. Impossible. Kralvane shouted as he was swallowed by the rift. The countless monsters, the Imperial army, and the large monsters were all consumed by the rift. Confirming that everything had been absorbed, I used the power of Zetsuk to close the rift. With this, the infiltration units of the Imperial army are likely all dealt with. I sheathed my sword and moved towards the Academy's main gate. Then I said, I have fulfilled the alliance. I must take my leave now. I have a report to make to His Majesty. With that, I hurriedly left the scene. There is a mountain of tasks ahead of me. Report to the king as the Sword Saint. Provide an explanation to the Lutia Emperor, whom I had neglected as the Grand Sage. Then return to my domain and back to the Academy as Roy. What a hassle, truly. Muttering to myself, I headed towards the kingdom. 11. The Imperial Army's invasion caused chaos in the capital of the Grand Duchy. However, thanks to the Sword Saint's efforts, the situation was ultimately resolved without major issues. A few days later, in the royal castle of the capital, Duke Townsend from the kingdom was dispatched. He was there to explain the circumstances. Thus, our country entrusted the Grand Sage with 400,000 troops of the Imperial Army and dispatched the Sword Saint. Due to the urgent nature of the decision, we deeply apologize for the delay in informing the Grand Duchy. The kingdom apologized for sending a force capable of easily overthrowing a nation without prior authorization, even though it was a mere formality. The real reason for sending Duke Townsend was to publicize the fact that they had sacrificed their own defenses to assist. Watching this, Roy's brother, Liam Louville, murmured, "Although the decision was made by the king and most of the senior officials were opposed, it seems as if they are taking all the credit for themselves. Do not speak out of turn. Regardless of the circumstances, we were saved by the kingdom's decision." The foreign minister, who was Liam's superior, admonished him. Liam, though dissatisfied, apologized. "I am truly sorry. Our Majesty is still young. We do not wish to quarrel with the nobles of the kingdom at this time." The details of the situation had already reached the Grand Duchy. One cannot shut out the rumors. It was known that most of the senior officials had opposed the dispatch of the Sword Saint and had considered abandoning the Grand Duchy. It was the king's unilateral decision to send the Sword Saint, and it turned out to be successful. Thus, while there was gratitude towards the king, there was no gratitude towards Duke Townsend, one of the senior officials who had opposed the king's decision. Nevertheless, as the representative of the kingdom, it was not appropriate to treat him with disdain. "I understand. We are grateful for your efforts on behalf of our country. Please convey our thanks to His Majesty the King as well." The young ruler sitting on the throne had brown hair and an expressionless face. He was 20 years old. His name was Nigel van Belant. He had taken on the responsibilities of the Grand Duchy due to his father's retirement. Duke Townsend gave a respectful bow. This was supposed to be the end of the meeting, or so it seemed. However, it was quite a calamity, Your Majesty. Indeed, it was a calamity, but it also provided a good opportunity to reaffirm the strength of the Sword Saint and the Grand Sage. Absolutely. Even we were astonished. However, it was not only the two of them but also the students from the academy who shone brightly in this ordeal. That's right. The students from your country also stayed behind and fought valiantly. Truly, the people of the Kingdom of Albios are remarkable. Nigel engaged in Duke Townsend's praise of the students, even though his own son had swiftly evacuated to the border. Liam wondered how he could bring up this topic so easily. Duke Townsend, smiling, continued, "We are honored by your praise. The students of the Grand Duchy also performed admirably. However, it is unfortunate that Baron Louville's son fled early. It is a disappointment that the son of a hero was not himself a hero." Liam's face suddenly tightened. Noticing this, the foreign minister quietly instructed, "Endure it." "I understand." Liam took a deep breath to calm himself. This was an important meeting. A mere assistant should not interrupt. He had a goal to improve the reputation of the Louville family. He had diligently fulfilled his duties at the castle for that purpose. The reputation of the Louville family was not good. Because of that, he had bowed his head many times and endured many moments of frustration. He had endured this to prevent his younger siblings from experiencing such things. That was why Liam clenched his lips tightly. However, to flee while leaving his sister behind, isn't that an unacceptable act for a student at the academy? Feeling something snap inside him, Liam stepped forward. He could hear the foreign minister's voice trying to restrain him, but his feelings overflowed despite that. "Please, wait a moment." Liam, who had been standing as an assistant in the back, moved further forward. He spoke without permission in the meeting. It was not permitted. However, "Who are you?" "I am Liam Louville, the elder brother of Roy Rouville." While answering Duke Townsend, Liam's gaze was fixed on Nigel. Duke Townsend, seeing the rude young man, murmured, "Ah, the eldest son of the Louville Baron. Please step back for now." Liam, however, persisted. "As a brother, I wish to ask His Majesty. My younger brother is indeed not outstanding. He is neither serious nor disciplined. However, he is not cowardly. He was the first to go as a messenger to our father. As evidence, only our father could rush to the academy. This is an achievement. Considering the emotions of my younger brother, who, while the enemy was approaching, ran away on horseback, leaving behind his friends and sister, even tears come to mind. Therefore, there is no reason to say that he left his sister behind and fled. What does your majesty think of this? Liam Rouvel. You. I am asking his majesty. Please remain silent for a moment. Addressing Duke Townsend, Liam said this and continued to stare intently at Nigel. Nigel's previously expressionless face moved slightly. With apparent pleasure, Nigel responded. Impertinent. Someone, remove him. At Duke Townsend's command, the guards moved to intervene. However, Nigel continued, Liam Rouvel, I regard your brother Roy's actions as the deeds of a hero. It is easy to flee to a safe zone in the face of the enemy. However, Roy did not escape to the safety of the borders. He went to his father to call for reinforcements. There is nothing but admiration for that. It was the best possible move in that situation. To mock this would mean calling all messengers cowards. Then, will there be no punishment for my brother? Certainly not. Soon, I will invite Baron Louvel and your brother to the castle. I apologize for any oversight. You came forward and made the case. Had you not done so, I might have become a foolish king who neglected the contributors. With that, Nigel directed Liam to step back. Pleased with the answer, Liam complied and withdrew. And then, now, Duke Townsend, what were we discussing? The importance of messengers? Or was it about your son? The report did not mention your son. I assume he must have been quite active. I appreciate his efforts. Why, yes. Well, it was a good discussion. I will take my leave. With that, Nigel stood up. He and Duke Townsend both withdrew. Liam, who had spoken out, was later reprimanded by his superior, the foreign minister. However, due to Nigel's decision, there were no actual punishments. 12. A few days had passed. Calm had finally returned to the academy. At the same time, I finally had some time to relax. I had been welcomed as a hero in the kingdom, dealing with endless flattery, and in the empire, the emperor and high officials were enraged and disdainful. These past few days have been incredibly stressful. For now, my and Valus' unilateral actions were overlooked due to our achievements. In truth, it was because they couldn't afford to punish us. From the emperor's perspective, he probably wanted to impose some sort of punishment, but considering the potential dissatisfaction from the 12 heavenly mages, it was overlooked. With that settled, I finally had some time to relax. In that situation, I said, don't assume that we're the only ones with long-range attacks. And then, my long-range attack hit, forcing the enemy to retreat. In the usual forest, I was painting a landscape to relax while listening to Annette's bragging. Despite having been in my room, Annette had asked me to join her for training. Well, I wasn't in the mood for classes, so it was fine with me. Annette had been in high spirits, recounting the details of the defense battle. In reality, Annette's achievements were significant. The students who participated were awarded letters of thanks directly from the prince, with Annette and Yakina receiving special mention and praise. Because of this, Yakina and Annette were now somewhat famous. They had been well known in the academy already. One would think there would be plenty of people interested in hearing their heroic stories. So, the person who succeeded in those long-range attacks seems to be struggling with target practice. Roy Kuhn, it's not good. I'm trying to stay positive by thinking about the good times, and now you're making me feel bad. In front of Annette was a small target. She was practicing hitting it by adjusting the power of her attacks, but it wasn't going well so far. While she could increase the power to hit targets from a distance, she struggled with lowering it to hit a close target, which was typical of her. I missed it again. On the verge of tears, Annette set aside the scorched small target and placed a new one. Although she still had a long way to go, she had improved significantly compared to when she was shooting at the fountain. Everyone progresses at their own pace. You just have to keep practicing until you get the hang of it. Unlike ordinary mages who routinely practice their skills, Annette hadn't been doing repetitive drills. It takes time. However, her performance in the recent defense battle had made her known to the Empire. Previously just another student, she was now recognized as a promising mage. Young mages with potential for the 12 heavenly mages are rare. For such a mage, the Empire would not hesitate to offer assistance. For example, they might even send mages to strengthen the Academy's defensive magic. By the way, I heard there's a reward money. What are you going to do with it? Yes. I'm going to buy lots of souvenirs for my younger siblings. Annette grinned. To her, I said, "That's great. Yeah. But it's still not enough. This is just the beginning. I'll keep moving forward step by step, earning recognition each time. And with each step, I'll get stronger. Eventually, I'll be able to see it, the seat of the 12 heavenly mages." After setting up the target, Annette stepped back slowly, her face unusually serious. And then she said, "I saw the Sword Saints battle. To become a Grand Sage, I need to reach that level. It's still far off, but every day, I'll climb the stairs. I don't have time to be discouraged." The fireball Annette launched was smaller than usual, but that was because it was compressed. The refined fireball grazed the target and exploded behind it. Ooh-wah. So close. Annette stomped her feet in frustration, and I was taken aback by her intensity. Combat experiences can indeed foster personal growth, but even so, it's impressive that someone who previously only knew how to cast spells is now performing compression techniques intuitively. Compression is an advanced skill. Reducing power is far easier, as it involves maintaining the power while narrowing the effect range. Annette probably doesn't even realize what she's doing. Seeing this as another form of talent, I watch with a wry smile as Annette diligently sets up the target. 13. In the evening. Tonight, Lena will be preparing dinner. According to Father, Lena's power briefly manifested during the defense battle, but it seems that no one noticed due to the surrounding circumstances. The Gallia Empire also didn't seem to focus on it. They might be somewhat concerned, but the impact of the Sword Saint and the Grand Sage likely overshadowed it. After being unconscious, Lena had to rest for a while, but she's returning today, at her own insistence. As I was waiting in my room, expecting that someone would come to fetch me eventually, "Roy-kun, it's Yakina." "Yes. What's up?" It's unusual for someone to come at this time. The door opens. There stands Yakina with a serious expression. "Can we talk for a bit?" "Sure. Then, let's go for a short walk." With that, Yakina leads me outside. Section. Even though it's called a walk, it's just a stroll around the academy grounds. For a while, Yakina walked in silence. Since returning to the academy, we hadn't had a chance to talk leisurely. I had been too busy. It might be a good opportunity. "I heard that you received a letter of appreciation from the king. Is that true?" "Yes, it is. We also received one from the king of the Albios kingdom. He commended us for upholding the pride of the kingdom. It was just too much, I think." "Indeed, it's quite unusual to receive such praise." "Yes, it is. I've been highly praised by my family as well. It's only natural given that many noble children chose to evacuate. Normally, people would evacuate. It's fortunate that the Sword Saint arrived in time. The Empire's military was a formidable force. The situation would have been dire if Father had been left with no options. But if I hadn't been here, the Academy would have fallen much sooner. Of course, it was also thanks to Annette, Lena, and Baron Louvel. Everyone combined their efforts to hold out until the Sword Saint arrived. "I truly believe it was for the best not to have fled," Yakina said without changing her expression. She must genuinely believe that. "And so, Roy-kun, your actions were correct. Calling Baron Louvel in that situation was the best decision, I think. Is that why you invited me for a walk? If you think I'm feeling down, you're worried for nothing. I know you're not the type to be easily discouraged. I just wanted to share my thoughts." "I see. Well, I appreciate it." I shrugged and expressed my gratitude. However, something about Yukina's demeanor seemed off. It didn't seem likely that Yakina would invite me for a walk just to say something like that. As I thought this, Yakina, who had been walking ahead, turned around. Her long black hair flowed gently. With Yukina's beauty, just that movement made a significant impression. Then Yakina smiled. "I saw the Sword Saints battle up close. It was fortunate to see such a thing from such a close distance. It's surprising that you're happy about it." I wouldn't want to see a battle like that up close. The Grand Sage and the Sword Saint are on equal footing. And the Grand Sage repelled an army of 400,000. It's beyond human. That might be true. But I'm aiming to become like that Sword Saint. Seeing him made my goal clearer, and I understand the distance I need to cover. I'm still far from it. That's why I need to keep working hard. Yakina said this cheerfully. She then moved closer to me, so naturally that I was slow to react. Yakina leaned in and whispered in my ear. So, I'd like to ask for your guidance from now on. Guidance? Yakina, I'm not sure what I can do for you. Suddenly being approached by Yakina, I hurriedly stepped back to distance myself from her. Yakina responded with a wide smile, one she rarely shows. A bad feeling crept over me. My heart was unsettled. I involuntarily took a step back, but you can do it. After all, you are the White Sword Saint. I thought it was just a joke, a mere probe of my reaction. But her eyes were serious. There was no doubt. Yakina was certain. What's this all of a sudden? I know you're aware of my magic eye, right? When I observed the Sword Saint's movements, they overlapped with yours. Though the movements were completely different from usual, there was one thing. That one thrust was the same as when you used the secret sword technique Firelight. I almost clicked my tongue in irritation. It's impossible to connect my usual movements to those of the Sword Saint. I had made sure of that. However, I did indeed use a thrust that suited me when I released the secret sword technique Firelight. I put a bit more force into it because I was irritated by my opponent. Hearing that my movements from that time matched those of the Sword Saint would be nonsense if said by anyone other than Yakina, but she has the magic eye capable of precisely tracking my movements. I can't deny it. I'm surprised. The wandering swordsman who suddenly appeared and took the position of the Sword Saint was actually you, Roikuan. Well, there's no point in denying it, so stop. I have no intention of telling anyone. I can roughly guess the reason you're keeping silent. But don't you think it's a waste to stay silent for nothing? Don't you think it's also the responsibility of the Sword Saint to train the next generation of Sword Saints? Yakina said this with a cute wink. Her gesture was angelic, but to me, it looked like that of a devil. What a predicament. To be discovered in this way. I underestimated you. Then, is it safe to say that the negotiation is settled? I want to step down from being the Sword Saint as soon as possible. If a successor appears, I'd be satisfied. However, they need to be a swordsman on par with me. Does that mean I can't become the Sword Saint? I don't know about that. But, if I'm going to teach you, you need to become one. I'm not that free. Leave that to me. I'll definitely defeat you and become the Sword Saint. So, please train me. I sighed at Yukina's words. It's ironic that I'm being forced into taking on a disciple in this manner when I was planning to take on someone who could definitely succeed me. Well, in a way, she outwitted me. One could say she's shown qualities that are more than adequate for being the successor to the Sword Saint. But having such a sharp disciple by my side might end up revealing my other secret. That's why I didn't want this. Thinking that, I looked up at the night sky. Why is it that everything I do never goes as planned? What a hassle. Section. Gallia Empire. In the Emperor's castle, a man knelt before the ruler, the Emperor. Now then, let's hear your opinion. As a member of the demon tribe. Yes, regarding the Sword Saint and the Grand Sage, it is almost certain. I see. A being from ancient texts, the apostle of the star spirits. A legendary entity with infinite magical power turning against me. The Emperor rested his chin on his hand and smiled defiantly. It was an ease that belied the ruler of a nation capable of annihilating 400,000 troops. There are two opponents. Even one of them would be troublesome. What do you plan to do? It is clear. We will deploy our maximum force. I will send my elite guard. Naturally, we will also need your assistance. As you command, Your Majesty. The demon bowed respectfully and vanished from the scene in an instant. Watching this, the Emperor sneered. There is nothing less reliable than the words of demons. However, given the opponents, we must use whatever we can. If we can conquer the 3 kingdoms, my long-held ambition to dominate the continent will be within reach. The Emperor extended his right hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. And to face a legend in the end. How amusing. Ancient legends. I shall make them kneel before me. The Emperor stood up and declared. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Special short story, The Spent Prince and the Failing Noble special collaboration, Sword Saint Kin vs. the Order of Knights. I see flags I've never seen before, and words I've never heard. I took a deep breath to process the situation in front of me. Just moments ago, I was definitely in my dorm room. But as soon as a sudden light flashed, I found myself here. If I were to sort out the information, this is probably a city in a country I'm unfamiliar with. And there isn't a single country on the Rodinia continent that I don't know. At the very least, if it were such a bustling metropolis, I would know of it. Which means another continent. As I voiced the possibility, I let out a sigh. Being suddenly engulfed in light and finding myself on another continent is something I'd like to laugh off as impossible, but it's actually happening. If I want to go back, I'll have to find that light again. The light that engulfed me in my room was distinctive. It was dazzling like gold, and mystical. As I was thinking that, something caught my eye at the edge of my vision. It was a golden sphere. Something was enveloped in light and moving. That golden light closely resembled the one that had swallowed me. Was it you? The thing that sent me here? As soon as I caught sight of it, I rushed toward it. The people around me were startled by my sudden burst of speed, but I didn't have time to worry about them. However, dodging around like that, the golden sphere darted through the sky, effortlessly evading my pursuit. Determined, I engaged in a game of tag with it in midair, but the golden sphere remained elusive. This isn't getting me anywhere. Realizing this, I drew the sword from my waist. I had no intention of harming it, but I needed to stop its movement. But that was my mistake. That's far enough. In the sky, I found myself surrounded. Encircling me were knights in white cloaks. Each one of them was highly skilled. Wait, Just as I tried to explain myself, the golden sphere started to move. Instinctively, I swung my sword to restrain it. In that instant, the surrounding knights sprang into action. They were quick to react. They probably planned to listen to my explanation after capturing me. I crossed swords with the knight who moved first. That was all I needed to understand. These guys, every single one of them, are far more skilled than I expected. This is going to be a hassle. I don't have time to deal with each of them. They're a bit too strong for me to fight without injuring them. Avoiding a direct confrontation, I continued to chase after the golden sphere, darting around in the air. But then, someone got ahead of me. This is the capital of our country, you see. We can't have you drawing attention in the sky. A black-haired young man. He was mounted on a creature that resembled a four-legged eagle. He's even more capable than the knights around me. One after another. If you don't want to fight, could you at least agree to talk? Sorry, but I'm in a hurry. In that case, I guess it can't be helped. I passed by the young man as he spoke. I understood his reasoning, but I didn't have time to deal with him. I increased my speed, determined to shake them off and catch up to the golden sphere. If you want to play tag, I'll join in. Even though I was moving at lightning speed, the young man kept up without breaking a sweat. It wasn't just that the creature he was riding was fast, the man himself was clearly accustomed to high-speed combat. If I went all out, I could shake him off, but if I did that here, I might end up dragging the civilians below into it. Even if I'm on another continent, I can't cause that much trouble for others. Persistent, aren't you? I swung my sword, aiming to stop his movement. But the young man intercepted my sword with ease. He flashed a smile. You're holding back too much. He parried my blade, and I descended to the ground. If I kept this up, he'd just keep chasing me forever. I'm only after that golden sphere. I won't cause any trouble, so just leave me be. I'm afraid I can't do that. There's an order to capture you. Whose order? His Majesty the Emperor. Don't take it personally, you're the one who decided to fly around freely in front of him. Hearing this, I sighed. So I've caught the attention of the highest authority. Well, I guess that was bound to happen, flying around the capital like that. I was so focused on catching the sphere quickly that I didn't consider the consequences. If I surrender quietly, will they let me go soon? It's not that simple. Behind the young man, a blonde woman appeared, leading the knights in white cloaks. She's clearly in a different league. Commander Elida, could you leave this to me? Please step back, Prince Leonard. If we allow someone who pointed a sword at a prince in the imperial capital to go free, the honor of the imperial guard will be tarnished. A prince? I'm sorry. Prince Leonard, as he was called, apologized with a look of regret. Well, there goes any hope of a peaceful resolution. I had no idea I was fighting a prince. No wonder they can't let this slide. I'm the commander of the Imperial Guard. Elida. I'm coming. Hey, wait. Without a word, Elida lunged at me. I quickly deflected her thrust with my sword, but I realized something immediately. This isn't someone I can afford to hold back against. I tightened my grip on my sword with both hands. Elida was already launching her next attack. Damn it. I'm glad this is another continent. Just like when I disguise myself as a sword saint, I swing my sword with precision and force. I block her strikes, deflect her blade, and counter with my own. But Elida wields her sword with such incredible speed that she gives me no opening to exploit. Swordsmen of her caliber are rare. She's undoubtedly one of this nation's top fighters. Handling her with just one sword is going to be tough. Guess I'll borrow this. I spotted a blacksmith nearby. I grabbed a sword from there and readied a blade in each hand. So, you use dual swords. I guess you were holding back more than I thought. If you realize that, could you call her off? Please. It's a matter of pride. She'll stop if you lose, I think. I don't mind losing, but I'd rather not get hurt. There's no way they're going to let me surrender quietly. Elida's eyes are serious. She's fully intent on defeating me. Even if I don't resist, she'll strike without mercy. You don't seem to be using your full strength yet, but if you're ready, shall we continue? Please, just don't come any closer. I'm afraid that's not an option. The voice came from behind. Elida moved around to my back with a speed that far exceeded before. I blocked her attack with my right-hand sword and countered with my left-hand sword. But the counter-strike was avoided. She's too fast. I've never faced a swordsman with such speed. However, she's not invincible. I need to find a way to silence her and quickly return to chasing the golden sphere. You seem quite composed. Does it look that way? Yes, it does. But I think that composure will soon break. Oh, do you think you can break it? Perhaps. Despite her clear intention to defeat me, Elida remained remarkably calm. It was a calmness backed by evident skill. But that wasn't all there was to it. I would have liked to enjoy this one-on-one a bit longer, but, unfortunately, time seems to be up. Time? This is the capital of our country. Being our base of operations, reinforcements will be arriving. Hey, wait. I was completely surrounded. The knights in white cloaks. Among them were the most distinguished warriors, surrounding me. Each of them was a seasoned fighter with a unique style. Is this country filled with monsters? What are they thinking, gathering such high-level fighters? What exactly is this country preparing to fight against? The questions kept arising. But soon, those questions became irrelevant. Is everything all right? Leonard. Thanks to Commander Elida, yes. I see. I've heard about the swordsman who's been matching up against the commander. I wonder what they're like. A woman with sakura-colored hair. She was beautiful, but there was no time to be captivated by her appearance. Compared to this woman, the knights around her seemed like mere underlings. Trusting my instincts, I distanced myself significantly. Cold sweat formed on my back. As expected, you seem to have discerned Anna's true abilities at a glance. I had thought the highest level of power was undoubtedly Commander Elida. But I was wrong. The true top-tier fighter is definitely that woman named Anna. This is bad. If I fight her, things won't end well. I don't know who you are, but I can't allow you to do as you please in the Imperial capital. Captain of the 3rd Imperial Guard, Anna von Amsberg, here I come." With her introduction, Anna charged at me. I crossed my swords to block her strike, but I was sent flying backward. She was not only fast but also incredibly powerful. My arms went numb from just one hit. This is insane. The opponent is far too formidable. I was on the verge of losing my head. Feeling the danger, I took a deep breath. I wouldn't stand a chance without using the magic sword. Noticing my intent, Anna showed some caution. But in that moment, I was swallowed by golden light. When I came to, I found myself back in my dorm room. It wasn't a dream. The sword I had borrowed earlier was still in my hand. Looking at my sweat-drenched hands, I collapsed onto my bed. That was close. I muttered from the bottom of my heart and stared at the ceiling. Then, is that country out of its mind? I murmured as I slowly closed my eyes. End of Volume 1.